they're doing it. They're slipping it all in. So I'm saying, one of our last good efforts here, like, let's bug the astronomers, the amateur telescope guys, to do something. Show us Hubble. It's got to drift in front of the moon at some point. We got years and years to calculate this shit, right?
Well, the picture that you sent though, right? That was you said from what? From NASA or something? The picture that you just sent?
Some amateur fucker, as a matter of fact, it's taken off of his CRT screen. It's taken off of his screen because it whipped by really fast, like in less than a second. It whipped past the screen. This is just a digital still. Let's see if I can find you the link of that. I don't remember where I put it. I don't think I have the link, but it was open earlier, so I should be able to find it. So evidently it's new.
Yeah, I guess in theory, yeah. I guess you could take pictures of these other ones if they're not too far away, yeah, and they have the an angular size that can be made out.
Something's got to drift past the moon. You know what I mean? All this shit up there, and now I realize that shit's all close compared to the moon. Fucking close, like some of it's big, and the other stuff, like the stuff as big as a bus, like the spy satellites, they're fucking not far away. They're only 400 miles away.
400 miles away, size of a bus. Yeah, I guess it would be. Yeah, I guess you could potentially capture that. Let me just.
So that's what this image shows me. I go, these panels here on the ISS are going to be of known size. I figure about half of that is going to be about that 35 feet, 40 feet that these larger spy telescopes are. They're called the K series of satellites put up by the NRO. And they've been up since the 60s. So we know how big the fuckers are. Not to mention, just, your basic, if you go outside, all the dishes are pointed to something stationary. Somebody should be able to shoot that and go, oh, there it is. Maybe that's not as big, but I can see now what resolution I should expect at 350 miles. You know what I mean? That's what I know now, how big something looks at 350 miles against the moon. That's going to help me in terms of expectation of what I might expect to see out there.
Yeah, I just thought, like, with those satellite dishes pointing directly at geostationary satellites, you could just put your telescope on the satellite dish, point it exactly the same way, and at some stage it's going to pass the moon, maybe, or at least you might be able to get the chance of seeing it because it's pointing right at it, so you know where it is all the time.
They say it's not so big, they say it's not so bright, but we never see it in the sun, we never see it in the moon, and we have to have the resolution. We just have to. Now, some of those are further away by a great deal. In other words, some of those geosynchronous things are, I think, 22,000 miles away. That's a big difference than 350 miles away. Big difference. So in this case, the spy satellites are all in low Earth orbit. Anything in low Earth orbit should be findable for these great amateur astronomers, which supposedly this is. Like I said, this just gives me a gauge now at 350 miles height what something might look at that's 50 feet long.
Have you ever thought, like, how do they keep a satellite geosync, like in sync with the spin of the Earth, not like orbiting around the Earth like ISS is supposed to be doing, but like how do they keep a satellite in a fixed position? How do they work that out, like gravity-wise and like the position it should be and the distance from the surface of the Earth? And how did they work out how to keep that satellite in it? Like, is it actually what I think? Is it in a still position, like sitting there following the spin of the Earth exactly, or what?
Yeah, and I think it actually finds a balance point. I think if they get it close, and it actually finds a point of balance, as opposed to an exact calculation.
The equation? Yeah, what would be the equation for that to sort of work out that exact spot?
I'm thinking. Well, I mean, if I had to guess though, because I know the closer you are to the Earth, the faster your orbit would have to be. I guess for the most part. So I think the farther you are, the slower your orbit can be. So I guess it would just have to be really, really far out. I guess you would have to just work out some math and just be like, okay, if you're this far away, then you only need to move about like 1,000 miles an hour or so to orbit the Earth. So maybe that's maybe I don't know the math for that, but it seems within.
It's between 9,000 and 17,000. The difference between, I think, geosynchronous and geostationary. They're kind of confusing at that point. You got to get your verbiage right.
Oh, okay. I forgot that. Yeah, I'm an idiot. I forgot the farther you go out, also, the bigger circle you're making. So you would be traveling faster too. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
and then one of them's on the equator. Geosynchronous is on the equator, I think, and geostationary moves with the Earth. I don't know. I'd have to look it up again. But they're different. They have different speeds. So I think you release stuff up there and it finds its balance based on its weight when you get close. But I'm guessing on that. But the dude I talked to, who is an engineer, was doing it in the days of spy satellites. And he was talking about...
Well, why don't they put the ISS in that same sweet spot, and then they won't have to worry about falling and adjusting all the time? If they've got satellites geosynchronous, like with the spin of the Earth, then they don't have to worry about adjusting it or anything. Do they have boosters on them to sort of make them stay in that
those are deeper,
sweet spot?
The stationary stuff and the permanent stuff is a deeper orbit. It's way deeper. It's thousands of miles, not hundreds.
What kind of propulsion systems is it used, Dan?
Hydrazine, he said, I think.
Yeah,
Something.
bullshit. A lot more bullshit.
Well, he was the guy back in the day. So I was hard to look at him in the eye and tell him his whole life was fake. It really was.
It's like China saying they got a supersonic missile that traveled around the Earth 27,000 times. Okay.
It's different. It's different when you got the guy in your face, though. I mean, he wasn't looking to justify much.
There's no mechanism that slows these satellites down. They just claim that it's a balance between the gravitational forces and the angular momentum. The problem is when you have an object that's moving in an angular path, gravitational force gets weaker, and the force is still there, then it will go farther, not shorter.
Wait, so you're saying like in the orbit, I guess it goes slower because of like its position in the orbit or something? Is that what you're saying? What?
So if you have a satellite that's at 22,000 miles, the velocity is 7,000 miles.
Okay.
The whole point is when it's as a trajectory, that trajectory has an angular momentum to it. It has to pass a certain maximum escape velocity to reach the 22,000. The claim is the angular momentum and the balance of gravity slows it down. But yet, the only one who will say that is me, because when I asked for Zanuck to say it, or this other guy will invoke propulsion. Zanuck will just say, well, it just slows down. The machine just slows down. So there's no mechanism invoked.
Yeah, I'd like to know how it slows down too, like equivocating it to like, say, like two fans on either side, like would equate to like a certain size thrust. You just kind of condensing.
Well, think about it.
You're condensing the stoppage, like you're condensing the surface area of the two fans to stop it, like an air pressure. You're condensing that into a certain amount of thrust. But if like that's like saying something's falling into an infinite cushion, like how could you stop if what you're firing out is being sucked out faster? If
you use this analogy, like I have a rock at the end of the string, and I let that rock go at the end of the string, there's no tension holding it. So the idea is to escape velocity to get to the position.
But they're not necessarily escaping.
Let me finish.
You're inserting They're
Yeah.
inserting
Again, you don't know what you're talking about, Dan, because there's two types of speed. First, you get to 17,500. Then there needs to be another a booster to travel beyond 17,500. So there's 3 stages. This is what they claim to how they do the moon landing. If you're telling me they do something different with rockets
Yeah, those
or
stages are
satellites,
all way before
you
those
still
altitudes.
you still
Those
still have
stages
to
are
break
all
the gravity.
way
You still
before.
have to
Those
break. You
stages are
still
all
have
way
to
before
break.
those altitudes. You know
Yeah,
that
you
too.
still have to break. You still have to
Why am I
break
arguing with
the
you?
gravitational field. And the only way to do that, according to what they demonstrate, is velocity. So if you are traveling at an angular momentum to break the using velocity to break the gravitational field, that means that the field that you break will only lessen, therefore not reduce the speed of the object. But they're telling you that it does reduce the speed of the object. There's no way that an object can reduce in speed if the force that it's slowing it down gets weaker as it moves away. So it's just absolutely asinine explanation.
If I can use thrust to propel in a vacuum, then I would be able to use a vacuum to propel in thrust. It's equal and opposite reaction. I use a
Okay.
fucking thrust and I can propel through pressure, or I could put myself through a vacuum, or I could put myself in pressure and propel with a vacuum. Show me a fucking rocket propelling with a vacuum in an atmosphere. I mean, it would have to, in my mind, equal and opposite reactions.
A vacuum. Let me see.
It's all about differential. Then if I've got 1,000 pounds or whatever, I don't know. It just seems like it'd be equal and opposite. If something's sucking out, then how are you blowing forward if it's sucking out equally? They always try to use bullets. Like, bro, if you're going to use bullets, that's not equivalent. The bullets, the gun would be. I don't know, man. It doesn't add up to me, man. I've never had it explained sufficiently, in my opinion.
It's simple here. It says here in reference to escape velocity, you'd have to be leaving the gravitational influence of the primary body. Well, you're not doing that with an orbital insertion. So you're making an assumption that can't be true. They're not getting to escape velocity. They don't need to. That's why they call it an insertion. And I'm not talented in this. I'm just paying attention to what I'm learning as I read and talk to the man. I mean, you're saying escape velocity, but it's by definition escape velocity is the minimum speed needed for a free non-propelled object to escape from the gravitational influence of a primary body. Thus
The
reaching
only way, Dan, the only way to get to 22,000 miles is you have to travel 25,000 miles to do it. You have to travel 25,500 miles to get to 7,000, or to get to 22,000 miles from Earth. That's what the map dictates. That's what they claim the escape velocity is. So if you're going to put something in space, the object has to travel at a certain velocity to break the field that it's trying to.
But the way
get away
chemistry
from.
works, man, you can't get combustion under a perfect vacuum, or even nowhere near a perfect vacuum. The more of a vacuum you have,
you can get combustion, Brian. That's not true. They demonstrated with the hydrazine in the 50s. The idea is you do not get a vector direction with it. In other words, they have to aim the nozzle has to aim the fuel into a finer point, because as it's exposed to the vacuum, it spreads in all directions.
So what's the best vacuum? Let me ask you a question, because you sound like you got information I don't. What's the best vacuum they
Just
can?
look at just go look at Werner von Braun. He describes the hydrazine. He describes the method. There's videos. I don't know if they're still up. When this first came out, when Flat Earth broke,
I'm not arguing, bro. Hold on. Listen to what I'm arguing first. Listen to what I'm arguing first, so you'll know how to answer my question. I'm not arguing that they can't create combustion in a chamber. Okay, I'm talking about and like what is the highest vacuum that they've been able to demonstrate this with, like 0.1 or 10 to the negative 2 torr, 6 torr. What's the best vacuum they've been able to show combustion? Because dude couldn't do it with with pure fucking gunpowder, but I didn't see hydrogen, admittingly, but he
So they're
couldn't even
bringing
ignite
oxygen and you're bringing the
pure
combination.
oxidizer.
Yeah, they're bringing the oxidization process. So they're creating their own energy transfer as
Atmosphere?
opposing. Well, essentially, that's what you could call it. But again, it doesn't have a vector direction. This is why they had to change the nozzle and to re-emphasize or refocus the gas. But again, even if you
That's
have the
why.
gas coming, even though you have the gas coming out, it's still, as you have lower and lower pressure, the gas does not have a vector, like a one point pinpoint direction. It starts to spread out. And when it starts to
That's why
spread
I did
out,
that
they have to.
experiment, bro. Did you see my experiment where I took a propane tank with a fucking jet nozzle and I just took a string and tied it where it was full thrust, and I had it swinging on a pivot. And when I turned the gas on, it thrusted forward, like it swiveled. But then when I lit it, I mean, it was loud. It was because there was a lot of gas jetting out of that nozzle, but it didn't even move. Like just from igniting it, I got the same thrust conditions with just turning the gas on, period. In other words, if they're igniting it in the chamber, they're not going to get any extra thrust in the gas itself. I mean, I showed that fucking right here in my front yard. Just by lighting it, didn't even move it. It made a loud noise, but it did not even move it even a little bit.
What you can do is, if you have the apparatus to do so, you could probably take a pressure reading at one altitude versus another, and see how the thrust changes based on altitude or pressure changes.
Hey, what is hydrazine?
It's a mixture of a mixture of chemicals they created to oxidize at low pressure environment.
All right.
Of course, the things I've put in chat contradict what you're saying. Are you saying that they're mistaken?
I'm saying if they're going to present one source of information, which is that they can travel in deep space, propulsion cannot be the way to do it. Because if you have an acting force, you need to transfer the energy to something to get momentum. If you're claiming that they're invoking this momentum without the force, then you have action at a distance again, which I would call bullshit.
You see where it says a rocket can escape without ever reaching escape speed, right? Because escape speed has to do with non-propelled stuff.
Non-propelled stuff. So what is non-propelled stuff, Dan?
Stuff that no longer has an engine acting.
So the object has to be in a capsule.
It's no longer maintaining a force against gravity.
You have to have some transfer of energy. You can't escape that, Dan.
Just reading what seems to be simple.
Yeah, I'm looking at.
Are they?
I'm looking at the world record
breaking?
they've been trying to break for like since 2001. Like they broke it by like a mile, then they broke it by like another mile, then like 2 miles. Like they've capped off at like with the best we could build. They've capped off at like 71 miles or 72 miles. That's just I mean, bro, what? 9 years ago, it capped off where they just can't get higher than that, bro. I'm talking about rockets from the best and brightest outside of NASA. We just can't get higher than 70, 71 miles. They're just not breaking that record. It stood for years and years. I mean, and it even stood around there for fucking decades. Like they've just hit a limit, dude. And what we could prove anyway. I'm not talking about NASA and all these other agencies where you look at these rockets, bro, even launched from airplanes, they're just not going that high, and they're turning sideways. I mean, so you'd have to convince me that by them turning fucking 90 degrees perpendicular to the ground that they're escaping somehow. I don't buy that, bro. What I see is them motherfuckers going up 60 and fighting to get 62, and then fucking 5 years later getting 66 miles. and then 4 years later getting 69. Bro, that's to me, that's the limit. That's how high they're getting. That's our reality.
Well, again, if they're offering you all this literature, they claim that we're from deep space, all this, then why? What would be the logical reason why they don't go to the moon?
Makia, your mic's open.
It's like, what's stopping them? Why is that the fucking record? 70 miles. Like, what the fuck is stopping them, bro? They could build a bigger rocket or compress more fuel. There's something fucking preventing them.
Well,
there's a reason. There's a reason. There's a record there, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Well, they're telling me all this stuff, right? They're telling me that they can do it, they can operate it. They got all these satellites, so that obviously they have some form of technology that is reliant on this gravitational field. They can claim to break this field and go to 22,000 miles. What's stopping them from the 22,000 miles then on? I mean, obviously, they claim that the Van Allen radiation belt is the issue when it comes to humans. Right?
It's just like Sprint, bro. When you used to buy phone service from Sprint, they're just using the fucking cables that are already there. Like they're still using the fucking the cables. You could buy different long distance service and all this, but they're all still using the cables that are already in place. You know, despite the different services and all that, they probably pitched in or they're paying a fee to be a part of that fucking network that's already there. You know, so to me, there's a network already there.
I can tell you this much: it's cheaper to build a high-speed aircraft than it is to launch a satellite. I can tell you that the ground towers are way cheaper to run than it is a satellite. So if I was an entity looking on espionage, looking how to do things, I would look at the cheapest way possible, most effective, cheapest way possible. And satellites, not the most effective, cheapest way possible.
That's why I always got to refer back to Governor Long from Louisiana, fucking back when they introduced the Satellite Act, like AT&T and all them. He said when he first took a look at it, it looked like it was crooked as a fucking dog hind leg. But upon further examination and reading the whole act, he realized that was a understatement. It was literally crooked as a bag of worms. Like, I mean, that's him looking at it and just telling everybody this fucking satellite shit. No, it's horse shit.
Dan, next time you speak to the satellite guy, just ask him his best logical reason why we don't go to the moon.
Okay. I think we
He told us.
I think we can do better than that.
He told us that hydrazine was used in the satellites, but hydrazine was also used in the Saturn V rocket. So it seems to be the gas choice for propulsion in deep space through this arena. I've never heard one person mention it. No Kosho, no Zanuck.
Hang on.
Even the satellite. Let me finish. I'm almost
but
done.
You've already gone too far.
Let me finish.
Are you saying
all these people that come into the debate
for the command module? What are you saying? What are you saying? Because I know I've sat next to an engine from the command module, and the guy
said,
Saturn
V used hydrazine, they claim, to enter low Earth orbit for the first, because you have a trajectory to the moon, right? It's 3 stages.
But that's all kerosene. That's all kerosene.
Oh, it's kerosene. Okay. Well, that's not what Werner von Braun said, according to his mission to go to the moon in 1958, 59. He did a video. You can go watch. He talks about the hydrazine and the rocket and how they plan to go to space using it.
Why you and I are arguing about stuff we could look up together, I have no idea.
Yeah, but dude, let's bring it back down to Earth. Like,
I'm not going to do that.
I can watch these rockets pass by my fucking house. Like, not right by my house, but I watch them launch from about an hour away driving anyway. And I watch them go up. They're not going up. I mean, according to them, it's Earth curve. According to Zanuck, even making the clouds go down the horizon, whatever. But if something's literally going up, I should see it going the fuck up. And by the time they get to me, they're heading like down. They're not going up. And why ain't they going up? But once they get level with me, and I'm like let's say 100 miles north of where they launch, and they're launching north. And I'm actually north east of where they're at. I'm northeast of where they launch. Okay, because
Yeah, I was
the
thinking
way
that
Florida
those-
angles. Okay, so they launch parallel with the shore. Why ain't they going up when they're fucking level with my house? Why ain't they
Yeah,
go
Brian.
up?
Yeah, because there's a lot of red tape, Brian. If you think about it, the only people that are allowed to breach the the atmosphere and escape the Earth's atmosphere are those ones that have clearance. Like those massive space agencies, and any amateur that would like to do that, they'd have to file some type of an application to be able to do that, and that's why they can never prove it, because there's a monopoly on space. Space it's not a place that you can go without permission. So all of these private rockets, they just go up and stop. And so would the NASA ones. But because there's a monopoly, they can say that they're going there even though they're not. You know what I mean?
It's unfalsifiable.
Yeah, sure. I'll give props to SpaceX, bro. I will give props to SpaceX, and this is coming from straight from somebody seen it. They're higher, way higher than NASA's. Like the SpaceX ones with the blue plume, they're like fucking 5 or 10 miles, maybe even higher. They're a good bit higher than the NASA ones, but they're still not going up. They're fucking going over, and then they're going like down. By the time they get parallel with me, they appear like they're going like angling down. I guess then they'd probably claim perspective, which maybe. But the NASA rocket, bro, that bitch is going. It doesn't go that high at all. I barely even get to see them when they're heading up out over the North Atlantic. I barely even see them. They're barely over the horizon. At least the SpaceX ones are going fucking up. Like, look, what looks to me like maybe 20 miles. To me, that's fucking impressive. And its own self, whatever they're doing is pretty fucking impressive to me.
It's just a glorified missile, Brian. There's nobody on top of it. There's nobody inside of it. It's just a glorified missile. Why are you impressed with a glorified missile?
It's a hell of a show.
It's just a large missile, dude.
Yeah, I know. It just ain't something you see every day. It's pretty neat to see. I'll give them that.
Yeah, one big fireworks show for sure.
But like, dude, if I watch Awake Souls and them, they act like they're not even launching nothing. Like it's all just CGI. And I'm like, hold on, dude. That means you're calling me a liar, bro. And then me and my wife didn't walk out on our front fucking porch and film the show. Whatever it is, it's fucking there. I'm not claiming to know what it is, but there are some people out there literally who are making us look stupid by denying that anything's even launching, dude. That's fucking, whatever it is, it's happening.
It's just a glorified missile. Nobody's on it. Nobody's riding it. It isn't a spaceship. It isn't a rocket. It's a missile. Didn't Elon make the tip a little pointier because he watched the show Dictator? To the joke from Kosha. Fucking Ali G guy. So Dan, you've been in this arena for a long time. What is the best excuse or best reason you heard for why they haven't gone to?
Cost is the only thing that they've ever said, besides people not being interested. Now, what I'd like to work on, if you and I could ever do anything together, would be falsehoods. Things that we say. We need to shit can the bad flat earthing. Like when they talk about reflectors, they're already deflecting because they were bouncing shit off the moon before that. Since '66, they were
1948, Dan.
All right, so when they talk about, people left reflectors on there, it's just further and further, away. Is it a solid object? Probably, maybe, is it lit on its own? I don't know. Is it 3,500 miles away? Probably not.
Well,
Probably
it
not.
depends on what you give it attributes for. Is it a personal perspective thing, or is it a physical object in physical space that has physical properties, or does it have apparent positions?
Either way, when we say it's a great platform for a stationary view of the Earth, and that would be advantageous, the number of excuses we get why that would be silly is preposterous. At which point they invoke all the satellite imagery that's already available. At which point I ask, show me things sticking outward in different directions then, and they can't. So there is some circular argument there that gives me globed out, but I still don't understand flat Earth or the celestial bodies. It just appears that the solar system that we describe is way local compared to the deeper ceiling or sky that they call deep space. But it seems like the local shit might be around here. The luminaries that come up before the stars are different. They're lit differently. The moon may be, in relation to that system. There could be a system.
Well, see, Dan. Here's the thing. Here's the thing I hear nobody discuss. To see that there's these really incredible cameras now that they shoot in HDR format, so they can balance between the brightest the brights and the darkest blacks, combine it into a 3-layered image, right? So we've had this technology for the last 20 years. You see, there's this company called Red. They've been working with NASA, I don't know, maybe for the last 30 years at least, where they've got 8K, 6K, 7K, 8K cameras, extremely high resolution. Plus, they have low pass filters. They have all this wonderful technology. But yet, we see none of this when it comes to space pictures. None of these cameras are used. Why?
I don't know. It seems like even with the newer Ghost satellite stuff, like, 16, 17, 18, whatever it is, they're so happy to bring high contrast and add color that we have no natural image, of anything. There just isn't really
What I'm
natural.
saying to you, Brian, is or Dan, sorry, is that even on the ISS, they use the the Sony cameras, the Decon, the Nikon D9, whatever D90. They use all those cameras on the ISS, but there's better cameras out there that use HDR format. Particularly, the Red camera could be shot, and even now the iPhone has it. All these other phones has it, but they're still using these prosumer cameras. Why would they do that?
Well, same reason they don't pan.
And that reason is,
There's probably no one in a space station above the Earth.
well, I wouldn't conclude that. I'm just saying, why wouldn't they use better quality cameras to encapsulate the highlights and the deep blacks to get really good in the moment photography, right? Where you don't have to add color. It doesn't have to be shot in grayscale or false color. It's actually just capturing the highest of the highs and the deepest of the blacks.
I have a less mysterious question. Maybe you can answer. During the shuttle program, there was lots of infrared stuff. Lots of infrared stuff and lots of action in the background. So why aren't we shooting that more often? Why aren't we watching the sky, even from the ground, in that spectrum more? Why aren't we paying attention to the other light spectrums?
Well, you have infrared night vision. So when you do that, you can denoise the image. You can see a lot of things you don't normally see. So any kind of low pass or infrared night vision, whatever, yeah, we've had that stuff for long. There's lots of footage of it online, actually, but not in the sense that trying to reveal any mystery. It's just highlighting a lot of particular things, a lot of peculiar things.
But in terms of space exploration, you think a permanent station might be looking in different light spectrums. And we damn well know if they switch light spectrums, that there's a busyness to space that they don't talk about.
Well, I've
I
seen
mean,
some of that footage, and apparently it looks like there's some things moving in water. So
it does appear biomechanical. It does appear that they propel very much like a jellyfish or an octopus would propel, very much so. It looks biomechanical, and then the other ones that pulse, the circular craft with the cutout tail during the tether incident, STS-75. Those are really interesting in terms of electromagnetic propulsion, because you'd have to, like, for a magnet to go to one side to the other, you'd have to get it to jump like a maglev train to go back to make a cycle. And I think that's evidence of that. I think that's what they're showing, what we're seeing during the tether incident is a craft that's being propelled that way. I think that's a craft. I think the other ones seem more biological, but
the only thing I can suggest is that we just need to demand higher resolution infrared, because if you can show me lots of it, all I see is maybe some astronomers using some prosumer cameras. They're not really emphasizing on this HDR technology. I think JT Nolan is doing a lot of ground imaging with his infrared, but not enough of the sky imaging.
I'll bug Dr. Parks about it and see if he's worked in other light spectrums. I know he has, but primarily his equipment's set up for deeper space. So,
is he working in 8K, high resolution, low pass, HDR? Because that's it's a camera that you can get and you can use.
I doubt it. He's at a university. What do you call it? Observatory. He's.
Well, there you go. So they're going to have the electronic telescope that's going to have all those things, right?
I could get him to fire it up from his house at night.
It would be awesome. I'll tell you, one time I was doing some star study and I saw something that blew my mind. And to this day, no explanation for it. I go look at any of the astronomy books. They do not depict what I saw with my human eye, which was a torpedo-ish type thing that actually was looking like it was swimming through something. And the only best way I could describe
like
the only best
put.
No, it was shimmying. It was shimmying left and right, as like, imagine if you're burrowing through a hole and you're shimmying through that hole and you're shimmying left and right to get through it, right? And that's kind of what I observed, and I've never seen anything like it since.
Low
I put my
orbit,
camera up.
low orbit or deep orbit?
It was only a 200 times scope, so it wasn't
Okay. And
into deep space.
Was there any color to it? Was it or just
it was
like
orange? It had a red tip with an orange body, or maybe I'd have, my memory's a little loose on, but it definitely had color to it. But I'm telling you, the shape of it was of like a little mini torpedo. It wasn't like a star shining. It wasn't any of that. I don't know what I saw, dude, but I could see it clearly, and I watched it for a few minutes, and I was like, I'd never seen anything like that before, and I had my camera pointed up. So I could only imagine the reason why there aren't a lot of this outer space, high quality infrared or whatever that you see. It's always just the usual person, for example. When I tried to find Lucifer telescope stuff, I came across this program called Opera. It's called Opera. And that's where I came, and that's the only I could only find that deep space photography from that program called Opera. I could not find anything from the Lucifer telescope. I couldn't find any of it. So I find it highly peculiar if you've got all these high imaging tools, and I see something like that. Well, then what are these high imaging tools picking up? Because there's got to be something greater that's there. So, in my opinion.
So, the fact that the ISS is visible gives us a size ratio. They should be able to show us satellites that are up there. The Hubble can't be up there. There's just no way Hubble's up. No way. So whether it's the infrared stuff, the catching them, where we're not seeing any of the satellites, but unfortunately, like Austin Whitson's onto the right path, where we need to expose the gap in science here where it doesn't pay attention to the curiosities that any normal person would have. You know, when they
How fast? Dan? How fast do they claim the rockets, like satellites that are actually doing something? Like let's say GPS satellites. They say there's however many of them, a handful of them, and they're at a certain height, but they're just sitting right over land. Okay, the rockets or the satellites that are geostationary. How fast do they claim? Okay, because to me it's a rocket or whatever the fuck it is sitting right over my head. How fast do they claim that they're orbiting or moving? To me, they're right over my head. They're moving zero, relevant to me.
I believe
You know.
that's that 17.5 number that we hear about, which matches the 1,000 miles an hour at the distance of 22,000 miles.
So if it's just sitting right over my head,
17.
then they claim it's moving 17-something thousand miles an hour. Just being planted over my head, they claim is 17,000 miles an hour. So to me, that means that zero equals 17,000 miles an hour in their world. In their world.
But you're looking up at it against a 15-degree per hour movement in the sky too.
Right. But to me, it's right over my head, and so it's not moving. So relative to me, it's zero. And in their world, if what you're saying is true, which maybe it is, then 17,500 or whatever miles an hour. That's a big discrepancy to be settled, in my opinion. They can claim it's moving fucking all this fast. No, it's just sitting right over my fucking head.
Well, but the lower shit isn't doing that. The lower shit is moving around so it can take passes across the Earth. So like the shuttle, like the shuttle or the space station, or the Hubble or the spy satellites, they're all at like 300 and 400 miles out. All of them. So it turns out, if the moon's really 238,000 miles away, all this shit should be drifting in front of the moon at some point. The moon fucking gets around, you know? It's not in one spot. And we should, like, every full moon, it should be like a show. We should know stuff is coming past it. Big time. Supposedly they spend all this time tracking that shit.
Yeah, there's a site that you can go to. You can look at all the satellites that apparently are happening, and it doesn't make a lot of sense for the fact that the way that they depict it, it's either the Earth is spinning and these are moving, or the Earth is spinning and it's moving with it. But that's not what you actually get to see. It's either you're moving with the object and the Earth is stationary, or you look at the Earth is stationary, all these objects are moving. So which is it? Is the Earth moving too with these objects moving as well? Because that's not what's displayed in the
I don't believe any of their claims, bro. They got shit floating out there they're docking to. In my opinion, they might be docking to some of that shit floating up there, 120, maybe 200,000 feet, maybe even 300,000 feet. And then they probably got shit moving up there with cameras on it, with fisheye lenses. I don't buy any of that 238,000 miles. I don't think they're ever going to get any closer to the moon than when they leave the ground or the sun. It's a focal point to me. I don't know.
So here's the thing, Brian, is that in their own argument, they spend $7 billion or $9 billion a year on satellites. They get $50 or $80 million. How much a day does NASA get? Or is it a month? Is it 80 million a month, or is it 80 million a day? I can't.
At the same time, I found a claim that less than a dozen satellites or balloons are fucking providing the entire continent of South America, LGE or LTE cell phone service. Less than a dozen. I think it was a served number like 5 or 6, but who cares? Even if you say 10 or 11, it was less than a dozen balloons up there that they probably launch at 1/100th of the price. They could send up a fake whatever here and there. They're still using the fucking networks that are up there. And I believe there are networks covering everything.
The taxpayers paying for it, right? So it really doesn't matter what they tell you.
We know for sure the balloons are up there because they're providing service. you know, what they claim is, to me, they've never proven it, dude. Show me a 360-degree view, like Crow's Law. If it can be filmed in 4K, or, I mean, I'm just saying, like HD, it will be. Show me a 360-degree anything. Show me beyond the fucking fourth wall. It's just ridiculous, bro. It's
All they
theatric.
would have to do, Brian, is throw an 8K low pass filter, HD camera on the ISS, and shoot it off into space. You'll pick up whatever stars are there, plus the brightness of the Earth. They'd be able to combine it into one picture, but that's not what you see. What you see is artist rendering. You see CGI composition of the stars. And the only reason why I've done that, or I suggest that, is because I've looked at a lot of the bypasses of the ISS over the surface of the Earth, and I can tell you this: I can show you a footage right now of like a galaxy, what it would appear to be actually traverse over the surface of the Earth, because the computer programmer didn't really catch it, I guess. But this is not new, man. Just go look at the ISS, the overpass footage. Look at where the stars meet the horizon, and you're bound to see many mistakes.
But to me, the whole universe and their world is basically a program, a supercomputer program, basically. The best computers we got, and everything they simulate or do, air quotes, is all in a fucking simulation. It's all in a computer. They even said, like fucking Gene Kranz, they didn't know the difference, or we didn't know the difference between the real thing and the simulations. It's identical. It's fucking hinted towards in
That's
like
how they started
Ender's
out,
Game
right?
and shit. It's all a simulation. It's all in a fucking computer world. But there is networks of balloons and shit up there, I do believe.
Sure. Have you seen the simulation test for the moon landing? What they did? So they actually built a moon. They built a lander. They had all the controls, and they would practice landing on the moon. Did you ever see that footage?
Yeah, with the roller coaster rails next to the moon and shit.
No, no. There's an actual interview with one of the guys testing out the simulation. They go through it. They show you the footage. It's exactly what you'd see in Apollo, but it was done in a simulation lab.
Yeah, I seen where they made a big old like 100-yard mock-up of the fucking moon, and they had rails with cameras attached to the rails. And then you look at the filming of the landing; it's the exact same shit that was on that rail, like literally identical. What they showed to the fucking with the cart with the camera attached to it going on the rail to a giant moon they literally made in a hangar. It was identical, literally. Nothing more than a giant model, and they literally showed it, and people still deny it. Like, bro, look at the model, and then look at what fucking they showed us on Apollo 11. Like, it's fucking identical. What the fuck? Where's the disconnect?
I was watching 12. I was watching 12, and I'm looking at a 360 shot, like one of the panning shots they took. I just posted it, and I'm going, wait a minute, did they really fucking land this thing that close to a fucking crater? Like, no way. And then
They literally did them guys a disservice, man. By making them models and identical models that they showed with Apollo 11. Like, if it happened to be real, they literally took a steaming pile of shit on the people who really did it by showing an exact mock-up model of it. Same thing with the ISS in the pool. Them showing anybody that, which they have to, it's going to get out eventually. Same thing with the balloons on satellites on balloons. They're taking a big pile of shit on the real deal if it's real, but it ain't fucking real. Like, I don't know.
What's real, bro? You're entertaining the idea that they landed a LEM. Have you ever seen the footage of them practicing?
Oh yeah.
It's pretty bad.
Bad? You're lucky that they survived with their life. There's no way that thing, that pogo stick thing, and they were sitting down. Now, they had to do this standing up. It's literally impossible. Literally impossible to land that thing safely. Never mind at the moon. Here on Earth, take it off, go
Well-
10 feet that way and land it. It's almost impossible.
But they had bungee cords holding them in. Don't you know?
Yeah, but don't even entertain the thought that that LEM could have been landed.
Yeah, but they could do it now with the accelerometers they have now. They could easily fucking do it for dirt cheap. And I'm wondering what's their excuse now? Everything is so easy. Like all this shit we couldn't do back then is so dirt cheap. The fucking the what you call it, like even with drones and all that, bro. It's easy shit they could do easily with computers and shit nowadays. Dirt cheap. And now what's their excuse? Don't say money, because this technology's fucking available to everybody now.
Could you imagine trying to control something with pitch, yaw, and roll, and you're just standing there? You imagine the collisions between the two people, with their heads just smashing into one another? It's so funny.
Thing is America's a great country and used to have really good leaders, really good legal system, really good aeronautics, and just anything to do with the military at one point. There's always good people in it. I'm not in a position to critique the men that have to do things that make them appear a certain way to their enemies. I will never hold a man against that. I'll hold anything against a man for doing that.
I meant to forget, man. I thought I saved it, dude. I was gonna repost it earlier when I was talking to Zanuck. He keeps talking about the pressure. This is like a little bit of a topic switch, but since nobody's bringing anything up, like they were talking about the radials. Like they said they tried steel belted radials, they tried all this and that. Now they got this new material that it's just basically metal mesh tires. And they say right there, is a NASA documentary saying flat out they can't use steel belted radials because they'll explode. They will literally explode and vacuum pressures like that. And I wanted to say Zanuck because to him it's just a 14 psi difference. So if you blow it up to 30 psi, then it's just a matter of it holding 44 and nothing else. When they literally are telling us that their best radials can't handle them conditions, they will literally explode. And so they've got this new material. It was a documentary about the new material that like goes back to its original shape and shit. It's pretty neat in itself, but the main point is that there's no tires that can hold the air pressure. They will fucking literally explode. But if it's only 14 psi, then But
Did you see the new space? Did you see the new space tires of the rover that they're creating?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's in that documentary. Yeah.
Also,
Hey guys,
apparently,
before we move on, let's put this LEM thing to rest. I just posted a video, and anybody that has any doubt that that thing landed on the moon while standing up, mind you, and the person was seated on this one. I'm sure everybody's seen it, but just have a relook at it. There's no chance in hell. He almost died in this attempt here.
you know what's funny was when I was a kid, they had the Moonlander exhibit in one of the science centers, and I went to the science center. We got to look at a digital screen as ourselves, but actually operate a version of the Moonlander. And it was actually pretty hard to land on the moon, even in that little exercise that they put forth.
The proof is in the pudding. It's right there in front of you for you to see. Whatever they tell you is meaningless. Just like the spacesuits. They tell you one thing, then they show the actual thing in a chamber, and the guy kneels over and almost dies. Says his
Well, you know
tongue
what?
What's
was
their excuse
boiling.
for the two astronauts that drowned? Like two of them, like one of them a while back, and then one of them not too long ago, where they almost drowned in space during a spacewalk. Like, dude, is it not obvious? I mean, I don't have to hear much more than that than to see their ISS mock-up of them in a fucking underwater, then see the bubbles, put two and two together, that when they almost drowned in space, dude, you don't drown in space. What excuse do they even offer? The last I heard was like tears or something. You don't drown with tears or something. I mean, it's ridiculous. They're gonna drown in space, yeah, because they're fucking underwater. Duh.
They either said it was part of his drinking apparatus or his coolant system. I can't remember which, but they had an excuse for it.
All he had to do was accelerate backwards to get the shit away from his nose, or just
Either way,
shoot up or down. Just move up or down to get the whatever liquid it is away from your damn fucking nostrils.
it was obviously a scene because it was reported as life-threatening.
So, Dan, I have a thought experiment for you that involves a little bit of simple math, and I want to test it on you if you understand the premise.
Okay.
I'm going to put a picture in the chat for you. Now, this picture, for the most part, will apply to many other basic observations that we see in daily life.
Are you threatening me? Of course, I've lost chat somehow.
Okay, every time I bring this up about the one of the Dragon capsules or whatever docking from the ISS, so if it's moving around every 90 minutes, it's made a complete 360 around the globe. Hold on a second. Okay, every time it's made a complete 360 around the globe, that means if it takes a few hours once it starts getting close to dock, then it should be visible everywhere on Earth in the path anyway of a light approaching the bigger light of the ISS. And every time they show me a model. When I ask them to show it to me, they show me a fucking model of the ISS with the shuttle like docked, attached to it and shit.
So, Brian, I have a picture for you too. I don't know if you can check in the chat, but just wanted to know if you understand the premise, what I'm trying to show you.
What? Yeah, that's not going to help me.
So if you took any image that represented reality in the sense that you had structures of buildings or mountains in the distance, and you wanted to take that information, which would be the actual known data, the size of the buildings or the mountain, whatever, and the distance to it. So from your point, you would be able to scale down the picture in two model formats. One would be obviously just distance and height of information, 1 to 100,000. And likewise with the other one. So if you had a radius of 3959, you divide it by 100,000, you'd end up with 0.03959 miles, which is like 209 feet. And all you want to do is measure a 6-foot section of it, which is 177 centimeters or 5.86 feet. So if you had those two models side by side and you took the reality, which would be just the distance and elevation information, and you scale it down, and you did the same way with the other one, which one would still hold true to the observation?
I'm lost.
So when you see like a scale structure or something that's scaled down, you don't see any curve presented, right?
Just don't know what scaling would have to do with shape change.
Oh, okay. I'm glad you mentioned that. So to highlight the fact that you're taking an extremely long distance and you're scaling it just height and distance, and you can scale it in a model that doesn't have any radius, it's just height and distance, and it still holds true to the observation. As where if you did the other one, it would intentionally exaggerate the curvature to show you that if you're applying a radius based on curvature over the distance, that when you compress it, it would exaggerate it more. The idea is that I don't have to exaggerate or add any curvature to the other one, and it matches the observed image. And if it matches the observed image and it doesn't require a radius, what would it indicate?
I don't know. I think if you want to raise crickets, you can pass this around, and you'll get crickets.
So you don't understand it.
No, it's too much for me.
It's too much for you. So
The data doesn't match the image. The what you're saying, I don't see in the image. I don't need the image to accentuate what you're saying. In other words,
okay,
they don't support each other as much as you think.
but you don't understand what's going on. So how can you make a judgment?
Because I don't see a before and after, or left and right. I don't see anything to compare.
Well, then maybe you still don't understand. Could you maybe translate what I'm trying to explain? Just maybe you don't get it yet.
Here's what I have to do first. I have to know why the Globers think compressing, which is what ratio means to me, when they narrow something down, they think it shows curvature. Now,
Yeah.
I'm
So
sure
this is the
showing
point.
that.
This
Okay.
is the point. The point is that I'm taking the actual reality and I'm scaling it down, and it still matches reality. As
So
where
that
if I
doesn't surprise
apply,
me.
let me finish. Where I apply radius to the other one and I scale it down, it's going to accentuate the divergence, meaning that there is no radius added in reality because I can scale it down without any, meaning there is no curvature in the image.
Like when you take a picture of a fake picture and it becomes a picture that's not fake. I'm not
Or
sure.
go by what Blue Marble Stein.
That's your response. Again,
No,
it's
look at what.
transferable. It's transferable to anything you take. LiDAR is an example of it. LiDAR does 600 miles. The fact that you are just maybe kind of don't know that, or maybe you're
No,
playing little.
hold on. Look what Blue Marble
Okay.
Science posted that with the 1 to 2 ratio that he after adding refraction it matches dip correction like
Wonderful. Here's the part.
Yeah,
Here's the
he's
part,
having
Brian.
add
Here's what you
he's
don't
having add
understand.
dip correction and
This has nothing to do with optics in the sense that it's not calculating a presupposition. Its only bias is the distance and elevation information. The
Right, he's literally
presupposition.
mapping the eyeball.
Let me finish.
Basically.
Let me finish. The presupposition is adding in the radius. So if it is true then that means the longer distance that I assume it's linear, then I should be able to scale it down. Well, this is what's evident in any scale that we take. We take reality and we scale it down, like in LiDAR.
Well,
Let me finish.
refraction.
Like in LiDAR. LiDAR has nothing to do with refraction. It's bias.
Yeah, I know.
It's bias.
I'm being sarcastic, brother.
Yeah, its bias is just distance and elevation information. It has nothing to do with curvature.
If Blue wants to join, Blue wants to join, that even what we see with perspective and everything we just discussed earlier with the clouds, where you even admitted we don't even see 200 miles, Blue, and you're going to use perspective, and that ain't enough, then you're going to use refraction to calculate the error to try and make a perfect radius dip correction. Like, that's not reality, man. But I'd like to hear your side of it.
So do you understand adding the presupposition into the information? So the bias is, it's just distance and elevation. Then I add in a radius based on the presupposition.
Yeah, it's laughable.
It's not about laughable. It's just whether or not why it can't translate to Dan. He doesn't understand the argument, the contention.
No, that was a lot of big words that aren't really part of my vernacular.
The big words is that it's scaled down. There's no presupposition of a radius. It's just distance and elevation information that I've scaled down.
It's basically him putting into words what we explained earlier with the our circle of vision, basically. But with LiDAR, I mean, that's not our reality. It's not our reality. If you put it into context and you scale it, we don't get the Earth curve. It doesn't equate when you scale it.
The point is that you don't have any presupposition when you scale it. You just take reality, you scale it down, and it maintains its as sensible as it could be. And if you infer the presupposition and scale it down, then you have these diverging verticals. So the idea is that the longer distance you decide to choose, you can see the more discrepancy based on presupposition.
They're basically trying to turn the Earth into basically from a circle of sight to a fucking globe, basically. I mean, that's just really kind of not doing any justice, but shortening the whole topic.
There's nothing wrong with the globe, dude. It's the idea that you're a tiny little turd and you're going to have all these reifications to how to prove sphericity, right? So if the claim is, which we heard they already said, that up to 100 miles, it's going to appear flat, because on a really large sphere, you have these tiny flat sections. And then, of course, then the argument comes up, well, how do you have an undevelopable surface and have 3D geometry on a 2D surface?
Tiny flat section.
Data, would you agree that the horizon is a function of distance? Viewing however far we can see, the clarity of the day is going to dictate the horizon. Would you agree with that?
I would say there's a little more to it, depending on whether the land is sloping up or down from you. But
Why
generally,
would you say that? Why would you assume that that's part of it? Why would you assume? Why are you throwing that in?
Because obstruction can happen at a shorter distance if there's sloping land, right?
But we're definitely not invoking that at this point, nor elevation. Why do people throw that shit in when we're trying?
That's reality. That's reality. It'll block the bottom of objects past that point of convergence. Wherever that angle is cut off due to the undulating land, that's a huge factor. Again, you change the focal length, then you'll actually see a different a change in angle, which will get more of an accurate position. So you can follow this in succession, and every time you do it, it's, well, what is the actual known distance and size if I'm changing the angle each time I change the optics? It changes as well.
Let me try and describe it a little simpler. When I went out to with my auto level to the beach, okay, and I've been out there on different days. I happened to go out there in the morning. It was foggy, and on that foggy day, this is an extreme, but it takes extremes to describe shit. So the horizon was, I said half a mile. It was really like a couple hundred yards. Like the horizon was literally a couple hundred yards in front of me, and it was down at an angle, at a certain angle. Same thing when you go up higher. On a clearer day, you're gonna have less steeper angle to the horizon if you could see farther. The horizon literally is a function of distance, and in an extreme case scenario where you can't see that far, like fog, even up close at 6 foot, you're going to be looking a little bit down. Not much, but a little bit. It's always going to be out in front of you. But on a clearer day, like a black swan day, the horizon is going to be what you would expect on a flat Earth. They would call that more refraction. I'd say we're seeing fucking further, and it's less refraction. And it's a function of distance. In other words, how far can we see on that particular day is going to dictate the horizon, and you're going to have probably a good average because there is turbidity in the atmosphere, even at height, and it's going to dictate about how high the horizon is going to normally be. They try to pin it down. They try to say it's geometry and Earth curve and give you some standard refraction, but even NASA says that above 2,000 feet or above half a mile, I forgot the exact number, but it was less than a mile, the horizon's infinite. There's no obvious horizon. It's just an infinite fucking spot, where shit just fades off into nothing. Basically, it's just exactly what they say we should see on a flat Earth, the horizon that we should see. That's exactly what the papers describe up at height. There's no cutoff. You don't see half of buildings from airplanes from fucking a mile or two up. You don't see half buildings or shit cut off. You see an infinite little fucking just going off into blur, basically. Right, what they say we should see is what we do see. That's my point.
There's a certain extent to where they can't bullshit you to a certain point. They gotta sprinkle in truth.
Just
Funny
all
'cause
about the ontologicals, right? Just ontological primitives, I like to say, in thought and reason, logic, all that stuff. Go to the ontologicals.
This is so funny though, because I literally did a live on Jose's channel a while back. I literally showed a video. It's still on my channel, Flat Earth Test, where I literally marked the horizon to the best of my ability at ground level. Same camera. When they opened the door, all I did is drew a line across the screen. And then when they opened it back up, the line was still there. When they opened up the capsule, the line was still the fucking horizon. And then Blue was like, oh, it's like 6 degrees down. Like he did some kind of fucking whatever. I'm like, bro, I did not move that line. That line was there on the ground when he was looking out, getting in the capsule. And then when he opened the capsule, that line stayed on the screen. I never moved it. In fact, all I did is go in text and draw a lowercase L in Robot Thin and stretch it out across the screen and just left it there. So it never moved. Right when he opened the door, that line was still right over the horizon. It was a good, clear horizon, and it was right there. And he's trying to say, well, look, it's 6 degrees because if you look at the angle of the camera and all that, horse shit, it was fucking right there where it was on the ground.
Is he a Glober?
Yeah, he's a renowned Glober.
So if he's holding that globe position, you should tell him that he has to provide some evidence of water bending, of an atmos with next to a vacuum without a container. There's several things they make the positive claim, and they don't provide none of it.
He's a
And
pretty
they
cool
get away
guy,
with
man.
it.
Look, if we poke him enough, he might join, man. Because I know Blue. Like I've talked to him like for hours and hours, over the years on different channels. He's cool enough where he might just join if we keep poking him enough, man.
Well, he will join once he
listening.
stops believing in pseudoscience. That's what I would say. Until he comes into what is reality, not on a TV screen or what some quote unquote authority position or group says.
He'll come out and he'll say, Brian, it's a spear, God damn it. I told you that I've measured it, and if it is flat, then it's got to be big and roundy at the bottom, God damn it. It's a spear.
Yeah, that ain't evidence.
Put on your oven mitts. Put on your oven mitts. Let's light this dumpster fire.
Yeah, get this fucker in here.
I've done the Cavendish, Brian, and if it is flat, then it's got to be big and roundy at the bottom, God damn it. It's a sphere, God damn it. I'm telling you.
No, it's an oblate spheroid that looks like a pear. It's a new updated version from the priest DeGrasse Tyson.
No, that's actually very old. That was done. That was known in the late 40s, man.
Oh really? Well, I don't want to see that when
Yeah.
I on my iPhone with that wallpaper,
It-
that classic
If you look
globe.
at
That's a
Robert,
picture of outer space, right?
Robert, what's his name there? The
Simmons?
Plantis Veritas or whatever. Robert.
Fasano.
Yeah, there you go. He has a video where he showed the pair thing was predicted in the 1940s.
There's a video of in the 1940s of NASA showing a video of a pair.
Yeah, I showed that. Hold on, stop
it
the
was
press.
written it was written in a book.
No, it wasn't written in a book. No,
book.
bullshit. Hold on. I showed a fucking NASA animation that I dug up. No, it wasn't NASA. It was the fucking Navy, the literal Navy. Fucking, I found from the DoD them saying that it was pear shaped, and then I got a animation from the Navy, dude. Upon a lot of research, they all said it was pear shaped. They literally showed it as a fucking pear. I got a 2-minute video of 3 of them. Well, Neil deGrasse, and then two of the military branches showing it as a pear, saying it was pear shaped, in a 2-minute short. I'll post it real quick in live chat for anybody who wants to see it. Now I showed that.
Let me see this shit. I'm really interested in seeing this. You know what we need to do?
Yeah, I just posted it in live text, man. It's like I think it's a short. Is it like 1 minute? Probably a minute and a half. But all the military and the astrophysicists all claiming that the motherfucker's pear shaped. Them even showing a pear shaped Earth, literally.
Oh, a pear-shaped CGI model of what Earth is?
Well, they're all CGI, but that's what they showed. Man, I was gonna go watch Witz's discussion with Sin Genis, but I will surely be back, guys. I will surely be back as soon as that video is over.
See you, Brian. So, Blue, since you're still listening and won't come on, I can still ask you the question. With the new resolution that we're seeing here in this ISS shot, bring it up again, it was exciting for me to notice that with the known size and known altitude, that these panels, of which we see 8 here, are going to be about a known length of probably around 70 feet. And I know that the large telescopes in the sky pointed downward, and the Hubble are all in this 40 to 60 foot range. So now that I see better resolution, not just lights in the sky, I would expect not only to have these low Earth orbit objects sometimes pass in front of the moon, but that every orbiting object is well within range of coming between us and the moon. And that with all the debris and everything up there and all the cameras, you guys can't show us Hubble from any angle for any reason. Any of the K satellites, any of the spy satellites, any of the debris, any Black Knight. We all know the Black Knight's supposedly up there. So are you guys that useless that you can't just show us anything with your telescopes? And now that we know what to look for, we're looking for objects half the size of one of these panels, of which we see 8, and we're looking to see it against the moon because it's a nice, well lit background. And I don't know how many people are measuring the trajectories of these things, but certain people are, and other people could just get lucky, it seems, with that much shit between us and not deep space, like really close. If we're seeing this thing at 240,000 miles away and the satellites are only 22,000 miles away, we should see a lot more activity. And people should be able to identify satellites easily, it appears today. Maybe not yesterday. I'll give you that. Give you that, big guy. But it looks like today, the request for us to say, hey, show us Hubble, it's not that ridiculous. And when we ask for a platform on the moon to see the Earth, that's also not ridiculous, no matter what you say. And when you tell me there's plenty of satellites up there, that we don't need that, I'm asking you to show me the Earth with buildings sticking out in different directions from these very same satellites that we now know the size of, the altitude of, and the ability that we should be able to not necessarily track them, but certainly be involved in their past, like this one. So I just think that's a kind of valid point. As I just noticed that half the length of one of these things would be about the size of when they call a small bus satellite, and there's several of them up all the time, with the ULA launching for the NRO, primarily the K series satellites, which are just like Hubble, but turned inward. That's my dumpster fire for you, Blue. Let's see it. Let's see them. Pick an object. All of our satellite dishes locally pointed at stationary stuff. The lights in the sky thing, I get it. We say that. But you're saying that when that's all you see when you're showing me a pass. I'd like to see more definition, particularly on a stationary. By the way, this image that we're seeing on the screen was not a still frame. It was taken from a pass, and the pass across video was less than a second across the screen. It's weird to see all these colors on the moon because the Apollo missions don't show that. Maybe it's bleached out, washed out. Maybe not. Is everyone dead? Oh, it's the weekend. I forget. This happens on the weekend.
No, I'm wide awake. It's only morning here.
Hey, Terry, bring us some wisdom from down under.
I don't think I've got. I don't think I've got anything today. It's cold. The weather's cold. If that helps.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, I have Zanuck on the cusp of admitting this whole Coriolis thing I got going on here. We're right at the cusp.
You're having issues with Coriolis.
No, I'm not. Zanuck, but me and Zanuck are starting to come to an agreement, I think. I've never had an issue with Coriolis ever since I taught SC how it works back in the day on Brandon's.
Took me a year to teach him. A year of fighting. Zanuck was saying, hey, Jeremy, explain SC how Coriolis works. Remember that, bro?
I remember. And now look.
Now look, you've come a long way.
They call me the Coriolis kid.
The Coriolis master. Yeah. Now I gotta work with you on the drift. How the drift but we'll get to that on another day. How they say the Atmos spins with that part. A little more adjusting you need, that's it. But basically you got it down packed. So what happened with Zanuck? You got him to admit it because that sounds
Because I
almost
switched
undoable.
this scenario up. What I did was I switched this scenario up, and I used a ballistic because they can only go. I think we got it all worked out potentially.
Or a certain distance. He understood it like that because
Well,
it travels a certain.
if you have a ballistic, and you want to shoot from the North Pole to the South Pole, you have to shoot it in a straight line to where the target's going to be. So, and I put the scenario where if you have only enough fuel in the ballistic to get from the North Pole to the equator, and then you're completely out of fuel, then if you were to try to curve that path, if you were to try to take curve path, you wouldn't reach the equator because now it's a longer distance. So, and we on the ground, which is the longer one. So
You roboted a bit, but I got the gist. Yeah, I knew he would understand it that way. Yeah. Even though telling them it'll run out of gas somehow that doesn't register, but I guess they got it this way.
I mean, yeah, if you have only enough gas to make it to the equator, then yeah, you try to do a curved path, you're going to run out of gas before you could do it because the other one's a straight line, and now you're doing a curved line in the inertial frame. So
Yeah, the straight line path is always the shortest. Period. No way around that.
yeah. Well, in the inertial frame, though, if you do it on the non-inertial frame, it's not the shortest.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Well, don't forget you're flying, so you're not in the non-inertial frame.
Yeah, you're in the inertial one, but you can translate that line to the non-inertial frame, and if it's straight in the plane for you in the inertial frame, then it's going to be curved on the ground. The ground line doesn't even matter.
Doesn't count. Yeah. You're flying in a
It's just
straight
not
path.
real.
You're flying in a straight path. You're leading the target. That's the main thing.
Yeah.
So who's getting blue all
I'm about to
riled
call
up over here?
Delta. I don't know, guys. Take it easy on Blue, will ya? I know these are intense subjects, but we do got to try to calm it down a little bit. And I know that me saying that is like the pot calling the kettle black because I be getting all types of worked up. But let's all try our best.
Yeah, it's an emotional subject, to be sure. Oh. Who says you're never going to understand reference frames, huh? Now you're on the other side.
Yeah, you're wrong, Jeremy.
That means you're right.
What am I wrong about?
You don't understand Earth.
lot of double standards going on. Blue is just complaining about being ridiculed, and now he's ridiculing Jeremy. So
Yeah, exactly.
Inconsistent ethics going on here.
And that was right after I stuck up for him. Bad timing, Blue.
So if you were flying a rocket to the sun, how far would you have to go to leave Earth's gravity and then get sucked in by the sun's gravity?
I think that's the Lagrange point. I think that's called, where the Earth's gravity and the sun's gravity equals out.
Hold on, my AirPod died. What were you guys saying? I was wrong about something? Or are we at the Lagrange points? What were you guys saying about Lagrange points?
The question was asked, at what distance would you lose the Earth's gravitational pull for the sun's gravitational pull to take over?
So you could go as high as you want towards the sun and then just stop, and you should, by in theory, just go straight back down to Earth, because Earth's always got its pull until you get to the extent of its range. So there's no way, if you're going anywhere in space, that you should be able to escape.
That's a good point, because the sun is supposed to pull everything. Yeah, but yeah, they have their explanations. When you're closer to a certain body, then that body's gravity takes over, and so on and so forth. They have a sweet spot. Think of it as soup bowls, right? The sun has the big soup bowl, like in the trampoline, and all the other um, planets have their own little soup bowls, their own indentations. That's their story. But in this magic scenario, instead of everything falling in the middle, in the trampoline, all the balls eventually fall in the center. It takes a few turns and they fall in the center. But in this magical story, the balls just magically rotate around. Just enough, with just enough turn, just enough speed, magically. Keep doing this over and over. Yeah, they were talking about the Lagrange points. I think there's what, 5 of them? I think, Coffee? Yeah. These are the so-called magical points where gravity evens out. Yeah.
You're at like this intersection of gravity wells.
Yep. Right.
There's a gravity well from the sun, and there's a gravity well from the moon and Earth, and it all balances out. Or is the Lagrange points just the moon and Earth?
The Lagrange points are between any 2 orbiting bodies, if I remember correctly. And I think there's 5 of them.
Well, I think there's 4.
Yeah, don't quote me on the number. It's been a while.
No, it's already written down. I already wrote it down.
one strike. But think of them as. Go on, bro.
I have a Dremel out. I'm engraving it in rock right now. SE said 5 Lagrange points.
Yeah. Yeah, 5 or 4, whatever, mythical spots where gravity ceases to exist. It's crazy.
Yeah, the James Webb's stuck in one of them, L2.
How many are there? Does it say?
Yeah, 5 I've found.
5. Take your Dremel and break it there, Jeremy. I'm taking mine out now. See, I remember their fantasies. Sometimes. That's where they say, by the way, that the James Webb telescope is orbiting right now, 1 million miles away. And I had my pinky in my mouth while I was saying that. 1 million miles away. You know, like mini me. 1 billion.
No, you gotta say billion with more ease, like billion.
Why do you think people fall for this? Like, seriously, without joking now, no putting anybody down or why? Why can you not look at this? Like Terry, why can you not look at what you posted and say, well, what the hell, bro? Seriously? What do you say, Terry?
About what?
About the Lagrange points?
What's wrong with them?
To me, they look like magical, mythical, like instant. What the heck? Is it just me, or is it a believable thing? Like,
Well, from my understanding, it's to do with gravity. So, in space, with the mass of an object, depending on its size, where it is.
no, I understand that, but you think like two objects could achieve an orbit and keep this orbit like forever, like, and have these certain points that are always aligned and always at a 0 point, and there's 5 of them. Doesn't that sound like too, I don't know, too orchestrated, too fanciful? To me, anyways.
They weren't always like that. The planets were moving around in space, and they equaled out. Some went off.
Yeah.
Some planets, all the planets that we've got so far, they've just evened out. They've all cleared their orbits of debris, or most of them have, from what I've gathered.
Yo,
Yeah,
I don't
from
want
what
to
they
derail
told
this,
us.
but Essie, remind me later. I got some dope ass 137 number thing to tell you. But go ahead.
Oh, here we go. Go
What
on,
do you got?
Terry.
100?
No, carry on with this. I don't want to derail.
No, we're not. We're just babbling.
I'm kidding, Jeremy. What do you got?
Remember how that was a big number in physics and shit, and we were on about that for a couple days?
Yeah.
Guess how many sarcophagi will fit inside the king's chamber at the Great Pyramid?
137.
That's it. You're on it.
How about this one, Jeremy? Do you have a yardstick at your home? Do you have a
I have a
ruler?
yardstick right here. I got a yardstick
Okay.
right here. What's up? I'm in the school.
Cool. So if you got the sun and you got the earth, you put the earth on one end and the sun on the other end. How big would the speck of the earth need to be, and how big would the speck of the sun need to be if they're on each end of that yardstick? And would you actually be able to see them? How are they going to be big enough to actually see, or not?
What are you trying to do?
So if you have a yardstick and you put the sun on one end and the earth on the other end of the yardstick, how big of a speck would each of those planets, or the sun and the earth, be? What size would they be? Would they be the size of a pinhead on that yardstick, or smaller?
I don't know. Just give me a spoiler.
Well, I could probably do some of the math.
Yeah, that'd be good to know. Is that armor?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
in the
tell us how
small-
big the sun's going to be on that yardstick, and how big is the earth going to be? Let's see. Is
So-
it going to be measured in atoms, or what?
Okay, no, that's too small.
No.
But the yardstick,
Microscopic, definitely.
it might be getting close. Maybe, I don't know. But so a yardstick's 3 feet, right? That's 3 feet. So, that would be if we assume the yardstick is the distance between the Earth and the Sun, right? That's what you were saying. The yardstick in this is the distance between the Earth and the Sun. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so that means okay, and we know okay, so it's 93 million miles, right? The sun's diameter is I'm gonna round it to roughly 900,000 miles for the sake of this. So that's around 100 times smaller than the yardstick or the distance between the Earth and the sun. So that means let me see, 3 feet, 12, 24, 36. That's 36 inches. That means the sun would be 0.36 of an inch. All right. And that means the Earth would be 100 times smaller than that. So we're talking about like a third of an inch, and then 100th of a third of an inch.
So smaller than a marble.
Yep,
Okay.
that's pretty small. And
I'm
then
trying to convert your outdated imperial into metric.
well, then why did you give us a yardstick then? You could have said like a.
I didn't say yardstick. That's about a meter, I think, isn't it?
It's
Yardstick.
close, right? It's I think it's pretty close. Let me double check though.
I was thinking smaller than a grain of sand for the Earth. It would have to be a lot smaller than a grain of sand.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty tiny.
Yeah, and the sun had half the size of a marble.
Maybe. Let me see. Marble diameter. Marble is roughly about half an inch. It's saying here, 13 millimeters, half an inch. So it's a little bit smaller than a marble, yeah, because it would be roughly around 1/3 an inch, while marble is half an inch.
And the speck of the Earth. I'm trying to think of something. It's so that small.
I was thinking an amoeba to a marble
I don't know about that now.
under a microscope.
But let me get out my ruler real fast. I want to see this myself. Let me see. We got an inch. We got a third of that, which is roughly on there. Yeah. That's you're dealing with something really small for the Earth. Yeah, maybe like a I don't know. Maybe well, you know what? I got an idea. Let me look up. I'll just let me just real fast get a number for that first, and then I'll see what look up online on Google and see what I get. Calculator.
Are you sure your math is not broken?
That's not me. I'm pretty sure my math is right because what 93 million. That'd be
I'm
100.
messing with you.
So it would be let's take 1 inch. What would we do? 0.36. And then divide that by 100. So we just do inches. So I'm gonna convert inches to like millimeters or something or whatever because that's probably a better thing to look up millimeters. So we do inches to.
Blue could figure this out in like 2 minutes. Blue is a math whiz.
Yeah, but
So
doesn't math come under the category of being indoctrinated, as a lot of things have been said?
No, it's how you use
in
the math.
learning.
It's how you use it when you put like XYZ
Oh,
and you put a T, the fourth dimension. That's when you make it go into La La Land. But math is math.
Okay, so
And that's one thing Blue is good at.
Whatever the answer is, I hope the audience is paying really close attention because, if anybody thinks that there's going to be some relationship between these two things at the end of the yard pole at the sizes that they're going to come out, I mean, you have to really think twice, eh?
I've already thought of it. And let's see how it is. Because when I see the way they do it, when they show it when they show it in a city size wise, you've seen those things. I'm curious to hear the correct answer.
hmm.
Oh, there it is. Blue's got the number already. Told you, Arma.
Well, I mean, I already gave that already. I mean, I was just saying, like, yeah. Let's see, so 0.03. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's what I said. I said it's a hundredth of the sun or whatever. The sun was roughly around a third of an inch, so I said a hundredth of that. It's that number. But I'm looking right now. I'm looking for something that actually is that size, so I can give like something to work with here.
Okay, so you're looking for something that we can visualize, like a
Yeah.
seed or a grain or a speck of something. Yeah.
Yep.
Like an ant's eyeball.
Mm-hmm. Let me see.
An ant's toenail.
An ant's whisker.
Let's see. Microns. Let me see. Okay, so a micron is roughly 1,000th of a meter, so a millimeter. So then, I guess if I have 100 microns, that would be.
Terry's my guy. Terry, my boy. Love you, man.
I guess the closest I can think of, closest I can find right now is fine beach sand, because that's roughly 90 microns. I'm looking for something that's 100 microns, because roughly, a hundredth of a third of an inch is roughly around a tenth of a millimeter, which is 100 microns. So I think the closest I can find right now is, fine beach sand. It's like very fine beach sand.
I thought beach sand was too big.
And what was the sun? What was like quarter of an inch? Was it?
A third of an
Third
inch.
of an inch. So you just get that yardstick. You put a third of an inch object on one end, and you put a grain of sand on the other end, and you can just imagine if there could be any relationship between these two things in any possible way whatsoever.
Human hair, I think, also comes pretty close to human hair is also a good one too. The thickness of a human hair, that comes kind of close. But yeah, that is pretty crazy though. I will give you that. It's pretty fucking insane. Look at that. Wow. Pollen is 100 microns thick. Wow.
So what kind of a mathematician are you? How long is it going to take you to figure out?
I already gave you the number already. I already said it would be 1/3 inch for one thing, and then the other thing would be roughly around like the thickness of like a human hair, fine beach sand, stuff like that.
All right, let's hear the answer now, the correct answer.
That is the correct answer.
No, from the person that brought it up.
No, he didn't have an answer. He was just giving an example, like, okay, how big would those things be, or whatever. I don't think he actually knew the answer. He was just,
Oh, okay. I was under the impression that he had the correct answer.
No, I think he wanted to understand how could the gravitational field affect small object in space at those distances. I think that's where he was going.
Okay.
What up, y'all?
Yo.
Sorry, I don't speak Southern.
Oh, well, I'm not Southern, so
Okay.
just Mecca lecca hi, Mecca honey ho. Is that better? That's my usual greeting.
If you said "G'day, mate," then I'd understand what you said.
G'day, mate.
There you go. You having fun playing with your numbers?
I love Australia. Too bad the Earth is flat.
Thickness of typical copy paper is coming pretty close too, I think. Yeah, we're dealing with some crazy small shit. Wavelength.
Do you need tweezers?
What is this? Meters.
What's up, gentlemen? Ladies?
Diameter of a human ovum. Yep.
Hmm.
A human what?
Ovum. Isn't that
An
the
egg.
yeah.
It's the female part of the egg.
Is that microscopic?
No.
Length of dust mite. Yeah, this is very tiny. And like I mentioned before,
freaking small.
yeah, there's also diameter of the average human hair. It comes pretty close. It's 80 microns, which is very close to 0.1 millimeters, which is close to 0.003, inches or whatever the fuck. It's all within that ballpark, So yeah,
I think he should have said something a bit bigger than a meter stick.
It's actually visible by the human eye, so it's technically not microscopic.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, something bigger than a yardstick or a meter stick would be probably nice.
What?
Would be nice to make the things a little bit bigger so we could see them. Like we could probably maybe even do like a room or something, like a room that's 10 feet, long or some shit, and then from there put a thing on one side and then a thing on the other side. I wonder how big the Earth would be at that point.
I don't know about you, but like a yardstick would make mine look really small.
Let me see.
Maybe I misunderstood.
No, we converted it to a meter, Damon.
A meter.
What, like
Yeah.
0.003 meters?
No, the length of the sun to the Earth, which converted that to a meter length. Distance.
The sun.
Oh, somebody brought up, what if the sun and the Earth were a meter apart? How big would the sun and the Earth be in
Oh my God.
in that scale?
That wouldn't work.
And the part two of the question was how would how the gravity or the gravitational effects something that small from something that at that distance.
Yeah, I mean that wouldn't work. That's just impossible.
Well, I guess due to the part two of the question, like the small thing, and then the gravity, it's all based on, like, from my understanding, like distance. Like obviously, the greater the distance, the weaker the force is. But nonetheless, though, the force, the attraction, or whatever, is still there. It's just weaker. So I imagine so long as the Earth is moving slow enough, it's not going to just fly out of the orbit. Like if it's at the right speed, then the attraction of the sun is going to pull it back in, and then you're going to get an orbit.
Yeah, just use your imagination and find the sweet spot. Yeah, and it'll all work out.
It's just math. It's just math, right?
Just math. That's it. That's it. Just math.
Here's another math denier again. Essie, are you a math denier?
Absolutely not. Math is terrific.
Or do you think that's not a real thing?
Yeah, okay, dude.
What's that?
If you want to believe balls circle each other perfectly out there, and you want to use math as the explanation, you go ahead and believe that.
Circle and perfectly, please, because I don't get it. Not what I.
Oh, you get it. It's math. You said it's math, right?
But it's not what I would believe, right? Like the ball. There's not balls circling perfectly, or whatever you said. If that's what you think the universe is, or the solar system, whatever you're.
Oh, that's what you think. You think things circle
around.
around.
Don't stop telling me what I think. I'll tell you what I think. And that's
okay, what do you think? Tell me.
Well, I don't believe that balls circle perfectly. I don't
They're
believe any of
oval
those
shaped.
words.
They're elliptical.
No,
They
I
circle elliptically, the
I
balls.
think they follow the laws of physics, and there's orbits, and that's what there is. And you can figure that out, but it's much more complicated than just 2 + 2 = 4.
Right.
It's not.
Gotcha.
You could track their motion predictably for thousands of years. You can predict where they're going to
No.
be.
No,
Yes,
you
you
can't.
can. Yes, you can. You could. The ancients have predicted eclipses. It works
No,
just
they
like a
haven't.
clock. It never goes out of sync. What do you mean they
No,
haven't?
they haven't. They have not. That's a lie. You know it.
They know exactly when they're coming. Well, do a little bit of digging. You'll find out.
Oh yeah, because I obviously don't know anything about it.
It sounds like you don't. It sounds like you're
You're
assuming
right.
you know, but
Wow.
you haven't dug
I'm
into it.
stupid. I've never heard or read or been doing this for fucking 10 years. Yeah, I know.
You
I
can
never heard or read
insinuate
or
what you
nothing.
want, but
Well, don't be so presumptive as to just think that I'm ignorant, right?
I didn't see that by
I
your
didn't presume you were ignorant, even though you probably are.
I'm letting your statement speak for itself. So that's
No, you're
what's
not. You're
my opinion.
injecting your own opinion
Because you
into my
said they don't
statement.
predict it.
Because
Okay,
you're
you made the statement the ancients did not predict the motion of the luminaries, and they have.
They didn't predict them to the
Dude, the
accuracy.
fucking pyramids are lined up with Orion's belt. So get the fuck out.
No, they're not.
They're not. Okay.
No, they're 5 degrees off now. Actually, they're more than that now. So whatever.
Well, hold on. How does the pyramids, whatever, lining up with it, predict anything? I mean,
They
I guess
haven't moved. They haven't moved since then. They're still in
have.
alignment.
No, they're not. They're 5 degrees off where they were when they made them.
I agree. The
'Cause
pyramids haven't moved since they were there. Yeah.
neither have the luminaries. The
Actually,
luminaries
they
rotate.
have.
They don't move relative
Those are
to each
plate
other. They're still the
tectonics.
same. They're the same relative position.
Oh.
They've been.
That's a good point.
You can still identify them.
Whoopee.
So what does that mean? That they're moving randomly, or are they moving predictably and they're holding their relative shape, their relative position to each other?
Where do you want to where do you want to start? Because you're starting way out. Like basically what you're telling me is that you don't understand.
The ancients have predicted it. That's I made. You said they didn't, and I said they did.
Predicted what?
And it sounds
What did they
like you don't
predict?
know.
What are you saying they predicted?
They can predict accurately where the luminaries will be. They predict eclipses. They predict all these things. They knew exactly where the sky clock would be at a future date.
Okay, well, certain bodies in the sky you can predict within a reasonable accurateness out to about 100 years, and after that, yeah, I mean, it gets worse and worse as the years go on.
Is
You
it?
don't have all the predictive nature becomes worse and worse as time goes on because you're not the bodies don't go just by time, right? There's other forces.
So isn't the hold on real quick, man. Isn't the Antikythera mechanism a predictive thing?
I don't even know what that is, Jeremy. I'm sorry. Can you please enlighten me?
I don't know. What were you guys arguing about? The ancients couldn't predict where the stars were going to be?
He said they couldn't, and I said they've always predicted the movement, and they predicted eclipses ahead of time. They had this stuff all figured out.
Well, look, okay, so you can predict that the sun's going to be up tomorrow, right? And you can generally give an average time of what a day is through the year, right? But so then by then you can sort of tell what like a year is, and you know those aren't accurate.
My point being, the luminaries in the sky,
be careful, this floor is wet.
Because it changes.
They move at the same speed they've always moved.
Okay.
Because there was a mathematician, a Russian
if you're saying that I
mathematician.
can look at something in the sky and then the next year look at it in the sky in the same place again, relatively
You could
speaking.
tell what
and then
month
the next
it is.
year I can see it again, and then you can go, well, I predict that the next year at this time interval, right, it should be here again.
You can predict what month it
Is
is.
that what you're saying?
All you have to do is look at the position of the luminaries, and the ancients did this.
Good. Okay, they did that.
And
Yep,
there was
you're
a
right.
Russian mathematician. He worked
did that
things
with many
backwards.
different calendars. Some were more accurate than others. Big
But
deal.
I'm talking about the luminaries specifically, not the calendars. The position of the
Well,
luminaries.
in
I mean, the fact
6,000
the
years,
fact you're
predicted
arguing this,
where Pluto is in relation to Jupiter.
the fact you're arguing this and never heard of
Give
the
me the
anti-Cythera
coordinates.
mechanism.
Give me the coordinates of Jupiter in relation to
I've heard of
Pluto
it.
in 6,000 years, using
It's
only what the
basically
ancients
ancient.
knew.
It's an ancient computer that was made out of brass, and
Then
it was
do
like
it.
an astrolabe, but it had more moving parts. So they made a machine that would predict the
That's
position of the luminaries at a future date, and it fucking works. It
no,
mathematically works today.
it
So
doesn't.
whenever it was made, who knows when it was made?
It doesn't work.
Okay, it doesn't work.
Answer my question.
Damon, you
Can
never heard of
predict-
the anti-Cythera mechanism?
Can
Seriously?
you predict where Jupiter's going to be in relationship to Pluto in 6,000 years using ancient?
Here we go. Let me just read this real quick. Antikythera is an ancient Greek hand-powered orrery described as the oldest known example of an analog computer used to predict astronomical positions and eclipses decades in advance.
Yeah, decades in advance.
Did you hear
Okay,
that, Damon?
let's change one variable. If the Earth is moving, you ain't going to predict shit, right?
This is from the
All
second
this stuff-
century BC.
Oh my God.
It only works because we have one stationary thing, is the Earth. It's like the face of the watch
you
or the face of the
understand-
clock.
I mean, how far back do you want to go? I mean, because if you understand the basic laws of physics, right? Like you can predict all of these things. You don't need no ancient computer or any of that
Not
stuff. You just need a
Everything's
few
moving
equations.
in different directions. You can't. No,
And now,
you can't.
if you want to have something more of like a three-body problem, something like that, then you want to get accurate with it out a long time, then you're going to need a supercomputer.
Can you predict where the lotto balls are going to be? Those ping pong balls with the number at any given time, second by second, when they're blowing around in this tumbler like a popcorn machine? No, you can't.
No.
It would be a million
laws-
times more random with the motions, all these different various motions of
Well,
the
you
Earth
could-
as it's twisting and
You could
corkscrewing.
technically predict that if you had a fast enough computer, right? That could.
It's all
predict-
random movements, so they're being
could show
bounced
the
off each other,
predictions.
reflecting.
Yeah, but the further out it would get, right, the less and less accurate it would be. So
My
like,
point
you
being,
could
it would be
technically have a
impossible
computer
to predict.
powerful enough and fast enough that if it saw, say, a few seconds of the balls moving around, that it could show you out about an hour of what those balls are going to look like in an hour.
With
And
the
after
amount
that,
of
it would get
motions,
less and less predictive.
with the amount of different motions in different directions, it would be impossible to predict
No,
this stuff,
it wouldn't.
especially
It can't
decades
be.
in advance.
It's not impossible because the laws of physics hold. They're very easily known, and we have the equations for them. So if you have something that can predict the motions, obviously there's a lot of things going on with the ball, so you need something to keep track of that, because it's a lot of numbers flying around instantaneously.
It's not as complicated because there's only one thing moving. There's only one part of the equation that's moving. It's the luminaries.
Ping pong balls.
The rest of the system isn't moving. It's a fixed. It's a fixed
Everything's
position.
moving, but it depends relatively what you're talking about. So if you use the Earth as the base, right, then it's obviously rotating and then revolving around the sun, and there's things revolving around like the moon is revolving around the Earth. So there's so many different movements all happening at once.
They're all circling at the same rate. They're not moving apart. You don't see like the Big Dipper getting any bigger. It's staying in the same location. Same
Well, I
with
mean, there
every
is
constellation.
some difference, right? But it would take, for us as humans to see it, right? It would take at least in the hundreds of thousands of years, right, before we would really know the difference with our.
No,
with
it's
our
moving
eyes.
at 500,000 miles per hour. So why would it take so
It's
long?
all moving together. It's all
It's
moving
all
together.
moving synchronized, right? They are moving
Well,
in synchronization, but they're not moving apart from
no,
the Big Bang. Everything. If there was a
they're
Big
not all
Bang,
synchronous.
all these constellations would be unrecognizable. They'd spread apart.
They are some
Thought
of
that
them.
astrology was able to predict where all the luminaries were going to be. Do they use any like gravitational
I think so.
fucking equations to work that out?
You guys like think it's such a
Orbital.
kindergarten level. Come on, expand your
Do they
minds a
use
little.
orbital mechanics in astrology?
In astrology?
Yeah, like seriously, astrology can predict where the planets are going to be in the future. And does that
You
use
mean what,
orbital
astronomy?
mechanics? Astrology.
Astrology?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, astrology is like using the constellations and certain planetary bodies to like say it affects your life in some sort of like
No, it can actually show
weird
where they're
way.
going to be conjunct and where they're going to be lined up and
Yeah,
everything into the
yeah, they had
future.
to change some of that sometimes because some of those things aren't where they were.
Isn't that science has to change these things with what do you call it? Astronomy as
No,
well.
we don't have to change anything, right? Like we just observe what is there, and then we can predict using mathematics and the
Yeah,
observations.
but the thing with astrology can predict as well. It doesn't need to use any of
No,
that gobbledygook.
astrology doesn't predict shit.
Oh, are
It
you
just
sure
takes
about that?
notice of observations. That's it. It doesn't predict anything.
It can. It can predict an eclipse.
Okay. What?
Astrology
How?
can predict
How does
eclipses.
astrology predict eclipse?
A lot easier than having to work it out with gravity and fucking
No, I
orbital
asked you a
mechanics.
question. How? And a lot easier isn't an answer to my question.
You ask an astrology expert because I'm not one, but I know that they can predict it.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm not going to change your mind, so I don't know what the use of having this conversation is.
Are
There
you
are a
kidding
few
me, bro?
people here.
Astrology follows all this stuff. If Geo's around, he'll mess you up on this, bro. That's what they do.
Exactly.
They
Don't mess
follow the
me up.
planets, and
You
yeah.
know, you could say anything you want to me, and you can make your little videos or whatever sound clips saying that you smacked my ass down, and you know what?
No,
It
no,
doesn't
no, no.
matter.
It's not
It
about
won't
that.
make any difference to me because you're a fucking moron, and I'm not.
Wow, that's amazing. That's a pretty
Yeah,
good statement
amazing,
there.
right?
Why are you so triggered? And why are you throwing insults like that around? I mean, that's uncalled for. Wow.
Yeah, when there was no way to sort of come back at the astrology position, and he knows nothing about astrology either. So, I mean, he was the one asking questions because he doesn't know about astrology because he
Yeah.
hasn't looked into it.
And we have an expert in astrology. That's the killer of it. And I'm sure he's heard him talk about it before. Like, I don't understand these people.
It's called tunnel vision.
Yeah. There you go. Blue has it. whether you believe in the predictions or if they can influence events or not, that's another story. But the fact that they track these bodies is the whole thing, right? I mean, how can you dispute that? Well, Blue, I may or may not believe in that statement that it's pseudoscience, but like I said, that wasn't the issue. The issue was, do they track these things? And the answer is yes. The alignment, conjunctions, you hear them say this, that, and the other thing. Venus is aligned with this guy, and that one is aligned with this one. So that, I mean, come on. Now, whether you think that they may or may not have predictive qualities or not, well, that's another story.
Yeah, see, you should you should check out that interview Wits is doing with Sinjanis when you get a chance.
That guy's a kook, bro.
What you talking
That guy
about?
believes in a globe.
Oh man, you got problems, bro.
Doesn't he? Isn't that the guy that makes fun of
He's a
a flat
geocentrist.
earther?
He's a geocentrist.
So why you say I got problems? Doesn't he make fun of flat earthers?
You said that guy's a kook. All right.
Okay, maybe he's not a kook, but does he make fun of flat earthers? Did I get that wrong?
I'm just telling you, you might want to watch it. Do you think I tell you if you? Do you think? I'm just recommending it. You can say no. It's fine. I don't think it's a kook.
Okay,
No.
thanks, bro. Okay,
All right.
I'll take your.
He's pretty important for the geocentric, like basically being able to like kind of. A lot of the research that he put together. It seems like it was not that easy to find. I guess I don't know, man. It seems like he's been digging around for quite a bit of time to just support his own ideas. I don't think he. Yeah,
No, I heard his stuff. I heard his stuff, bro, but I was put off by the
yeah.
the
Well, if
fact
you
that
want
he
to
was
learn the
making
history, I'm just
fun.
saying for the history, like going back to Aristotle, it's pretty interesting to hear his perspective. All, you know, how we got to
I'll
here.
check it out, bro, on your recommendation. I'll do that.
It's all good. I'm not. My feelings are not hurt. I'm not in love with Robertson Jones, but I just think it's a good. It's a good interview.
Cool. Turtle, your mic is open. Turtle.
Yo, who's
Golden boy.
listening to
Don't call him Yellow
gangster
Man.
Turtle
French?
plane.
Call him Golden Boy.
Just mute him. Just mute him.
Why do you do this, Turtle?
I don't know who it is. Mute him.
It's Turtle. He always does this.
What?
You play music.
I got it.
Yeah, no, send him. I meant to say send him to the hot mic room. My bad.
No, I just muted him. I didn't boot him.
I booted him to the hot mic room. Instead of muting him, then we gotta unmute him. When do you unmute him? You know.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
he's back
I'm
now.
drunk.
Oh,
Yo, did you say you're drunk?
Hell yeah. Gotta need some more shots of tequila. Do you guys like Blue Lagoon?
Like what?
A Blue Lagoon.
The movie?
Nah, it's a drink, man.
I prefer the movie.
It includes pina colada. Do you like pina coladas?
Bro, if you can't hold it together, I'm gonna time you out for like 12 hours, just so you know.
Well, so you know, I don't hear anything that's being said, so I'm just gonna fill up the emptiness.
I'm just letting you know. You've been fair warning. Fair warning.
Well, why do you have to be such a hater,
What do
Jeremy?
we got? I'm not a hater, bro. I'm a lover.
Are you
Okay?
from the flat earth?
Ask your mom. What's up?
Well, I think she's too old for you, man. Unless you are into necrophilia.
All right, okay. Never mind. That was
I guess
that was a mistake, obviously. I'm sorry. Okay,
you
sorry.
don't have to be sorry, cause she's still alive. Barely.
I know, but I don't. Okay. Snack. We got anything? What do we got? Snacks. What are you saying about Syngenis?
No, I just said it was a good. I only watched like, well, where it's up till now. I think about. Yeah, no, he goes through like Copernicus. Says Copernicus. So Witsit will tell you all this shit. I know he will.
Witsit?
Yeah, he's on Witsit's channel right now.
Yeah, but okay.
You heard me.
Are you a bitch Witsit, or can you talk your own story? Like,
All right, listen, it's about to get real here. All right, I'm gonna make some coffee and I'm gonna get a cigarette.
Phew.
Well, look, the principle is a great thing. So, highly recommended. The documentary, The Principle, that is like to be. It's it's a masterpiece. Actually, has all the scientists talking. So kudos for that. Big shout out for that.
Hey, Jeremy, are you still there?
I'm still here. What's up?
I didn't start the fire. Fire started
Okay.
itself, you know.
Settle down. I know. You don't even know the words. Just relax.
Making parody, man.
Oh, you like parodies? I got a parody for you.
Better be good, man.
Oh, it's good. It's a parody of Nut. How good was that? Good. On a scale of 1 to 10, how good was it? It's
Where?
one of my best bars right there.
Where?
What's up?
Livestream one, guess. No. I don't know what you're talking about, man. Jeremy. What are you on about?
Did you hear me? Am I roboting?
You're lagging out a little, but I can understand. I'm gonna check Livestream too. Nope. Nothing in Livestream too. I just tagged you. Can you post it there? Livestream what?
I wonder if he's a Jesuit, Mr. Sungenis. I think
No,
he is. I know he's a Catholic. He's affiliated with the Catholics, and so are the Jesuits. But
I'm a Shriner.
a Shriner. Yeah, I mean, a lot of them, they wear a lot of
He's a
different hats.
Catholic apologist.
They also
He's a
call me a
Catholic
mess.
apologist. What does that even mean? Apologist for what?
Well, you can also call me a master mason. You know, like the title is irrelevant.
They must have done something wrong to apologize.
Yeah, that's what bitches do. You know.
It's like he combined the word Genesis and Sun together. It's like this mixture of the two. These people like to put shit in our face. Like a lot of these names that they give their characters, they give them these names that are like right in your face. I guarantee that's not his real name. Like it's like a pseudonym.
Damn right. I'm only a Glober on the weekends though. So
What are you tonight?
it's the weekend yet.
A what?
Fucking tough crowd, man. Tough crowd.
It depends on what time. Depends on what time zone you're in. Have you heard the new time zone argument? Shit is dope,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah. Yeah, if that's real, yeah, we got 30 time zones or something.
I've
The
been
way
into
they're laid
time zones before you were there, man.
out. No, you've been
What's
in the
the matter?
Twilight Zone thinking Earth is a ball.
That's
There's
right.
That's
different
the zone
amounts.
you've been in.
The time zone south of the equator is 32, and then north there's only 19. So we have a discrepancy.
You know, we didn't start the fire. It was always there.
Shut the fuck up.
What are you gonna say?
It would make sense they would do that to shave a little bit off the north and add some to the south because they get so much smaller to the north and so much bigger further south you go.
Yeah, we got like 19 time zones in the northern hemisphere, and we got like 30 in the southern hemisphere. So what? So what,
There's
man?
32, but who's counting?
Exactly, who's counting, man? Heliocentric model all the way, man.
Even like Australia has a half time zone.
No, they got 3 time zones.
There's a half time zone on the bottom center.
No, that's just something they made up.
It's a half hour.
No, it's a lie. Guess you didn't look into it. Also, you had a opposition to it.
I just looked at the maps, but I see a half time zone. So
Well, that's what you think.
I didn't make the map. That's someone else made it.
It's probably a meme from someone.
Yeah. What kind of like effort do you think I want to pour into somebody that can barely like put sentences together right now?
What? Put together what?
I think I talked with this guy before. Are you Czech? Are you a Czech? from the Czech
No.
Republic?
That's
No.
not
No.
Not him.
China.
It's not me.
Snacks. Just be
He
lucky
had a similar.
that this ain't the guy that's better than you.
Oh, all right.
Damn right. Damn right.
He had a similar accent.
Yeah.
And that guy was better than me, smarter than me.
Yeah, I'm sure I'm smarter.
He was funnier.
Nah, I doubt that. Doubt that.
He was actually more reasonable. Yeah, he was more well spoken.
All right. It's getting on the edge right now.
He said it don't matter what it is.
The first thing I said to him, I was like, hey, he just like non sequitur replied, "I'm smarter than you." Because
It's
that guy
quite
was ridiculous.
relative, you know.
Probably your brother.
Yeah, that was like his opener. His opener was just like, "I'm better than you."
Nah,
Keep that shoots and ladders, Candyland,
my opening would
ping
be I fucked your
pong,
mom.
Super Mario Kart. Drunk guy, relax, man. I'm gonna have to put you in timeout.
Oh.
Anyway, he basically, I thought it was cool. St. Genis was explaining how Copernicus basically only did his shit on paper, was like pushed to like release his stuff, and it's just like there's a. He said most of the math doesn't really like hold. It's like it's basically all like epicycles. And
epicycles.
Yeah, you don't know what that is.
That guy, I think he debated Rob Skiba, St. Genis.
Yeah, Robbie, man. Fucking
Could
Robbie.
have been.
Or at least Rob
All right, this has
challenged
gotta
him to a
end.
debate.
No.
It's been fun, nice knowing you, Turtle. Anyway, and apparently all that comes from Aristarchus of Samos, who was a geocentrist also.
He was a Jew?
All right, go bye-bye. You go bye-bye now.
I don't think you got any mod power.
I have no mod powers, but I'm the great and powerful snack, and my will is expressed through the ether.
The trolls are safe here. No trolls get swatted.
Snacks, you got any 2600s, 180s, 137s, 273s, anything? You got anything?
I got no 137s, man. That's an interesting one.
That could be a
137,
coincidence. I don't know. That's a pretty big coincidence if it just happens to be that that's the case. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't have that number as a Fibonacci, but man, is it a Fibonacci number? I'll go check.
You know what trades?
But we
with
gotta find it
Fibonacci?
in the other structures.
The Bitcoin, you can almost track Bitcoin perfectly to Fibonacci sequences. Like these people, I think the traders are like very superstitious. There's all these trends that you can track, and you'd be surprised that when you do like Fibonacci retracements, you overlay it, you can get like 90% accuracy. They're always hitting like
Yeah,
stopping
you can
that
put the Fibonacci
Fibonacci's.
lines right on the chart. You can
I
put the
do that all
lines
the
right on
time,
the
yeah.
chart when you spread
And
it
you can
out.
it always
Yeah.
stops on those levels. It hits those levels. You get reversals. You get stoppages all the time.
They'll either be support or resistance lines, one of those lines, yeah. And then if it blows through them, people buy it a lot. As soon as that happens,
Well,
it
it
was a
jumps to
fake
the
out, and then
next.
it goes back down. They're playing games
It
with it.
jumps to the next level. Yeah, but the predictability to that, it's like, okay, where should I cash in or where should I buy at the next Fibonacci level? I don't know if it's superstition or whatever, but they seem to follow that, the whales.
Wouldn't the Fibonacci number be the most important number to life, to us?
The
You
sequence,
can't show
yeah,
me
the
a
sequence.
Fibonacci number in the lab.
I'll show you a shell. I'll show you.
Pour me a cup of Fibonacci.
The sequence of the numbers, it's repeatable through almost everything in nature, like pine cones,
Yeah,
flowers, like everything. You see it everywhere.
yeah. It's like the creator is used math. I think
That's
that's
his
about the
blueprint.
only thing that we can know about whatever the creator is. It's like it's everywhere.
They
Think
That's his
call
about
it
it.
the golden ratio. It's all
That,
it's
Yeah, pi, phi, but the golden ratio. I mean that's life. That's yeah,
Fibonacci. Yeah, he figured it out.
Fibonacci.
He's like, hey, he saw the pattern.
Yeah.
Well, he was taught the pattern in Egypt. So he went to their mystery schools or fucking colleges.
Is that the story behind it?
Yeah. Yeah, off the challenge to figure out like how many rabbits would repopulate in a year. And supposedly he goes to Egypt, learns this, brings it back.
We don't know if he's a real character. Like a lot of these characters
Don't.
in the history
Yeah.
are invented, so we don't.
Well, his name would not have been Fibonacci. His name would have been Leonardo da Pisa. That's his true name.
Well,
Why they
that
call
I
him
mean, as
Fibonacci,
far
I'm
as we
not
know,
sure.
but I question all these historical figures. Like every one of them, I'm like, which one of these guys is real and which one's been invented?
It's kind of like it's only really been it was popularized by the mathematician Lucas with the lid off, and Lucas. That's an old school reference. Hey, anyway, he developed the Lucas series after studying Leonardo da Pisa's work, and that's how we know about it now. Really, I don't think it was being used so much. But I don't like. So what do you? What do you think we use it for today? A lot. I'm not
Crypto trading.
crypto trading.
I mean, that's
It's built
if you
into
look
a
at the
lot of
pattern.
the.
What security or?
We use it in buildings.
Okay, yeah.
They use it all the time. So.
Same like artwork and stuff like that. If you want, that's what if someone sees something that follows the Fibonacci sequence, it's more appealing to the eye versus something that's out of spec.
Yeah. So I had a guy kind of explain how to. They do like a lot of framing with like rule of thirds, and a lot of artwork will follow that kind of rule. But there's a way to build it off with Fibonacci to make a visual line that your eyes just kind of follows. It's like really organic, you know. Yeah, I was like super interested in it because I thought it would be a way to kind of explore music and ratios and stuff like that. And it sort of is,
But
it's a little,
absolutely, it's in musical scales too.
yeah, like mainly like Bach used it, as far as I can tell, like, but just like for scale construction.
It works with everything, like the sound. It's like the sound, the numbers of the hertz are Fibonacci's. They land on those numbers mathematically, like the way how everything adds up. There's like synchronicity between
Hold
all
on.
of it.
What's the golden ratio? Because that's what we use in buildings and shit, I think, or the Freemasons did at least. What, is that related to the Fibonacci?
Yeah,
That is the Fibonacci, yeah. It's Fibonacci sequence,
that's
The
yeah.
golden ratio.
That's called
Yeah.
theta.
So
That's
yeah, it's in
1.5.
buildings. Snacks, link these megalithic structures, bro. I need you on this. That guy's not better than you, bro. Don't listen to him.
I'm working on it, man. I just my intuition is telling me that the presumptions that I might be going on, or I would start from, would be wrong, because I don't think that they were using math in the same way that we would be using math. So I do think that there's something to understanding how they did do it, but I think we're going to be off if we start using base 10 as a presumption that they use base 10 to do.
Well, would the Sumerians use 6 or 12 or something?
Well, they're supposed to, they like just arrived on the scene using
60?
base 60. Now, I'm not even sure if I agree with that. I mean, it's kind of base 60, but they didn't have 0, so they would just have like 59 digits, or it doesn't seem to work for me. So I would think something maybe like a base 7 might be better to try, which is really 8. It's like 0 through 7 gives you 8 operators.
Well, they probably weren't using 0. I think even our guys were like, "Yo, do we need 0? Is that a thing?" I know they debated over using negative numbers. I don't know about 0 though.
They didn't use 0, but they employed a space wherever there was a 0. Because since they didn't have a 0 in their thing, when they would have tried to do base 7, it would just, I think it would, yeah. That's what they say anyway. Man, I just need to make this coffee. It's not working with it.
Whatever they did, just do that same thing. You got this, Snack. You got this.
But like, why would they be using base 60? It just doesn't make sense to me. Like, what would they? I just don't understand what the usefulness would have been for that. I can understand the usefulness maybe in using base and using a different base system, but I don't think 60 is necessarily the one that just pops out in my mind. Although I do think that base 60 is very important to just how numbers work. Like, I don't want to get into numbers though. This is it's like way too.
We gotta have a Carl Monk watching party.
I'm just trying to count scoops of coffee. 4, all right, 5.
Bro, if I had the time, I would do that shit. Have a fucking 5-hour event. Actually, like 10 hours. That way you can pause it and.
Yeah, I would like to do that.
I mean, if you're not. God.
I'd like to do that too. It'd be fun, just to kind of go through it and I guess to fact check Monk's work. But like I said, I'm not 100% sure that he's arriving at his numbers in the way that the ancients would have.
Well, I mean, there may be pieces we could pick out of Monk's work. You know, maybe he did get some stuff wrong. You know, I'm guessing a lot of his shit though was like, I don't know, just at like first glance, aka watching it 500 times. It it seems like there is something there. He's like onto something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like he's honest. He's onto something. Something's there. He got
Yeah.
something going on.
It's just like the same value with it, if it's in base 10 is a different number than if it's in base 7. Like we just
Bro,
get
I
a
don't
different.
even know what this base thing means. Like, what would it look like if we were
Well,
using a different base?
every time you go to 8, you're really hitting 10.
I don't know what that means.
Because we only count 1 through 7. Those are the maximum amount of numbers within it, 0 through 7, and anything beyond 7 is represented as a 0 or a 10. Like you're shifting up, like, you know.
So you go from 7 to.
It's kind of like 8 and 9 don't exist. Because
You go
7,
from
8,
7
9.
to 10. You go from 7 to 10, and then from 10 to 17. So it goes 1 to 7, and then 10 to 17, and then 20 to 27.
I'm gonna definitely have to have this coffee before I
You're
explain
hurting
it.
my head, Snacks. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna
But
need a coffee too.
there's just way too many like 8s and 7s in there for me to like, because like basically anything with 7 can be implicating base 7, right? So like a menorah, the 7 planets, 7 heavens, 7, all the 7s of the fucking ancient world, right? 7 seas, 7, you know, right? There's a lot of 7s going on, okay? And then if I look at the pyramids, and if that's really like pretty much the linchpin of Monk's work, is we have to understand Giza, because if we don't get that, then we're pounded sand, right?
I feel like Giza was the pinnacle of the whole thing. Because that's,
Okay.
I mean, is there like a megalithic structure that's like more impressive than that? You know what I mean? I feel like that's the most impressive shit they got going on, and the way the Giza Plateau is laid out.
Yeah,
I
it's
feel
like
like that
almost,
was like the.
yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just like where it's laid out, like it seems to be right about on the 33rd parallel. It's like even to, you know, on the same lat line as about Florida, about you know what I mean? So
Georgia.
like there's, you know, if you're thinking about
Georgia
like navigation
Guidestones.
and how to plot things, is that the turtle guy?
No, Georgia Guidestones were laid out exactly on the 33rd.
I saw one time, it was on a globe, so don't get triggered, but I saw one, I forget which one. It might have been Secrets in Plain Sight, or it might have been the monk one. I don't know, but they drew a line through like the pyramid and Stonehenge and Easter Island or something like they drew one line and it went through like a ton of shit.
Yeah, yeah. So it's like
It's either
what I'd like to do is just kind of trace, like, you know how like the pyramids got those lines that we can like very easily see, like their
line.
angles, and then we can, there are 8 separate lines there, and I just want to take a map and just see where they go, I guess, and just get
It
that, like,
depends what kind of map, right? Like whose map are you using? A globe style map, like a Mercator projection? Like what kind of map do you use?
right? Yeah, there's that too, but I got to start somewhere. So let's just say I picked the wrong one to start with, but I'm going to get better at this, right? I don't know. You got, it's like, this is some throw some shit at the wall type stuff. I mean, I don't think there's any preferred way to like try to interpret, you know, centuries old navigation or cartography, or, you know, but it makes sense to me that they have 3 pyramids. Maybe like the one is maybe they're for different seasons. You know what I mean, for plotting and setting courses and stuff like that, because of the way the stars are coming up. You know what I mean? Why have 3 of those? Is it just because there's 3 stars in Orion's belt? Like,
Ask them. You got to ask the creators who built it. They're not around to speak for it, so we have to make assumptions. You know what I mean? So it's anyone's guess.
it's just something I'm good at. Guessing and making assumptions. I'm totally good with this.
Well, if that's
I'm
all you
just,
have to work with, you have to make some assumptions and try to figure shit out. Sometimes you're wrong, and sometimes that's how you solve problems.
yep. Yep. And in this case, I'm trying to understand in what way, you know, could you Bees. Well, okay. When the fuck were the pyramids built? We don't really know, right? We don't know when they were set up. Could they have been contemporary with like Alexander the Great's time, or does it go fucking way the fuck back, or you know?
I think they were probably about 11,000 BC or earlier.
I mean,
It's a wild
I don't even
guess.
know.
So.
That's a wild guess. But like the shit that we have from around there looks like it's Yonaguni, that kind of stuff, you know? That's like real megalithic stuff, but you know, they're not like the pyramids, man. Those
The only evidence for some of the age of these buildings are like in South America where trees have overgrown the building, and you could see by the girth of the tree how fat it is. That the tree obviously came after the building, right? And it surrounded it. So you can get a general idea by the size of the tree. You can measure rings and whatnot to give you some ballpark.
we got a whole line of
Well,
pyramids going through China.
you could get a rough. You could say it was definitely before what this date, but after that you wouldn't know. It could have been 100,000 years before it, or 10.
Well, it tells you it's either older or younger. It lets you know it's older than the tree, right? So
Yeah.
that's what it tells you. It's older than the tree.
Yeah.
That's better than nothing. It's better than just a guess. So
Yeah, no, that's some good shit to go off of. Yeah.
So, but Jeremy, we know from Secrets in Plain Sight, right, that the Giza, the Great Pyramid of Giza is forming a triangle with the Dome of the Rock and with Mecca, right? Like they're laid out like in perfectly like I don't know, what is it, like 555 and 666 fucking meters or whatever the fuck between them. You know what I mean?
There was a lot of 5s and 6s in that Secrets in Plain Sight shit. Yeah.
Sure.
dude, that's the Washington Monument. It's 5s and 6s. It's 555 feet tall and it's 6,660 inches tall. The base is 666 inches wide. Like all these numbers, the 6s and 5s, those are representations of a pentagram and a hexagram, which Washington, D.C. is laid out in a pentagram. It's like none of this was done by accident. You can't accidentally hit on that degree of precision. You know what I mean? Like just hitting right on the number. That was planned. And it was implemented with precision. They made it precise. Dead nuts. And even that is a pretty impressive structure for that era, like the era in George Washington's time, allegedly. Like I don't know if that's I don't believe that shit, but someone did it with no power tools. Like okay, it was horse and buggy, hammer and chisel, but they built that? What? How? Even just the logistics of moving the stones, transporting them from the quarry, cutting them, polishing them, stacking them. That's a huge undertaking. Like how did they do it without power tools? Don't know. And how old is it really? It could be much older than they're telling us. Much older.
There's evidence that whoever built the pyramids also built worldwide in all continents.
Seems there was a similar architecture that we see in Rome, Washington, D.C. Even China has buildings that look similar. The same style of with arches and domed buildings and fluted columns and such.
Yeah, there is in that, but I'm talking about before that. I'm talking about pre what we think Egyptian is.
Yeah. Well, there's like all these pyramids that go through China. You know, and they got them hidden up. They're burying them in dirt and shit like that. And they don't give a fuck about showing us.
They're in Mexico too. There's like
they're in Mexico. They're in South America.
I'm just trying to stick with Asia right now because, like, you know, is Egypt the place that they started? They're like, yo, this is the joint, this is the jump off right here. Let's do it now. You know what I mean? Or was China fucking space age at that time, fucking doing all kinds of shit? I don't know, right?
Who's to say? You know, none of us were around. It's like, who's to say?
Right. So, like, where does the, you know, if we figure they're just kind of stacking these motherfuckers all over the equator, you know what I mean? Because it's easy, right? Why would you? But you wouldn't. There's no pyramids we're finding in the fucking Great North and the fucking polar. You know what I mean? Why would you build a pyramid there? You're not going to live there. So these are mostly equatorial. That's why they're near fucking Easter Island and all these, you know, places that people can live. So habitable zone, green zone. So I don't know. Maybe that's just like something vaguely circular, right? If we just figured the equator is probably circle. And they put a number to it, and they're like, "Oh, we'll just say it's this big, and then we'll be able to divide it up, and then we can make directions and stuff like that, and figure out how to get there." I mean, that's kind of my thinking. I'm not sure how people would have stumbled their way across you know, all these systems to be able to lay it out.
Not only that, but the Aztec pyramids. If you stand at the base of the stairs and you clap, it makes a like a cascading sound. The echo, it makes this like an echoey sound. It's acoustically perfect. The way how it scales it up. So like they designed a lot of this stuff in. Even the old buildings, the acoustics in these old buildings. Everyone in the building could hear you speak in a natural voice. The way how they designed the walls to bounce all the sound and everything, it was so efficient that you didn't need like loudspeakers.
And we're then they tell us like they were barbarians, human sacrifice and all that, and that they got some kind of savage basketball game where they're using heads. You know what I mean? Like
They may
that
have
just
done
sounds
that
like
as
it's
well.
out of it sounds like it's out of some white man's fantasy.
The people on the Georgia Guidestones, if you look on top, it looked like they were bloodstained. Like the people running the world today are bloodthirsty maniacs as well. So we don't know. They might have done the same rituals. Maybe they're satanic or something. The world's elite today do those rituals, so I wouldn't put it past them.
Yeah. Well, or maybe they're just trying to be like, oh, we do ritual sacrifice, so probably these ancients did it too, guys. See, we're not the only ones. I don't know.
I'm just saying that you would say that just because today's people, leaders, wear a suit doesn't mean they don't do kind of barbaric rituals like that.
Yeah, it's fine, but they're not building pyramids per se.
We don't know. But I don't know what they're building empires. They control the world.
So, just as far as like, what's the use of having one of these things? You know, if it's just like to say like, oh, we have a city, you know, and this is how we think of a building. This is like what we want to do. Maybe, but that doesn't make sense to like commit all that work to putting up something like that. For me, I don't know.
It's a pissing contest. Mine's bigger than yours.
But we know that these cultures in pre-Columbian South America were huge cities. Could have what I mean, and there's multiples of them. I mean, is it not unlikely that they would have like been sort of, I don't know, using the same techniques and using the same general idea that well, it's something you can sight, you can see it from far away, probably like a lighthouse or something like that, right? People, maybe, I don't know, maybe they could have lit some fucking torches on some of these things.
Here's what I
you can see it from like they're above the trees for a lot of places.
I think they were built for some kind of ritual sacrifice, just like the Georgia Guidestones. If you look at Jeffrey Epstein's island, it was in a Egyptian motif, like his styling, and he was allegedly doing some of that same kind of shit there. So they have them at specific ley lines, like the 33rd. So maybe there is that kind of shit going on. And that's how they communicate with these entities. We'll call them entities, spiritual entities, and they gain power through these entities, knowledge and power.
Right. So I got nothing on that speculation.
It is wild ass speculation, but it's there's a thread that seems to follow. You said they were doing these blood sacrifices. There's blood stains, what looked like blood stains on
Yeah,
the George
I didn't say
stones.
that.
Huh?
I
You
didn't say
said
that.
the ancients were accused of doing this or whatever, like the
I did say
Aztecs,
that.
whatever. And I said maybe they did. Maybe they did do such sacrifices.
Gotcha.
I
Maybe they
wouldn't.
did.
What I'm saying, I wouldn't put it past them. The elites today haven't changed one bit. So,
But they
and they
for
seem
sure
to
are
like
doing sacrifices other places where they didn't have pyramids.
Jeffrey Epstein, the Epstein's Island. Like
Okay, let's
it
stick
doesn't
with
require
ancient
a
shit.
pyramid. Doesn't
Yeah.
require a pyramid. I'm just saying. But he had an Egyptian theme.
Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein belongs nowhere in this conversation.
He's
I mean,
part of the elite. He belongs up in there.
all right, if you think he doesn't, it's fine.
He's just one of them. Jimmy Savile, the royals, Prince Charles, all of them, or King Charles, whatever his title is now. But all of them, his Prince Charles' brother Andrew, like he was connected. They're all connected, and they're all doing these types of things allegedly.
Wow, yeah, that's not my conversation. What I wanted to say is that the locations are connected, and that the facings and the establishing like locations of these places are pointing towards another place to go to, like because they're all connected by a culture that's just like, oh yeah, we do pyramids, bro. That's what we do. That's what we build here. You know what I mean? Like that's all that we need to figure out because it's really just about understanding their number system. I'm not really so into like what hairstyles they had or like who they thought was God or whatever. It's not really that important right yet. I'm just trying to break math.
You ask what significance they have. Why devote so much resources for the significance? To them that would be
And
a significant thing. Like they wouldn't do it willy nilly. Devote so much resources to a project if it didn't mean shit.
right, so like that's where I'm already like answering my own question, where I'm like that
There you go.
they would have built these monuments to like
I gave
establish
you my
location,
answer
and direction,
to
and orient.
communicate with the spirits, communicate with evil spirits, entities.
All right, cool, man. Nice. Good talking to you, bro.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention the dollar bill even has the same pyramid symbology on it. It has the all-seeing eye, all that stuff.
Phone's moving.
Febreze, simple to find. Godric. I'll see you. I see you, man. Anybody, man? I slow you down. That's low.
Yeah, what's up?
Yo. Since you're watching something about Phi, I sent you my number. Not phone number, but my Fibonacci shit. You can check it out if you want. If you even understand what I wrote you. That's not on you, that's on me more. But that number is generated off that's like the first note, that's the units column, the ones column of like all Fibonacci numbers that will loop forever. Ever. Yes. That ever.
1793.
It goes like 1 1 2 3 5 8 1 4 5 9 1 2 3. It just goes like that.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about looking at the ones column vertically.
Well, like, yeah, it's just like it's the like these numbers will start to hit like 13, 21, 34, 55, 89. You know what I mean? And that's a lot to track, you know. So I'm only looking at the 3 of the 13, the 1 of the 21, the 4 of the 34. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
And you get a nifty little pattern, and I think it's really cool to check it out, you know, because there's like you can like if you write it out, you'll see that there's like this crazy pattern. You see like numbers line up and stuff, and they multiply across like a fucking times table. You add them all down, they're all 20. And that's all just from adding 1 plus 1, and then do Fibonacci wrong, and this is what you get. Infinite matrices of ordered Fibonacci numbers. Haha. So
Yeah,
one
I'm not
time,
like
you ever have a mistake that like leads you to infinite order? I did.
not that I can recall.
It's not helping me out though, but philosophically it is. You know?
Yeah, whatever works, man.
Yeah, it's just crazy because like what I feel like is that there's a additional complexity that gets added in the tens column. Like if we were just to follow all the things of 10, you know, the 1 of the 13, the 2 of the 21, the 3 of the 34. You know, we start doing that, we get a whole nother loop, a whole nother looper, 300 digit repeating number, and that's neat. And it goes on and on and on from there. it follows this. So I think the whole what arises that we call Fibonacci is you can do it in all number bases, but like in base 10, it has this form. It has this like structure to it, you know. Yep. Isn't it a crazy number? It just happens to be a 60-digit repeater. First one. And then we're talking about the relationship between 1 and 5. Right. I take phi to mean 5, basically. We can call it phi all we like, but really it's the motion between 5 and 0, really. Because 2 5s will break into 10. And then that means that the progression stops. And we have to go back to the last number and then start another line. That's why it goes like that.
Yeah, it's interesting.
And that's how I created the Satoshi. Just kidding. Anyway, yeah, man. It's interesting that you can get such incredible complexity just adding 1 plus 1. Yeah, I don't know. Some people like working with numbers, some people don't. Some people like working with mathematical formulas. Some people like talking. I don't know. I'm not sure what your forte is. I don't do formulas too well.
Yeah, I'm not like a numbers guy really.
Yeah, I'm kind of not either, but this is just like simple addition where no product is over 9. I actually, you know, the way I do it, it's like I could like probably a second grader could do the math that I sent you or develop that number out. Yeah, maybe first grader, kindergartner. I don't know. It's just simple addition. Yeah, I don't know. I'd really love for more people to understand what the fuck I spent all the time figuring this shit out for. So they can have their own useless number theories. Yeah, anyway, man. That's the secret of phi.
Well, I appreciate what you did, but it might be over my pay grade.
Yeah. Oh yeah, dielectric convergence. It's just a simple. It's a simple thing. It's just 60 digits in a line, man. They form a. What's that thing when something symmetrical like race car? It's the same way backwards and forwards. It's one of them. It basically forms like a pattern where it does odd, even 5. In that type of. Just a big mirror. Mirror of numbers, man. So yeah, so what happens is like 1, 1, 2, 3, and then we get the 5, and then there's gonna be some 4 fucking other numbers in between that shit, and then there's another 5 and 4 motherfucking more numbers, and then a 0. and then we start a new line. Instead of starting out Fibonacci really on 1 plus 1, it's really more like it's starting out 7 plus 7. So we're looking at different like harmonic orders of these numbers as they stack. You know what I mean? It's the only place in
Harmonic
this
sympathy.
kind of going that way, man. I don't know. It has to charge up from 1 plus 1 to get to where we're gonna have to try it again from 7 plus 7. Then it goes 33 and then 99, and these will form 15-digit strings each. If we take 11, it'll give us. We can only go 15 numbers of adding Fibonacci until we bust. We hit bust, right? It's like we're gonna hit 0 eventually in 15 digits for each of these numbers. So for 11, we'll go 15. 77, 7 plus 7 is 14. So we'll just keep the 4. You dig? We're just dropping all 10s. Fuck them. We don't need them. They're not part of the club here. 7, 7, 4, and then 7 plus 4 gives us 11. So I just write a 1, not 11, right? So I'm only adding like the last 2 digits to each other, and if it's bigger than 10, then I lop off the 10 part of it, and we just keep on cruising. And that's how this thing works. But what I'm saying is, within the base 10 system, this is like phi is important to us in base 10 because this is how it's manifest coming to the 5 and the dynamic of that, which is going to get you to 10. Anyway, if that's above your pay grade, then fine. I'm not really sure what it's useful for, particularly. But it is some.
And that's why it's above my pay grade.
It's a matrix, harmonic order. All right. Keep it in your back pocket. Maybe it'll make sense to you sometime. You'll be like, oh shit.
All right. Yeah, man.
Well, it's
unravel.
It's kind of like that, but right. So that there's those numbers are real. They're stuck like glue. But then there's numbers that don't fit in there, and I find that's interesting too. That these numbers actually have structure, but they're not in the set. They can't be there. They just won't calculate in. Like there's never a 22. You'll never see like a 2 plus 2 and a 2 in this. And any 2 even numbers will bust into 10. If you add it this way, they'll do it within 5 digits. Like you can only add the numbers together 5 times before they hit 0 or 10. Such as 2, 2, 4, 6, 0, 6, 6, 2, 8, 0, 8, 8, 6, 4, 0, 4, 4, 8, 2, 0. Right. So that none of those numbers can belong in the Fibonacci units matrix. Or so what I'm saying, there's no consecutive 2, 2, 2. There's no 4, 6. There's no 2, 8. There's no 8, 8. You know what I mean? They just can't exist there. They can't live there. They live
Take your word for it.
All right, man. You can't add 1 plus fucking 1. Fine. My bad.
I'm just saying, like, I don't find practical interest in it. Like, it's just
that's cool. You just like to talk about Fibonacci.
I'm not that guy. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm telling you, I got infinite sets and infinite orders and stuff like that. They flip around. They've got all these properties. You're interested in free energy. I don't know. I guess this has nothing to do with that.
No, I'm not saying that there's nothing to it. I can't find any practical use for it. Not that I'm not saying that it's not applicable to something for somebody, but I'm not that guy for that. Just being bluntly honest, bro. Like, you know, I could sit here and yank your fucking chain and shit, but if that's what you want me to do, but I'm just being real, dude. I'm not saying
I'll just close my eyes.
what
I'll
you did
pretend
isn't.
it's real.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's like probably something, dude. Like you might be onto something. I wouldn't be the guy to confirm that. That's all I'm telling you.
Yeah, I'm not looking for confirmation. I'm just trying to.
I'll listen, you know. I got no problem listening, but I'm not gonna run the numbers with you, bro. Like school's just kind of burned me out on math, bro. I'm kind of
Yeah,
over it.
simple addition. I know it's a bitch.
Yeah,
Too much to
unless
ask.
I'm counting money, dude. You know.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want me to do, bro? Okay, 1 plus what? What do you want me to do, bro?
No, it's fine. No pressure, man. No, it's nothing. I'm just trying to show you the shape of things. It's like do with it what you want. There's other fucking secrets in here. You don't have to know about that. It's fine. I'll leave the secrets to me. I'll just die
All
with
right, tell
them.
me the secret.
I'll die with them. No, it's fine. No, just go to the grave. Baron's 20 years of number fucking research. I don't care. Why don't you make some YouTube videos?
I mean, I hope it gets into the right hands, bro. But
I'll
I
shave
just,
my
you
head and
know,
put on a fucking some fire on a TV and shit. Maybe people will think I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Not just rattle on about five like a fucking idiot. This guy, I mean, leaves something to be desired in his description of it. That's all I'm saying. And I'm just trying to add some supplementary information. And what have you.
all right.
Sorry. I need to
All
start
right, well,
smoking weed again. Fuck. My temperament sucks.
oh fuck, took off.
Wow, the retarded Geo is in here. I can't believe it.
What are we? Let me reread what you linked here. Oh, geodetic surveying. Okay. So what you've got there is doesn't have anything to do with curvature, just distance.
Yeah, I was responding to something Blue Marble said.
Well, forgive me for my confrontational response here.
No, that's cool. He's claimed that these measurements were done over thousands of kilometers, and that's not the case.
Oh, well, some of them. Oh, you mean like from point A to point B, like 1,000 kilometers between?
I'm not quite sure, but hold on, let me get the thing.
Some of them are. They're all linked together.
Hold on, don't want to misrepresent the chat. Accuracy of understanding is paramount.
Like pretty much every country in the world has been surveyed from top to bottom, left to right, and you can look up all those measurements, and you could say any of them are thousands of kilometers.
Well, this is what he said.
If I had to guess, I'd say that he is referencing vertical angle.
Which one?
One second. I'm sorry. I don't want to like chew in your mic or headset.
Is that azimuth?
So what Blue Marble's talking about is on a globe Earth, if you measured vertical angle up and down, and like from 2 miles apart, like 100 points 2 miles apart, you put all those angles together, and there's going to be a gentle slope to them. Azimuth is not vertical; it's horizontal angle. Like azimuth is like your compass direction.
So zenith is the up and down one.
Zenith means zenith can mean directly above you, and yeah, that's when they're talking about zenith, reciprocal zenith angles. It's like if you had a big L, and you were the corner of the L, and your zenith angle is the part of the L that goes straight up. So you've got one part that goes straight out from you, and one part that goes straight up, and the angle between the two is when you measure that, and it's 90. And if I had to guess, I'm trying to find that comment by him.
Well, again, I can't find anything that backs. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just trying to get more informed in it, and I can't find anything.
Oh man, I have to do some digging for you.
Yeah, the only place you're going to find anything about reciprocal zenith angles on the internet is from, globe heroes like Mactoon or Jesse Kozlowski or, Blue Marble Science. Not any real surveyors.
Well, they're real surveyors. And whether it exists in mainstream surveying has no bearing on the legitimacy of the angles measured. Right?
Not by you.
Oh,
but
well,
by
no,
globe
no.
heroes.
But by normal people. Like the angles still are real, aren't they?
Angles are real, yeah.
Yeah. So I could determine reciprocal zenith angles, couldn't I? Because the angles are real. And it wouldn't matter whether I'm doing it from a place of trying to
Did
predict the
you?
shape of the Earth or not, right?
Did you?
Well, that's not really the question, though. The question is it a
Okay, so
meaningful
then
measurement?
why should I believe you when you haven't done it?
But no, I haven't said I did it. But and you have to forgive me, loggers. I guess I should explain why this is important before me and Jerry continue this. So what a reciprocal, when we say reciprocal zenith angles, we're talking about like I'm looking at you, and then I look up, and you look up, and we both use an instrument to measure the angle between my line of sight to you and my up. And if Earth were
90
flat,
degrees.
yeah, correct, right? Like if Earth were flat, and those two angles would always be 90. It would be 90 from my up to you to your up. Does that make
Right.
sense? Yeah.
Yeah.
100%. And the problem, though, is that when we do that measurement, we always get slightly more than 90.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what Jerry was saying. Who's the we? If there's people that specifically are trying to debunk or go against the idea of the shape of the Earth, and they're a small subset of people, and then they kind of fabricate this method, and then now you're just calling it we. So I think that was part of that point.
Well, we use humanity, not like we globers, but anybody that does it. And if you Google reciprocal zenith angles, you're actually going to get hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hits that don't have anything to do with the globe Earth flat Earth debate. So when you guys state that you only find it in pro globe circles, you're either ignorant or lying, and I hope it's not the second.
Most of what I found talk about how things are calculated, not measured. And the greater than 90 degrees doesn't seem to really apply. Not in every case, at least.
There's
What were
certainly
you referring to? What words did you say that you could? What were you? Did you say just zenith angles in general, or is that the thing you said you were going to look up and then you were hoping people weren't lying or whatever? What was the thing you wanted? What was that on?
Reciprocal zenith angles. First, I just found there's a paper here. The accuracy of the determination of terrestrial refraction from reciprocal zenith angles. This is 1979. And then another dealing with geodetic surveying from, well, a time when this document was typed and not done in a PDF. All right, like you just Google reciprocal zenith angle, you'll see that.
Yeah.
I
did. And I see MC Toon, Jesse Big Blue, Jesse Kozlowski. There's a bunch of YouTube videos talking, maybe the main surveyor. I mean, you know.
Well, I've got one from NGS and
Yeah,
OAA,
those are
Cambridge.
Yeah, those
Harvard.
are mixed in there, but they don't say anything about, they debunk a flat Earth or anything.
Well, but that doesn't mean you can't use them to debunk a flat Earth.
Yeah, but have you? See?
Well, have you isn't a logical next step in this conversation because we're arguing about whether it's valid, right? And its validity isn't based on whether I've done it.
So you said that we
How
would
do you know
find
it's
tens
valid?
of thousands. Oh, sorry. The last thing you said is that we would find tens of thousands of things, and that's not the case.
Well,
With
did
that
you Google
term,
it?
reciprocal zenith angle. Yeah. In terms of the shape of the Earth, there's none other than these guys trying to debunk the Earth that I've ever seen.
Okay. Should I
Find one that uses reciprocal zenith angles that's measuring the shape of the Earth. That's not a kind of globe bunker enthusiasts, whatever you want to call them. Those guys.
Yeah, sure. 1 second. Here you go.
And what does this say specifically?
This, like I said, this has to do with measuring terrestrial refraction from reciprocal zenith angles.
Right. So I said the shape of the Earth.
But I think you don't understand that we don't need it to be used specifically to measure the shape of the Earth in order to use it to measure the shape of the Earth. Right? It's like,
Well,
it's
you're
like
bringing
asking.
this up as if you have.
Sorry?
You're bringing it up as if you have.
And what have I said this entire time that stated that I had?
Nothing, and that's the point.
So you don't like that I haven't done it. Does that mean that we're not allowed to discuss it because you think I haven't done it?
I don't like that you say that this can be done when you don't even know if it can.
Oh, and if I had done it, what would you say then? Like, what's the upshot of this? Why are you coming to this position? What does it matter in the grand scheme of this conversation?
Just do it. That's all.
Oh, you just don't like that I've done it? Okay. It doesn't seem like a very good counter argument to the existence of these things.
Well, what do you think
You don't have an
celestial refraction does to a reciprocal zenith angle precisely?
Well, the example of the refraction doesn't have anything to do with my point. It was just an example of another way that we officially use reciprocal zenith angles to do something.
But it was about measuring the shape of the Earth and was doing to do with surveyors. That was the question that was brought up.
You think it has to be related to measuring the shape of the Earth to be valid?
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's talking about the validity yet. I think we're just talking about the source of this information. We're just really at that point.
Yeah,
The
but
validity of
it-
it's a whole other topic.
It
You
feels
were
like
saying that they go beyond the 90 degrees, but again, I can't really find much info on that it goes beyond the 90 degrees.
Yeah, that's the second conversation, the one we're currently having. I got you, Lager. I know that these other guys have heard these arguments before, and you haven't. I can find that for you. So, I guess which is it? Does Negator need to have done it for it to be valid, or do I need to find it applied in a certain way for them to be used in a particular fashion?
Well, if you can find something saying that they go over the 90 degrees, that would be helpful.
Sure, yeah.
Because obviously we're working on plane surfaces here, from you to the horizon and from you to something above you, right? And that's obviously 90 degrees. The horizon can't be below, possibly, I'm not sure, but if you could find something where they've done some sort of measurement with a theodolite or something, that'd be helpful.
I will. I'll show you some YouTube videos. The problem, though, is that Gio and Jerry will tell me that those people that did those measurements are globers, and therefore we should ignore them. Or they have a bias.
Yep.
I never said that. I never said
That's
anything
sort of
like that.
acceptable. Like, if you're saying, well, those are anti-flat earthers, so they might be doing the experiment more than once and only showing the ones that agree with the globe. That is kind of an acceptable response, I think. But saying that, like asking if they, okay, so we find people that aren't anti-flat earthers. They're just regular people that deal with surveying, and they are doing reciprocal zenith angle not because they wanted to point flat Earth, but because of any other reason. A complete separate context. That sounds like
none of those are related to the shape of the Earth, though. Like
that's exactly what I was about to say. That should be irrelevant, because if you don't want anti-flat earthers, then all the people you're going to find doing this is just surveyors that are not worried about whether or not they got the shape of the Earth right. They're just doing reciprocal zenith angles in another context. Of course, you're not going to find both people that aren't anti-flat Earth, but are also not doing that for other reasons in measuring the shape of the Earth, because all those peoples already have the Earth, the shape of the Earth, settled in their mind. So of course they're not going to be worried about that. The only reason why they would do that is to show flat earthers that debunks flat Earth. But then they would fall in the first criteria of not being anti-flat earthers. So I don't think if adding this second criteria either makes sense, or is going to allow you to find anything that you would accept.
So I just want to bring up what Negator posted, and again, it seems obviously I've not read it. I'm just looking at the title in little bits, but it seems like you're using refraction to go beyond 90 degrees. Would that be accurate?
No. 1 second.
And my point is, if someone is doing reciprocal zenith angle for another whatever reason, they're not worried about what the shape of the Earth. They're just taking reciprocal zenith angles. Those should be the ones you're going for.
Right, and
Those
they're 90
people.
Okay,
degrees. That's
name
the
someone
point.
who's done that.
They're 90 degrees. They're
Can
from
we
you to
stop
the
changing what
horizon
the point
and
is?
from you above yourself.
Yeah, I got you, loggers, and I'm sorry, man. The argument, Jerry is presenting an argument, and then Gio is presenting an argument, and they've sort of overwritten.
I'm not presenting any argument.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not either. We just talked about the source of the information. It's just, that's all it is. We're just at that part of it. But yeah, if you want to continue on to something else, it's fine too. I mean, unless Jerry or anyone else. I mean, Bacon also commented on it. I would just say this: like, let's go from this perspective, just real quick. Let's say the Earth's a globe, and there's all this wonderful professionals out there, and they've all validated, verifying, pip pop, good to go. Smack a green check mark sticker on it. It's a globe, right? And if that's the case, and if they would, if surveyors use reciprocal zenith angles to validate or verify or to measure the Earth in this way, or if it could be done in this way, it would make more logical sense from the whole idea that the mainstream is the best or whatever. It would make more sense that surveyors, that it would be in their tool bag, that they would have done it in the 1800s, 1700s, 1900s. Oh my gosh, look at this beautiful globe, and this is one way to measure it. It would be like stamped. It would be one of those ways to do it. So the fact that it's not that, and it's something that these kind of individuals who seem to be not happy about the fact that others don't think the Earth is what they think it is, and then they go out and are using this and then pushing it, saying that they did it. So it's just incongruent with the rest of the model and the whole thing, even if one were just to buy into the kind of mainstream perspective on this, all the way.
The answer is that people have, when these great surveys have been done over the last couple of centuries, it was never like we need to find out whether Earth's flat or not. But the measurements are there. I think I've just found one for you. But that's also not relevant, because the point, Gio, is that we have a method. And if you and I agree that the method can measure something, then we can look at, well, what else can we measure?
Hold on a sec. Because, right, so you presented this document, and you're saying that within this, there is something that alludes to greater than 90 degrees. So, do you have a page or a paragraph? Can you screenshot it? Just to kind of, because I've found 7 mentions of zenith, reciprocal zenith and that, and they're talking about different things, but just for brevity, so that the audience and the people can kind of see what you're saying.
Well, let me link you a video, and then I'll proceed to find more documents.
And what does this video purport?
That's the basic method, the methodology.
Okay.
Like how you, if you were to go today to do this, this is how you would do it.
I use a theodolite and a measuring stick.
And what he does is he performs 5 measurements just for the sake of accuracy from 2 ends, like one looking at the other, and then one looking back.
And this measures greater than 90 degrees, does it?
Yeah, the results, you can walk through pardon me. You can walk through the whole video if you want, but the results are, he's written down on 5 minutes and 14 seconds. And it would take some more explanation to walk you through what all this means.
So theodolites work in a 360-degree circle, right?
I'm not quite sure what that means.
They all seem to be 90 degrees. I don't see any above.
Are you back in the Korea, Negator?
I'm still here. I'm not back home yet.
You're not back home?
Maybe another month.
And you just decided to come back in and say hello?
Dovid from his server suckered me into hopping in his server, and then that piqued my interest in FE again for a little bit. But
Good on. How you been?
I'm alright. I don't think I left this server, so it was still up.
Yeah. All right. Cool, man.
How are you?
I just wondered because I remember you saying that when you're stationed is when you usually come on and discuss this topic more. And then I remember you saying when you go home, you can't because the wife, the kids, something. I don't know. I don't know if she doesn't let you or if it's just not something you're able to do. And then so I just remember you. So I thought maybe since you haven't been around a month, I thought maybe you went back home and then now now you're back ready to go.
It was, like this sort of thing just isn't. I just had a realization. It's not a good way to spend my time. It's not healthy. There's so many other things I need to accomplish out in the world and got away from it. But this will be the last gasp the next couple of weeks, I think.
I would agree that defending a globe Earth is very unhealthy. I'm going to agree with that in any way.
Oh, you know what I mean. These sorts of conversations. Whether it's
yeah, but you're experiencing unhealthy or something that's so. What's that part of it? Because it's not that for me. That's for sure.
See, I don't know. Like even like in 10 years, all the conversations you've had with me or those people like me, they're not going to mean anything to anybody. They won't have helped you along your life.
No, I totally disagree with that. I think every conversation is. Well, I mean, conversations that have a productive nature to them. If it's just people screaming and yelling, then yeah, obviously there's some limited value that can be pulled from that. But dude, I have learned so much and my mind has been exposed over these years and these discussions to some of the many, many deep, profound. I've learned so much and there's so much information that's exchanged. It's incredible. I personally could do without a lot of like the fighting and all that stuff, which is why obviously we do moderate here to make so it's not just a total dumpster fire all the time, because that's of least interest to me, because that's where there's no value to me. I mean, it can be a little bit of entertainment value, but I mean, you were saying the conversation won't mean anything. I just don't agree. I think that, there's something that comes to you from it. And then there's also the concept of like sharpening your sword and learning more information for the future as well.
I guess. So obviously, I have different priorities. I have wife and kids, and these things don't help me in that relationship. They don't help me raise my kids. They don't help me financially. And I don't need my. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just asking. Did you find that paragraph for me?
Yeah, and I'm sorry again, loggers. I thought it was just gonna be you and me. If you so in this video,
you guys can talk. We don't have to. I don't have to say much. And if you want to do an actual kind of one-on-one discussion, we can also mod for that anytime.
Oh no, that's not necessary. And I do appreciate the small talk. I don't want to make it out like I'm trying to be dismissive.
No, it's fine. Go ahead, man.
I think let's see, still wanting a document. So just for like tangible reference, in that video at 2:35, it shows his vertical angle between his zenith and the thing that he's looking at, which is 90 degrees and 44 arc minutes, so slightly more than 90.
Yeah, I'm watching the video.
Yeah, it takes a bit to wrap your head around, but.
So that's under horizontal. So he measured a drop from horizontal.
No, that's the difference in angle between his zenith and the other object he's looking at.
Yeah, so anything over 90 would be under horizontal, because 90 would be horizontal.
You say 235 because it's showing 90.
Yeah, and yes, Jerry, that'd be correct.
Okay, so they measure elevation change. All right.
Is it though?
Yeah.
Well, I've only seen one when he is recording his findings. There's only one that shows 91 degrees. The rest of them show 89 and 90.
Yeah, 89's the. I have to walk through it again. 89's the gosh.
So at 528, you can see his 5 measurements, and they show deviation slightly.
So let's see 5. Let me see what he's got.
But I
5.
can't see him do that in the actual video. I
So
can
at
see it written, but I can't find.
yeah,
where
I
he
don't
has-
think he videoed every single step, but if you look at and then like 518, let's see, 523, 24 on, he has all the zenith angles at 91.
Yeah, I see them written, but I don't see him show them on the device. But
Yeah, that's
if
the
I was just
okay.
asking if you could look through that document
Mhm.
to show the paragraph and the page, which explains this greater than 90 degrees. That would be awesome, thanks.
I think I've got it. I'll link it for you and see if I can find the right section. Something to consider, and I know that all of this is like me showing you a video of somebody looking at a device saying, "Yep, it's over 90." Like it's not going to be definitive for anybody. I don't think.
Well, one measurement of 91, the rest were 89 and 90.
Well, it will be for me. I mean, you know, he measured an angle, so what? I mean, what's it? What is there not to believe?
Wouldn't there be a consistent greater than 90 degrees? If
Yeah,
it was.
there is. There's the reason for his. So if you look through the parts of that video where he's flipping through his book, there's several measurements that are all 89s. There's several that are all over 90s, and there's a reason for the 89s. I'm trying to. It's been like a couple of years since I've gone through this, and
Yeah,
I can find
that's
that for
cool.
you as well.
Yeah.
But let's see. I'm gonna link this document.
Because again, they seem to be. Well, from the heading, it looks like they're talking about refraction coefficient. I don't know specifically. To do with greater than 90 degrees, unless that's why it gives you a greater than 90 degrees. Whether it's
Are you talking about in the video or one of the documents?
optical. Also, what distance did the main surveyor have? Do you know the
Let's go there.
distance?
Yeah, 1 second.
All right, well, you look that up. We can kind of carry 2 combos going. We don't have to stay on any one thing, but just on what we were talking about, I was going to ask real quick, Negator, if the Earth, I'll just say if, just to be neutral. So if the Earth is a stationary plane, and that is the actual truth of it. If you were in these discussions on that part of it, and there's a whole more to come in the coming years and decades to go in the future, would you view your conversations and your time spent in these communities differently from that perspective?
I don't think these conversations will ever become mainstream. I don't think it'll ever leave Discord like this or the little bit of area it inhabits on YouTube.
Okay, but that didn't really answer what I asked, though.
That's only what you
I'm
want.
sorry. Maybe I misunderstood. I thought you were asking if it becomes mainstream, will it
No,
then
what
be
I
more
said
relevant to me?
No, you were saying you feel like you've wasted time, or no, you're saying it's not healthy for you to be in these conversations. And then I said I agree. To be a globe earther, pushing, asserting the globe is unhealthy. And then
That's gotta suck.
What?
I was just gonna say that's gotta suck, right?
Yeah, it's
Jeez.
brutal. The karma, the effects on your actual body. Yeah, so many layers. But however, if they really do believe it, one could argue that it would be less unhealthy, maybe, if they really believed it, versus, if they're actually questioning it or they're pushing something that they're not really sure about.
Perhaps, yeah. Perhaps a little bit less unhealthy in those ways. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I mean, you'd hope so, right?
So when I said unhealthy, obviously you're cracking a joke, saying, "Oh, Earth's not a globe." You're lying, and that's the unhealthy part. The unhealthy part is just how confrontational things get, and the number of people out here that don't engage in good faith, that only want to troll and mess with people and jerk people around. And the time spent is, you guys spend hours here. It's a lot.
Truth matters, bro.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of like I mean, we do our best here to obviously moderate to keep it within a realm of, actual being able to have productive discussions. Obviously, sometimes, depends on who's modding or what's going on. But because, the total shit shows I don't think are productive. They have a little bit of entertainment value. They're kind of, we've all heard them, but in my viewpoint, they just don't have very much value. So that would be a waste of my time. Like if I'm listening to shit shows every day, that would be like, for me, that's not where I want to spend my time. However, I have listened to them for years because all the platforms are just shit shows all the time, basically. So a lot of them are, anyways, meaning just dumpster fire, the screaming, yelling, and not all the time, but I guess some of them are some of the time, but they all have that. A lot of those have that, which I'm not, like even on 24/7 back in the day, it was always this 50-50 thing. Like 50% of the time we're having like good discussions, and then other times it was just totally chaotic and wild.
Well, and to actually go with Negator's point there, that's what's happening. Flat Earth and a lot of topics, either as a result of Flat Earth having been pigeonholed this way or whatever, but we've been relegated to a specific, like he said, part of the internet instead of part of the world per se. So if we don't fix that, he will be right. I'll just put it that way. I'll be blunt about it.
Yeah, in certain ways, I would agree because there are health implications for all of the energies we put ourselves into and how our mindsets, and there's always a relations between those. But yeah, so Negators. But the main question was because you were saying the unhealthy part, and perhaps you would have to elaborate what you mean by that. And then there's this other part I said that I do think that being in these discussions, asserting a globe is problematic on those levels, which I know is not even quite the thing you were probably alluding to. But nonetheless, the last thing I'd ask you, though, was more what I was trying to say is that if the Earth is a stationary plane, and if you were on that side of the discussion throughout all these years, and then what I said is and in the future, it's going to be expanding more and more, it's going to be not only be relegated to this small part of the internet, it will unleash, as it were, to the world as well. And there's going to be much, much unfolding in the coming decades. Then I was asking you, how would you view your time spent from that perspective?
I mean, if Earth were actually flat, then it would just be a waste of time arguing for something that's not true.
And if it is a stationary plane, and if like you were on the side of knowing that truth and doing your absolute best you could to assist and have the conversation, support, etc., and share information with others, from that perspective, would it not be a very like a noble and a high level of integrity pursuit?
You'll have to forgive me. Can you say like the last two sentences one more time? You said if it turns out to be a stationary plane.
Yeah, I'm saying if it is a stationary plane, how would it not then be a very noble and a high integrity pursuit to share this truth, discuss this truth, learn more about it, and be a part of this on that level?
I think if the routes taken to end up with that truth were noble, but I don't think the routes are. Right? Like, for instance, this reciprocal zenith angle thing that we've been talking about forever. There's not a single flat earther that's attempted to take this route to measure the Earth as flat. And why is that? Is it because that they don't know how, or can't, or won't, or they have and they found out that the measurements confirm a globe? I don't know. And it would be noble to me if a flat earther were to do that, but nobody has. That would be a noble pursuit. But getting in here and telling me why it doesn't work, that's not noble to me.
Well, I never said it doesn't work. I never said those words myself. I didn't.
Yeah, me
Yeah,
neither, dude.
I don't think anyone did, actually.
That's the implication, though, of everything that I walk away from in these conversations.
Well, nobody said that though. Loggers was asking a question about it. We were asking questions. Yeah, I think Jerry mentioned that, it really, that method of measuring the Earth, the shape of the Earth, seems to only be rooted in individuals who are into the globe and are uncomfortable with other people thinking the Earth is something different. And they've done this to present it to stop those people from thinking that, or to present it as shape of the Earth. So I'm saying, as a measurement of the shape of the Earth, it's only done by those globe guys who are, trying to falsify or suppress or prove wrong individuals that think the Earth is not moving and is planar in nature.
I think it's irresponsible to bring it up at all unless we've all been there and done that. That's just what I'm going to say about it. About a lot of this shit, yeah.
Well,
Do you guys think it's a valid test, though?
Yeah, that's the most important part.
I'd have to perform it to see if it was valid or not. I can't
Not
hypothetical
the
my way
result.
into or out of a belief system like you.
No, you can't
Yeah, I haven't done
determine
it.
you can't determine if the test is valid based on the results. You have
No, I'd have to do it myself, or I don't know what's going on. So sorry.
I'm not talking about the results. I'm talking about the test.
Yeah,
being
the whole
valid.
test, right? I'd have to do the exact test that you're talking about from start to finish myself at least
You're
once
not
to
getting
even
it.
know whether or not it would work.
No, it's not whether or not.
That's how it works, Bacon.
Can I finish the
don't-
sentence?
No, that's how it
Yeah, I
works.
don't think so.
Can I finish the sentence? He says no. Come on. You guys,
This will be
yeah.
this
Go
will be a good
on.
example of wasting time, because Sensei clearly is just jerking the guy's chain.
I'm not jerking anybody's chain, dude.
Yeah, I mean,
I give you my word. How about I swear on my life I'm not jerking anybody's chain? How's that?
Yeah, I mean, in
That's
terms of doing it
That's
yourself,
fair.
I mean, a guy has a piece of equipment. He has digital numbers on it. He's pointing at places and claiming he's measuring a globe. So, I mean, even if it's the most valid test in the world and the equipment is the best, most accurate thing ever, to just base your whole worldview on a video of someone doing that would be, what's the right term for it? Lacking
substance. Listen, we need to do it ourselves.
Efficacy.
Yeah, but I don't like. Do you honestly think that all of us just saw this one video and that was it? There's a mountain of things that we discuss, right?
No, I know,
Discuss-
but presenting it as measurement of shape of the Earth, because that's in terms of that part of it.
Isn't those things calculated though?
What? That's another.
Well, they don't
Or
measure.
talking about adding up
curvature,
both
they
angles.
measure angles, and then from those angles, they then calculate the other things, right? The curvature, radius, and all of that. So the radius and the curvature is a calculation rather than an actual measurement.
Correct.
You're talking about adding up the two values. Is that what you're referring to as a calculation? Just adding the values, see if they exceed 180. That's all the calculation got to do. It's just to add the angles.
Yeah.
But the thing is like, why? Because again, we're given several methods in order to determine this thing that we live on, right? And the thing is like, this one is one of these ideas that measures an angle. Sometimes it goes greater than 90 degrees. There could be reasons for that other than, geometry.
So it's assumed. It's all assumed. So a spherical Earth is assumed and neglects other factors.
Why
When you
would
do
diverging-
reciprocal zenith curvature measurements?
Okay, where's the assumption when you measure the?
I don't know. I'm just reading what Jerry posted. It looks like he looked it up.
Okay, do you know what it was that he looked up?
I don't know, Jerry. What'd you do?
That's a Chat GPT response.
Is it okay?
Yep, and it's asking you to calculate the radius, which you can do.
Yeah. Never use a ChatGPT response. They're
Well,
very,
it turns
they're
out
very
you do
often
have
wrong.
to assume a radius exists in order to calculate a radius.
Exactly. It's a reification fallacy.
Right. That's not a proof. It's a calculation.
Right, but and no one's claiming it's a proof, and it's also not a reification fallacy.
Well, I can neither confirm nor deny the validity of ChatGPT. I know that it's an amalgamation of a lot of sources, but I just can't. I don't know if real world everybody uses that method.
But what Matthew said there was very important, Negator.
Yes.
You have to
Yes, it was.
take it on board, what he just said there.
It's a calculation only. Based
Well,
off
you
an
say
assumption. Calculation based off an assumption. Okay, I'm done.
okay. Which part was the assumption? And what? I guess when you say something like that, you're implying something.
Always have
or
to
rather,
assume the radius.
you want the audience to infer something from what you said, and that was that we're just essentially making things up,
Well,
right? That's why they
do you
shouldn't be
know
trusted.
who
Well, who
Matthew
got the
is,
radius value?
Negator?
Who measured from the center of the Earth to the outside of it?
Hold on a
You
minute.
know how you
then,
get the
so-
radius?
Hold on a minute. Negator, do you know who Matthew is?
Yeah.
Right. So you know where he's coming from, correct?
I don't dispute what Matthew said.
Okay, so you're in agreement with what Matthew said.
Absolutely.
So the radius is a calculation.
Yeah, because we can't like dig
Assuming
into
a
the Earth.
radius.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's an assumption and a calculation.
Well, I mean, can you assume a radius from a circle you drew on a piece of paper in front of you?
So a radius is needed in order for the radius to be calculated.
No, the idea that the radius exists is needed before the radius is calculated.
So it's circular reasoning almost.
So,
No,
Matt,
no,
are you saying you have
let
to?
me-
Are you saying you have to first believe and then do the calculations?
Yes. You have to believe in the radius and then do the calculation to give you the radius.
Okay, well let's put it to you like this, because again, my problem here is the implication here, right? Like Sensei just said, game over, radius assumed. What game? This doesn't hurt us. Right?
Forget the
Well, hang on.
singular
Let me put it to you in a more practical manner, right? You've got a piece of paper on your desk and you draw a circle, right? Does that circle have a radius?
But you can see it and observe it, so yes.
But if you drew a circle on a piece of paper in the dark, does the circle still have a radius, even though you can't see it?
Yes, because you drew it, so you know it exists.
Okay, so we know it exists, and that's the only characteristic we need to then assume it has a radius. It exists, right?
But you'd have to know that first, and that's the point. They
Does
don't
Earth
know
exist?
it, they assume it.
Yeah, but this isn't the practical, meaningful part of the conversation that should matter to you
I know,
guys.
but we need to get accuracy of understanding if we're going to have any kind of valid conversation. And if we don't understand these components, then we can't move forward. So we have to get this understanding first before we can move forward, correct?
Sure. Let's do it like this then. Imagine for a second Earth as a globe. Does it have a radius?
Yeah, if I imagine it, yeah.
Okay. Imagine for a second Earth as a flat disk in space. I know that you guys don't like that, but let's just say it is. Does that have a radius?
Yes.
Horizontally.
Horizontally. Yeah,
Yeah.
horizontally. Sure. Okay. So what's the problem with either of these situations?
Well, again, one is a measurement and then a calculation and an assumption, whereas the other one is just the measurement.
What would you, if Earth is either a globe or a flat disk, how would you propose we measure the radius as opposed to calculate it?
I would say measure the thing you're stood on and then build from the measurements.
And how would
And that
we
would be the way
practically
to
do
go.
that? But how would we do that?
Well, we can make a radius, let's say, going from the North Pole out.
Right, but practically speaking, how would you do that?
So you're trying to say that they take these small measurements and then add them together and find some deviation.
Well, he's asking you.
I would do it using the stars myself.
Okay, but that would then
That's already
become
done.
an assumption.
So
I mean, I wouldn't use the stars, but that would be my preferred method. It's the most advanced way to do it. But physically measuring on the ground is good too. Do you know what the radius negator of if it is 24,901 miles at the equator circumference on an AE type map, Gleason's AE type layout? Do you know what the radius would be to the center?
I think an A map has it like 75,000 miles circumference.
No, I'm saying 20. Let's just taking the
I can calculate
24,009, taking the 24,901 rate equator. Do you know what the radius is to the North Pole?
I could calculate it for you, but not off the top of my head. The radius from the equator to the North Pole would be something like 7,000 miles.
I mean, you might. This number might ring a bell. The
31.
distance is
700.
3959 miles.
Oh, I guess I meant diameter when I said 7. But
Yeah, it's like 8 diameter.
But the real here's what I'm really wanting to drive home is that number one, assuming the Earth has a radius, an assumption, and implying that's a bad thing.
No, but did you hear what I just
meaning.
said though, dude? The actual radius, if it's 24,901 at the equator, is 3959. So all these calculations and a lot of these things are a real part of this realm. It's just not to a sphere. That's the part that's the assumptive part.
Okay, but you guys are missing the point here. That when you tell us the radius is assumed as if it's meaningful in some way, it's not, right?
Well, it is if you're using it to validate a premise. It would then being that the Earth is a sphere, then it would be, yeah.
But nobody is saying, look, I can calculate a radius, therefore there's a sphere. Nobody's making that argument.
Well, it's part of what I mean. We got into this because it's what's used. We were talking about what's used in these.
No, somebody just brought it up.
Well, I had to explain that from these measurements, they then calculate from the assumptions, and that's an important component because within the actual measurements for theodolites, which are used over small distances, how often does the greater than 90 degrees occur? That's the kind of point that I was getting to. And if the majority is 90 degrees, then you've got a horizontal, right? If you've got more 90 degrees is added together.
Or you don't get the 3959. You get 3963.
Yeah, okay, Bacon, that's thanks. But so that's an important thing to keep in mind, yeah?
I guess I don't know why we're jumping topics. The problem.
No, but Bacon was just answering Geo and trying to say that Geo was wrong.
Well, I mean, he is wrong, but it's not a big deal. That's why I didn't really like.
So do you see the point that I'm making? If we add up all the theodolites and we add up the 90 degrees, we've got a flat plane, we've got a horizontal.
I agree with you 100%.
And from that horizontal, how do we get this radius or this curvature? It's an assumption and a calculation.
No. What I'm saying is if all these zenith angles were 90s, right, and they all added up between two observers to be 180, then we would have a problem. There would be no radius.
And that's the point that I'm trying to make. How many of these are 90? How many are less than and more than? And that data would then have to, be figured out.
Yeah, I agree.
So that would be the next step in understanding what we're on. And obviously, the more 90s you get or less than, that's then going to affect this assumption and this calculation.
I would just say too, in terms of the circumference and radius thing, the radius of a 24,901 circle is 3963. However, there is I said the North Pole, and there's the discussions of like whether Polaris is right over the North Pole, whether it's slightly off. There's the magnetic mountain, the four rivers, the like vortex that's claimed to be there as well. So it depends on what exact part you're wanting to actually like geometrically. It is 3963, but in terms of the actual position of what you're using it for, the 3959 is also a number that has significance.
Or the 3959 is just the average radius. And the Earth is oblate, which makes the equator bigger than 2 pi times 3959.
Yeah, also if the equator is elliptical versus perfectly spherical or perfectly circular, if it has any ellipse to it, then that's going to adjust the radius as well. So in that case, it would be a range.
So that would be the next step, is to find these theodolite surveys that have been done and to see what they were able to actually measure. And then add those together, and then that would give you a greater understanding from an actual measurement over, hundreds of miles.
Yeah, I'm trying to find one that clearly lays it out. They all go through the very complex math instead of just stating these are it.
Well, again, you don't need complex maths. If you've got 1,090 degrees, then you've got 1,000 miles of horizontal.
Negator, would you say that you have a only a search for the truth, or would you say you have any bias in terms of wanting to have it be a globe?
I don't think I'm searching for truth, like in this regard.
You feel like you just have it and just wanting to get others to think that the same thing, or?
I mean, yeah, there's no question in my mind. I'm not looking for anything. It would be inaccurate to call what I'm doing as searching for truth.
So you don't question the idea of the Earth being a sphere and floating in a vacuum?
Not at all.
Would you say you ever questioned it?
No.
Really?
Likewise for me. Yeah, it's never been a question.
Never question. So the idea of question everything, you don't live by that.
Well, so
I did
certainly
once.
you can be open to questioning things. The idea is that you'd have to be shown some evidence that would cause you to question and investigate further. And neither of us have seen anything that even comes close, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, I put myself in the position and thought about it. Like, man, what if Earth were flat? You know, how all these things, what would be significant for me in this world now that wasn't prior to.
Yeah, I mean, in one way, it's not like there are certain overlaps that would be similar, but it has massive implications for humanity.
Yeah, I agree.
And I mean, do you think there's like any group of individuals out there that are, doing deals and conspiring in any way in terms of the financial systems, the political systems, the medical, the energy, the military, all of it? Like, you do not see that there's a whole bunch of like gangsters amongst the mix, to say the least? Or are you just blind to all that? Or do you not think that's the case and you think they're all just honest?
No, I do. I just don't think any of it has anything to do with the shape of the Earth.
Yeah,
even though they're literally called the globalists.
Yeah, that refers to their desire to have a one world government or sort of anti-nationalist or something like that. That has something to do with politics and economy, but nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. I mean, it's the same word, but it doesn't mean anything about the geometry of the Earth.
Well, I think more along the lines that he was trying to tell you that the globalization of the world could be considered a doublespeak.
You're breaking up.
Law, but beyond. Oh, shit.
You are breaking up a little, but I really want to hear what you were saying. But yeah, you were breaking up.
I would say he's right that the word globalist can refer to someone who believes that the economy and politics of the whole world should be under one control. And it could also refer to someone who believes that the shape of the Earth is a globe. I think, though, that the globalists have pretty much zero interest in the shape of the Earth, and they're only talking about the politics and economy and spiritual or whatever.
Well, there's also globalism as well.
Same thing.
But
Listen, so let's look at it like this then. If that's how you feel about it, imagine you're on your that they know. Right?
globe.
Just
So why?
unfortunately, you're still breaking up. Yeah.
Mm. Is that better, fellas?
Yeah, maybe try again, but we're only hearing about 20% of your words. But yeah, maybe try it again. You can see if it's better.
All right. If they know, imagine that they know that the Earth is flat. Okay. What the problem is that they continue to push the globe. So it's not. I mean, that's direct evidence that it's not just financial or just political. It also has something to do with power and control. Like, I mean, openly, that's brainwashing. To make someone think that their entire reality is not what it is has all sorts of implications. I mean, a web of things that would affect all the future generations of humanity, not just us. It's just, oh, it's for money. They don't care about money. They create money. They make money. They don't care about money. Money is a tool. Leverage for control.
Is he only roboting for me?
Leverage for control. They don't care about that. They make the laws. They make the money. What are those things to people? It's nothing. Nothing but leverage.
Bro, sorry, you're roboting very, very bad.
Okay.
Your connection doesn't seem to be that good because like 80% of what you said just was roboting. Sorry, I couldn't make out what you said.
Oh man, that's terrible.
Is that Floric?
Hey, Bacon.
Anyway, these folks in charge, folks in power, and folks who make money, they're not pushing the idea that Earth's a globe.
Oh no, not I mean that. No, NASA, one of the biggest government agencies in the world, who claim to land on the moon. They claim to they get the first picture of the sphere ever. They are a government agency completely linked in with Jack Parsons and Jesuits and all kinds of the Freemasonic connections. So they are the world leaders, dude. That's NASA, man.
If Earth's a globe isn't somebody who is whose job it is to occupy space above us going to tell us what they see?
Got you. Hope so, right?
Yeah.
I think if what you're saying, like, if the Earth was a globe, could there also be a bunch of corruption and it really is a globe? And so NASA is legit on that part. Like, they actually went to the moon, they snapped a picture of it, they're out there probing, and that part is good, but then there just happens to be all this other corruption elsewhere. I mean, I at least understand where you're coming from if that's what you're thinking. Like, I think those could overlap to some extent. Like, you wouldn't have to see the connection. And that's why it's a semi-decent deception that got people for a couple decades.
I mean, like if Earth were flat, right, and NASA didn't exist, we'd all walk around thinking Earth is flat, and there'd still be government corruption. Like,
maybe not as much because of the implications of what it means for a flat Earth. You know,
no,
especially a domed one.
It wouldn't change at all.
Well, you know what I think about with this? Like, I actually think that the current world, the way that it is today, with all our cities and just everything, the way that it's set up right now, it would have only been possible if the globe was a thing that was pushed. Because there's there's, you know how, like, if we want to use that term flat earther for the moment, just to use some term, you know how there's like, there is certain things about people that know the Earth is stationary and is not a globe, you know, in terms, like, there's I mean, there's probably a wide range of characteristics one could say about any kind of group or people that think anything. I guess you could say that about it, but let's just say that it seems to be that, in my viewpoint on it all, the people that know the Earth is stationary and, you know, and is not a globe, and even, you know, planar as well. They're like not very easily controlled, not very controllable, tend to think for themselves, tend to be into, health and things like that, spirituality. There's that whole connection.
Oh, no. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
And so what I'm saying is that I don't think you could control a group of flat earthers the way that they've controlled everyone now. That's my point. So it's like the globe mentality, what the globe model was needed to detach people in a way that they now feel insignificant and are able to be controlled. Otherwise, you can't control people that know that the earth is flat. They think for themselves. Right. They're not going to go get injections because the news told them. They're not going to give up their land, just, all that stuff. Like they're going to, in general, I'm just saying, they had to do the globe deception to even to try to do such a run on humanity as they've done to even get it to this way it even is today in this kind of modern, crisis, really, the modern
Negator,
world.
the fact that they got someone so smart like you defending it means that they're pretty good at what they do when they're doing this deception. I'm just saying, and I'm saying that about all the Globers that we argue with. You know what I'm saying? It's sad. It's actually really fucking sad to watch, like, some of the smartest people I've ever fucking talked to have to, like, you know what I'm saying? Some of the smartest people I've ever fucking talked to are anti-flat earthers and Globers, and it kills me that y'all are still stuck on that. But anyway, I had to say that.
Or Earth's the globe, and we were smart. That's why we know Earth's the globe.
We're way past that, man. That ship sailed.
Has it though?
Well, the only thing, Negator, if it was...
Is this better now? Can I try saying what I was going to say earlier? Can you all hear me now?
Yeah.
Is it clear, or am I still roboting?
No roboting.
Okay. I'm still roboting, or no roboting?
No. You're good. Go ahead.
Domo arigato. So,
I got
what I was trying to say earlier was kind of the gist of what this man just said, was that it's not just political or financial, that there would be...
Sorry, man.
You must know it's a flat earth or whatever.
Yeah, still roboting. Sorry, dude. I know. I really want to hear what you're going to say too, man.
It's mind control. It's control. It's religious. It's not just political or financial. These people are trying to enslave all future generations of humanity. To lie to someone about where they are is to hide everything else from them. All of them. It's not just money. These people make money. They don't care about money. They create money. These people
we're hearing you now. We heard all that.
Yeah.
Okay. These people make laws.
This is preaching. I don't know where this is going.
Well, it's not a reach to say that they make money. They do. I mean, people borrow money. That's a leverage to press. So they must know. Have you considered that there may be a religious aspect to it instead of just financial and political?
I mean, at this point, this is just preaching, right?
No, I'm not trying to preach to you. I'm trying to show something to you. Don't consider it that it's my belief. I'm not trying to tell you about my beliefs. I'm trying to tell you about theirs.
Well, what you assert are theirs, right?
Well, we were talking about, kind of the globe and globalism, and then Negator, you had said, well, yeah, but there's, these kind of controllers are not pushing this globe thing, and then I brought up NASA because they obviously are.
They have to be.
They're the main promulgators of the whole thing. I mean, humanity never had a quote unquote photo of the globe until NASA, so the whole thing is rooted in the government.
But can't the Earth still be a globe and NASA still take pictures of Earth?
Yeah, it could be.
Okay. Cool.
I mean, I'm not saying it could be reality, because reality is one thing. It's something that's not something else. I'm not saying like, oh, it could be. I'm just saying in terms of a mind experiment or just like a model or a thought or an idea, yes, you could have, like, the creator could create a sphere that is an Earth that has the gravity thing that they claim. I do think it's in the creator could create that if it wanted to. Did it create that here? No, I don't think so. But I think it is within the realm. So I think the creator can create anything.
Yeah, of course. Pre-existence possibility is not bound by the rules of post-existence physics. The rules of physics or whatever you want to say, a creator. I usually say creator. I don't like to say God, because then people can, get it confused with the Christian God instead of just some form of creator.
I don't know. I mean, I still believe in a creator.
I'm sorry, you're the one that's robot and bad now.
We hear him okay, so.
I
mean, one of the main points I was. Oh, sorry if you're going to say something. The main
No.
points I was going to say is that as I've thought all about this, because some of the things you're asking, like why is it important, like all these different things, and who's promulgating it and so on. But in my viewpoint, that just one of those points I was making is that I've thought about how the globe model and the globe idea and the whole paradigm that goes along with it was actually required for these individuals to get this level of control, so that we even have this thing of the matrix, as it were, and the banking system, and whatever terms you'd want to use. The whole way that this kind of system is set up with the money, you think about how tight of a system it is. Like all of our money is controlled by something outside of what we can even access. Like when you really think about it, it's crazy. So I was just saying, I think the globe was essential in that, because I think if people didn't believe it was a globe, they're not going to give up their freedoms and be able to be controlled and enslaved that readily.
What's the connection? Help us understand your position a little better. Why would the shape of the Earth have anything at all to do with politics and money? What is the connection that believing in the globe makes people susceptible to give up power and money to these people?
It's so you don't know that there is abundance. When you have scarcity, you have fear, you have control. Abundance equals choice equals freedom.
So you're talking about abundance versus scarcity, and you're saying that abundance versus scarcity is tied to the shape of the Earth?
Well, if you're told that you have limited resources because you're in a limited space, then they can control you through fear, right?
Sure, but why couldn't they just say something like the flat Earth is limited? Why do they have to make up this other thing?
Well, it's not about just resources. Like I was trying to get into, it's a religious aspect. And the reason why is because if there is a creator, of course, with flat Earth. A dome can't happen by accident. Something must craft it. So that's evidence of some type of creator at all.
Dome?
If we know that, and where do you think all the power would go to? It would go right to the religious sector. People wouldn't care what scientism had to say as much anymore. They would still have power, but just not as much. Not absolute total control.
Hang on. Is the argument now that a flat Earth, with or without a dome, must be created because it's impossible, and that impossibility implies a creator?
What do you mean?
Well, maybe I misheard you, but it sounded like that was the argument you were making, that a flat Earth with a dome means creator. Why does it mean creator?
Because a dome can't happen by accident, man. That's not something that evolves or comes about by an explosion of non-existent dust that suddenly existed for no reason.
Okay, but don't you guys simultaneously argue that a globe Earth is impossible?
With the physics that are with the actual physics that exist in this realm, yes, it is impossible. But it's theoretically possible, yeah.
But can I then make the same argument he's making, that because it's impossible based on your understanding of reality, that means there's a creator? A globe Earth equals creator?
Wait, say that again? I don't know if I followed that.
He's arguing that a flat Earth isn't possible naturally.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, certainly
it has
not
to
by
be.
the Big Bang.
Okay. So is there any other possible natural explanation for a flat Earth that has a dome?
We'll come up with it. Tell me, what would it be?
I don't know. There's a bigger point to this,
Right.
and it
No,
requires
no, that is the point, is that there is no accidental version of it, because what would it be? What would that accident be?
You remember when
Without infinite space and planets, it's Big Bang, and that's a reasonable, somewhat explanation that people could wrap their head around. If we're in a giant snow globe with all this life, the explanation be?
okay, but you keep going
And what
back to
accidental thing?
your premise is this is not possible naturally, therefore a creator did it. Yet you argue that a globe Earth is not possible naturally, which also means I can argue globe Earth equals creator, right?
Okay, I got you now. Okay. Well, all right. He has to respond to that then, or because that was something he said.
Yeah, I mean, sure, you can say globe Earth equals creator, and that's why many people still do while believing the globe. But it doesn't work the other way. That's not a premise that works both ways.
Why not?
Because I just asked you, didn't I? I posed the question to you. How would that create? How would a snow globe with is off the table now, basically, right? Only short scale evolution exists. Someone made a drill, then they made a bit, then they made knowledge stacks, sure, but evolution's off the table because it's not just some dust ball with water and millions and millions of years of evolution. Like this is a crowded place.
You keep missing the point that I'm making is that you believe that a globe Earth is impossible. Correct?
No, I don't think that a globe Earth is impossible. I never presupposed that at all.
All right.
A creator could make anything it wanted to.
Mm-hmm. So then all of the globe Earth proofs we provide, you agree with?
No, not in the slightest, no.
So they're all wrong because why?
Because there's observable checks against them. There's tests against them. None of them. There's no factual bearing in any of them. It's all chalkboard theory and mental subjugation.
A globe Earth doesn't make sense.
Oh, good term. I like that. That term subjugation is a more rare term. People don't know it as well, but mental subjugation. That is what the globe is. Absolutely. Wow,
No,
that's a perfect term for it.
He
Because it subjugates you under them. Because now you are under their model, their control, basically. By just believing that,
Please
you're
let
under.
this man question me. Let this man question me. Go ahead, please continue.
Yeah, don't use big words. I won't be able to follow.
No. The can a globe Earth exist without a container to keep the atmosphere in? Is that something you can believe is possible?
No. All pressure of any kind requires a container.
Okay, so then the impossibility of the globe Earth means that there's a creator, right?
No, I'm saying that it's just a lie. If let's put it like this. I see where you're getting at. Let's put it like this. Let's say the Earth is not flat or
Still breaking up, man. Unfortunately,
actually accurate or no.
We'd like to hear you uninterrupted, but you just still are breaking up, and then it's yeah. Sorry, you cut out for most of that.
Okay, so it's not me. It's him.
What if the Earth isn't flat or a globe? What third option could there be? Well, that's the idea, is that it's not just one or the other. It could be anything, right? So the impossibility of the globe doesn't exactly prove that the Earth is what we're saying it is. We're saying it's this lie.
No, what I'm arguing
has water on it. I mean, there should be no water in outer space at all. A simple vacuum from Home Depot destroys all moisture. Once you get to a pressure gradient of less than 400 microns, no moisture can exist. And the vacuum of space is much more powerful than a vacuum pump from Home Depot.
So the original premise was that your argument that flat Earth equals creator is a bad premise. That's my goal here, is to convince you that argument is a poor one, because it's based on the idea that a flat Earth with a container is impossible naturally.
Well, that's correct. Yes, that's right.
Okay, but you also argue that a globe Earth with an atmosphere that sticks to it is also impossible naturally.
Only because of the nature of what they're saying it's in. Only because of the infinite vacuum that they're saying surrounds us.
Outstanding. That means it's proof of a creator, because it's impossible.
Do you believe in a creator, Brigader?
Well, I do, but I would like Salty to really think about the premise of his original.
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. That's great. That's fine. But I mean, the point is that you're making a great leap to say that, this still exists because it's impossible, and that proves a creator. So, I mean, are you saying that the impossibility of the globe is evidence of the creator?
No, I am not arguing for or against a globe right now, or for or against a creator right now. What I'm arguing is that your argument has a false premise.
No, it doesn't.
Not a good one. It's not a good one to make.
Yes, it is. Of course it is.
Well, all you'd have to do to minorly adjust it is just say that, Authentic Intent, his channel, he used to always say to people, there's no atheists on flat Earth. He always used to say that little statement. It was and I think kind of what he meant by it is that, anyone who knows the Earth is flat is not an atheist. There are no atheists that are also flat earthers. Now, if anyone knows anyone or has ever heard of anyone actually hold that position, feel free to jump in and share. But I've never heard anyone actually, be able to hold that. There's one guy who, I don't know whether it's worth calling his name out. It doesn't really matter. But one person, this was back on the 24/7 Flat Earth server, way back, the 1.01, this a long time ago. I remember talking with him, and the thing is, in his perspective, he just feels he said, his idea that the Earth has just always been here, so it never was created in that sense. So there isn't a creator in that way; that it's just always been here. Now I don't know what he thought about a higher power though necessarily, but remember that was Flatmatic, Wolfgang. Remember that?
I remember Flat Earth Agnostic, right? But he changed his name since. But
well, I kind of have always been a proponent of that idea, especially if we accept the idea or the premise that energy can't be created or destroyed. And then it also goes along with the God idea. If it's supposed to be eternal, if God's supposed to be eternal and God's within everything, then everything would also kind of be eternal, just a different formation over time. But never like a beginning or an end, which really doesn't make any sense when you think about it. How could there be a beginning or an end? But it doesn't make you an atheist or any of that. It's just, actually, there should be. What's that?
There could be a beginning and an end.
No, I'm just saying, for me, if I had to guess, I would say there is no beginning or end.
Well, even the idea of the Big Bang, if you let's say you're in the state of a creator where you just have infinite ability, you have just light and power, you can just literally manifest anything. Would it manifest a toroidal field, separate the waters from the waters from a single point, 0 point, have a Big Bang like thing? Actually, not really the Big Bang theory, but some kind of a spark of activation, which separates the waters, ignites first you'd have to sort of have the waters and the ether. You have to have all the elements in Q, and then, but the idea that it would spawn from something, and then it's all coming out from the center of the toroidal field. Then you have all the land masses appear to be coming out in four spokes of the wheel, There's apparently the ancient maps showing the Mercator maps and others showing the 4 islands and 4 rivers in the center. So
Right.
I still think that's a cool idea that it all extended, expanded out, or even banged out, maybe, or some kind of thing like that.
Sure.
It would be like a creation event.
Yeah, that's the growing Earth was an interesting idea before I figured out that it's not a ball at all. But yeah, that's
Like, was the Garden of Eden when this realm was smaller? Then that was just the beginning
who
of
knows?
it, like at the center,
Yeah,
and
it
then it
seems like
extended out.
yeah, definitely. But then who knows if that's the only center? And I would imagine not.
No,
maybe,
I think there's
yeah,
literally infinite other dimensions.
Yeah.
And
When you say
realms.
dimensions, though, it makes me feel like there's something metaphysical that it couldn't just be an extension of this reality.
Well, like
But I
this
don't know.
whole realm, whatever, like we're a human in this realm. So no matter what someone thinks of like being a soul or spirit worlds or heaven or anything like that, just in this physical realm, we're here, we're living it, we're humans. We seem to have these physical bodies. We've got, things fall to the ground when they're heavy, just this whole experience. What I'm saying is that from my perspective, this whole thing is like a realm within the larger infinite field of whatever
Right.
term one would want to use,
Right.
God, the creator,
Yeah.
the higher intelligence. But the thing is, in my viewpoint, this is only one of like infinite. I mean, there's infinite other ones that are, some of them are like this one, some of them are very different. And I know it seems incomprehensible to think of how there could be infinite of them, but I've had
Right.
like
This
certain
is kind of a word
experiences
used
that
as
have
like a placeholder.
validated that for me. My understanding that is the case.
Infinite, huh? Yeah. So then, if
So-
it's infinite, how could it have an end, and how could it have a beginning?
So like a
Yeah.
roll of bubble wrap, all the bubble wrap or all the little domes that go on and on and on.
Yeah, in a sense,
Yeah.
yeah. Not
That would
like
be
balls,
kind
not
of like the
necessarily
tree.
balls,
Yeah.
and like it's not the balls
Yeah.
in space, but that idea is still. I think there is something resonant. I even think the reason the way they push the space story is because it resonates with that thing in people's minds of just that expanse and the wonder of everything else that is out there, as it were.
That would make the
Right.
most sense. Like it's like imagining there'd be only one tree. Like there's gotta be a lot more.
It is a fantastical story that births curiosity in the mind. I mean, it really makes you wonder, wow, space and other planets, what's out there? What's on those planets? What other materials are on those planets?
Well, yeah, it's the same deduction. It's the same logical deduction. Like when we thought it was a ball, we most people commonly accepted that there'd be life in other places in the universe, because that statistically that would make sense, that we wouldn't be just the only one, right? And the same way,
Right.
I mean, there would be outer ponds, and the same logical deduction. It couldn't just be this one thing in all of existence. There's only one of these things. Even though we only have one sun and
That's
one
kind
moon.
of that's kind of the same angle that they want to steer you toward. You're just a speck of dust. I do think this is a unique place. I don't think there's many like zillions of other ones. That's not
That's
my
interesting.
belief.
It could be, it could be another thing. It does kind of
Could it
seem
be
like maybe
both?
that could be just leftover thinking from that idea, but
Could it be
who
both?
knows?
though?
Yeah,
Oh,
it could be
sorry.
special and be many, right?
Yeah,
you're
could
right.
it be special and many? Like humans are
No,
like that.
no,
Like
it can't.
like each one
No.
of us is special in our own way. And even like from the astrological perspective, like from the luminaries, the way that the luminaries move in those cycles, like in all my study of it for so many years, like it's clear to me that the sky is like intricately timed with each individual person to intricate detail, like their actual birth date, and then also all the transits, meaning everything moving after they're born, and how that the way everything is now in the sky and how that relates to the birth chart is also meaningful. So it's literally playing out and creating cycles of their lives. It's unbelievable. So like there is specialness to each person. However, there's so many of us as well, that we are kind of, I mean, like as humans, we're kind of just a drop in the ocean, because there's, however many millions, billions of humans out there. Like, so in a way, so if it was like that with other realms or other dimensions as well, this one could be incredibly special and unique in that way. But then also there could be others that all have their uniqueness, just like humans.
Right, and it's special and unique in comparison to those things. Without the comparison, it maybe wouldn't even have that same qualification, right?
Isn't that kind of the definition of special? Is that it's like,
right,
not necessarily that it's rare. It's not that it's rare, but it's that it has like unique, meaningful qualities.
Yeah, amongst others that are similar but not the same.
Fractals.
Right. I think that's the other thing. Speaking of this kind of relative thinking, which is really where we should be focusing the relativity argument. But yeah, it's just a matter of perspective. But in the same way, the whole whole creator context, I think maybe just a black and white choice rather than it's always presented as a black and white choice. Either as a creator that's outside of us that did this and structured it and is somehow in the same kind of biblical God idea of this this being, right? Which we can't prove, of course. Anyone will admit that, but we have evidence of it and intuitiveness that there's something like that, regardless if it's personified in that way. But I think that the better option, at least with not a better option necessarily, but at least we could all agree at the very base that it seems like there's God within all things, right? So already right there, we're saying that God is everything to some degree. Now, whether everything is just God and that's all there is, like it's almost like the opposite of atheism, like it's believing not just in one God, but believing that all there is God, like God is all, right? Kind of like pantheism, but it's like God. That makes the most sense, and we all kind of agree on that, regardless if you think there's a creator outside of this. You also kind of accept the idea that there's a bit of him in everything. So maybe we could at least all agree that that's the base of what most likely is the case. Now, maybe part of the psyop, like I've said before, is to separate us from that creator. And that's part of the whole thing, is to get us separated from the idea that we're all one through this God, and God is all one. And that separates us and sees us, like makes us see each other and ourselves as individuals that are competing for this like afterlife reward or this, some kind of judgment day, when it's really just that it's like a brain thinking, and we're all part of this consciousness, and it doesn't have to be separated in the way that that's the whole idea of it, is to separate us from it. Like we're always being judged and looked on, and then they can then interpret what this God is saying and all those things that go along with that idea. And it just makes more sense.
There's a reason it's called the Newtonian Cartesian paradigm. This whole the Newtonian Cartesian materialistic paradigm, which is based upon, Newton and everything involved with that, gravity, the globe, the whole deal. And that information, even though that's not necessarily what Newton himself was actually like, but the way that they've interpreted Newton, let's just say that, and then Descartes. And Ian McGilchrist has some new book out, and he's been getting a lot of coverage within these realms, talking about analysis about how Descartes was actually schizophrenic. And that is very interesting, the level of isolation that comes from that philosophy. That it's like a detachment from reality into a physical only reality that is actually a part of certain schizophrenias.
I mean, that's like most everybody in the world now.
I mean, by all rights, you could say that prophets would be considered schizophrenic under the terms of medical, diagnosis, like hearing voices in your head, like it's, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think most anybody you would diagnose in a stringent way, you'd find that that's the case. Like everyone's schizophrenic because we all talk to ourselves to some degree, right?
Well,
yeah,
I agree that there's huge amounts of mislabeling within that term, and yes, I agree, because like if somebody has like a mystical experience, like a cathartic type experience, either with meditation or whatever it may be, they might be able to categorize that like ambulant schizophrenia, or these different. They try to claim psychotic states, but there are certain states that are very real like that that people move through and go through in their kind of healing journey as well. So some of those states are real, but then there's also something to like. That term I'm saying, like sure. It's kind of both. I think it's like it's misused and misappropriated in certain ways, but then at the same time there is a certain mind state connected to that. And in Descartes, I think that analysis is connected around that isolation and like removing meaning from the world and making it only this physical thing that you can just kind of manipulate, basically.
Yeah, any kind of psychological profile that you think you can just like extend across the board and have it apply to everybody and like be able to diagnose everyone and according to these like 1, 2, 3 type things. And then they take advantage of the idea that there are we're all like psychotic to a certain degree, because the absurdity of existence itself kind of requires that you have those relationships with your different voices in your head. You know, that's just what life is. You know, and then they've made it so that now they can diagnose that and pick you apart and then put you away if they want, and then manipulate your whole life based on getting you to believe that you're, you know, this or that according to whoever, you know, came up with that diagnosis. It's just hilarious. I mean, you're not hilarious. It's just very, very evil in a lot of ways, and that's what they
It
do with
sounds
everything. The
sounds
same
like they
people that did
slandered
the
him.
ISS stuff is the same people that gave us the dancing nurses. You know, it's that kind of like patronizing, crazy,
Right.
you know, surreal type control. Go ahead.
Yeah. We're all still
Well,
confused about how
Negator.
Wilbur controls. But go ahead, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Say it again. I didn't hear it.
No, go ahead. I didn't have anything.
Well, I was kind of interested to bring it back. I mean, we can go wherever with the combo, but so yeah, I think having the Earth be stationary with the heavens above, and the heavens are moving and we're stationary. I've never even heard an argument placed forward that there could be some kind of like not a creator, because we're here, we're on this massive foundational surface, and the sky seems to be all synced up and meaningful with the seasons and the way the sun moves and the way nature works. I mean, can we all agree that, like, perhaps that there is, you know, or would we all agree, I should say, that there's really no explanation for how that could come from without a creator?
It's not the result of randomness. That's if that's what you're saying.
I think existence as we know it came from something that we can't understand.
Yep.
Yeah, at the very
I
least,
agree
we all
wholeheartedly.
agree on that, right? But then it's just like the whole term creator is just it's so loaded with, you know, context that you can't really say everyone agrees on, right? So it's like, you know, even just saying God or anything like that, you know, not everyone has the same idea of what it is. So, but we throw around these ideas that you know, that we kind of assume that we all agree on what that means. You know, but
Yeah.
I agree that there's an intelligence to the design. Doesn't mean that there's necessarily one designer outside of the design. Maybe the whole thing is has the essence of intelligence at its core, and that's why there's intelligence to the whole thing, and it all communicates, you know, throughout. Creates
What about
itself.
what about the term creative? How about creative intelligence instead of creator? Because
There you
creator.
go.
What do you think of that? Creative
Well,
intelligence.
creative intelligence at the essence of everything. Doesn't mean that there's an outside creative intelligence like manufacturing it. Makes more sense if everything works together in symbiosis because it's all one thing.
So you imply that there's not a singular instead of the creator. You're implying multiple creators.
No, I'm saying everything is
Geo.
God.
No,
Well,
I think you. I mean, even baseline status, we are all the thoughts of God manifest. But as a construction
very
worker, I can tell you that my thoughts become what you live in. Right? I've built hundreds of homes for families. Okay, those people live in the product of my thoughts. However, I can't rationally say that they're living in my thoughts. That house isn't my thoughts anymore. It became its own structure of my thoughts.
Well, it's not that you're breaking up a little bit, but I got you what you're saying. It's not to say that each of us is God in our own right, doing the same thing God can do. It's just that we are all together as, you know, as a group, what God is, possibly, at the very least. You know.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what I got from what you were saying. Like, well, using the term creative intelligence is very broad because it could be anything that has a creativity to it and also has an intelligence that is guided or really very focused in those ways, rather than just some randomness or whatever they try to claim with the Big Bang thing. But then I also was thinking from what you were saying is like the idea, if you say creator, it kind of implies that there's something outside of yourself that's like, it's that thing that you can point at, like, oh, that's the creator over there. And and there is that whole discussion, the creation versus the creator. People have different views on that. But what I got from what you were saying is the idea, like, instead of it being necessarily like something over there, it actually is just, it's imbued in everything. Like it's one and the same with everything, all just in different states of itself.
Yeah, but not to say instead of necessarily, because I'm not saying that I know anything about whether there's something outside of it that did whatever it is that we're in. But I'm saying at the very least, I think we can all agree that it's within everything and we're part of it. And that's all we can all kind of maybe get, start with as a base. And then there could be something that's even like a grander supreme being. And I'm fully, accepting of that possibility. And maybe there's something else still to discover that makes that more of a reality that I'll accept with more assurance than just the base consciousness that we all share. It seems like there's a lot of baggage and a lot of pushing of that narrative, and it's hard to know whether that pushing of the narrative or the book or whatever it is that makes you convinced of that is more so your reason for thinking that's the case than that being actually the case. And then if you do decide you know what's going to happen after you die or what God is, and you're wrong about it, and you've made that decision, then it's like your commitment to that idea and that faith that goes along with it becomes like a psyop of its own inside your mind. Because if you doubt it at any point, then it's like you're denying your intelligence to consider other options because you've decided on this thing, and then that becomes a whole game with like, oh, if I stop believing it, then I never really believed it or had faith to begin with. And what if I go to hell? What if I go to heaven? And like, but what if it's something completely different than you decided on? You'll never know because you decided and you put your faith forward on that, and you can't switch now because then you never had the faith to begin with. So I think that's part of the mind game that they get you. That's part of maybe what's intended with it all.
Yeah, it's like belief subjugation. Subjugation basically means like to bring something under domination or control, to like dominate or control something, subjugate it. So yeah, like they're doing that with that belief system, I think, in multiple different, just use the broad term religious like context. Yeah, in different traditions, in multiple of them, it seems like. It's like they took the roots of some of the like the spiritual systems like that actually had a lot of depth to them, and then they like took parts of those that were true, and then they just twisted them to beyond recognition into these control mechanisms that gets you to believe in this thing, which now I actually think that's like some of that stuff, depending on what it is exactly, but some of it is actually like the idea of like, is it coming from the angelic or the demonic? Like the angelic would be like wisdom and knowledge and actual, truth and all that is good in those ways. Whereas the demonic is, all that is kind of either controlling, manipulative, or harmful, whatever it may be in terms of those. And some of the processes, I'll just say, within some of these religious contexts, like are actually demonic. Like they're actually getting people to believe in something for their own, that you're worshiping that like demonic entity rather than actually having, your own spiritual.
Taking advantage of your natural spiritual intuition or your natural spiritual tendencies, and then defining it with some kind of story that you either have to believe the details of, or you're just completely, outed from that idea completely. It's like let's attach the story. It's all about the story now. And then it's your belief in the story that's more important than whether you're connected spiritually to everything that exists.
Yeah, well said. Which is interesting because, the way you said that's deep, because it's, I guess what I was going to say is that
it's like the definition of evil.
How much that
definition of evil is to do that, right?
And I was going to say how much how similar that is to a cult, the way cults work.
Yeah. Right.
You have to believe, you have to do the thing. And if you don't, they just deject you. They, exile you, and use whatever tools they can to get you back in it. I mean, that's cult stuff. When you're trying to control people, it's subjugation too. You're trying to manipulate them. And that can come into some of the excessive like manipulation, or, I mean, the whole thing, you're going to hell. I mean, what more of a manipulation is that? I mean,
right. It almost like makes it so that they can, basically judge you in this life. And there's something to it. I'm not saying there's nothing like a heaven or hell type ideas, but not to say that I'm not a believer or not accepting of those possibilities again. But it does seem like it's the perfect way to control what men do by getting them to think about their, existence after life being this like eternal thing, whether it's heaven or hell. And eternity of anything is the only thing that really scares the shit out of me. You know what I'm saying? Like, even chocolate cake forever would be a torture of its own, right?
Right.
Well, but then there's the idea that the creator, as it were, just to use that term, is actually eternal. And then you get into the idea, is the creator suffering because of that? Or not? Or but the way you just said that, or is that just something that you have in your, because isn't there the other perspective, the other opposite, that eternity can be amazing? Like if you have eternity of omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient, all those, if you have infinite power, infinite knowledge, infinite ability to create any number of worlds, in all these different ways, like, wouldn't that actually be incredible?
Absolutely. And I just don't want to get carried away with the idea that it'd be incredible and then start to say that that's what I think it is because of how incredible the idea is, more so than really thinking that's most likely the case. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you know that feeling when you're about to sit and watch a movie, like you just get in there and you're just all, kind of just happy and giddy and you're just ready for a new adventure, and how just kind of, especially if it's a good movie, and how kind of exciting that is. Like I kind of think of it in that feeling, that the creator is always in that feeling like, oh, I get to create this and this and this, and like everything that it does. It's amazing music. And now you think about, then there's like the suffering part of life. So then there's that whole thing to think about as well. But I think the creator even wants to create that. That is actually interesting to create, because if it's just infinite bliss and love and light and all of that, it may want to experience something else that is even painful, which is wild to think why it would want to experience that. But people do simulation games where they do all kinds of stuff, and when you're not the character and you're not actually dying, it's actually super enjoyable to crash a car or whatever it is in a video game, So if the creator is like in the state where it's not actually dying or being hurt, then our experiences would then be it just having that interest to create that experience, just like you would in a video game where you like crash test dummies or something, where you like crash cars and you sit there and laugh as the dummies smash
Are you
around.
saying he likes Schadenfreude?
What did you say?
Say it again, Ron.
Are you saying the creator likes Schadenfreude?
What? I don't get the reference. Is that a video game reference? I'm not a gamer.
No, that's not a game.
What is Schadenfreude?
The suffering of other people.
It's like deriving pleasure from someone else's, like either misfortune or pain. Sadomasochism.
Like Gio said, it's kind of enjoyable to watch the car wreck in a video game. It's like, well, that would be like if the creator enjoyed the suffering of watching us suffer. And
yeah, I think it does. I think it does.
See, there again, that's where it's for some reason I detach from that being like how I would guess it is, because I mean, as far as like just like separating it in the creator, like planning it to be this, so he could enjoy this experience and having it all be like like planned, and that it makes more sense if it's an organic thing, that the essence of intelligence just happens because all of it is a part of this experience all at once. Like there can't be like, I'm going to do this because, or just like the idea that God got bored, so he created man, but then he never spends time with man. So why would that give him any less boredom? It doesn't, I mean, like just some of these things that we attach to the idea of God and the personification of it don't make sense because of the limitations that we, make on him that we would expect of ourselves and all these things.
But if you could create all, like, think about every human right now, whatever they're doing. Some are having joy, some are having unjoy. If you could be all of them simultaneously in like the biggest game of Sims ever, and I was going to say this too. I mean, the thing about it's like the biggest game of Sims, like that Sims game or whatever, because you're experiencing all of it simultaneously, all the different components. But the thing I was going to say, like, let's just take a misfortune, like a car crash, like, because I mentioned that. All of the things that have to correlate in order for that car crash to happen, the two people, whatever, whether it's one or two, whoever's involved, there's like the physical matter, the road, the earth, the sky, the air, the physics, the car, the metal, all of the engine, the whole history of the engine, the whole history of who built the car, like all of the creativity that has to go into these two cars. They're going down the road, the people who built the road, the whole road itself, the materials, where those even came from, the physics, all of that, like the creator the creative intelligence, whatever one wants to use, has to be, literally all of that has to be created and happening. And then for the car, the one person falls asleep or whatever happens. And then, the way they it's dramatic and it's traumatic to think about. But I mean, the way they veer off the road and they double flip, triple flip, whatever it may be. And all of that, if you were to see that in a movie or in a video game or whatever, that all has to be created. So that all has a creative intention, because I think everything does. Everything was created exactly the way it was intended to be created, including that car crash, or even other, things that happen to people that are death and all kinds of different painful
But
things.
doesn't that also take
Accident.
away from the significance of all these things that are occurrences that either could or couldn't happen according to our free will, as well as just
that kills free will too, man. That's a scripted reality.
There's an organic thing that goes on here, and if it wasn't an organic, if your whole life was planned out, say you planned out your whole life and you just followed that plan, and you never went off the beaten trail and discovered something you didn't plan on discovering, your life would be boring as fuck. You know what I'm saying? It would not be exciting. You have to have that randomness, the things that you don't know are going to happen, and choices you didn't know you were going to make, or things that you didn't know you were going to discover, like the earth is not a fucking spinning ball. Those kind of things have to be open, and having it be pre-planned, or having God just have it be I'm going to have this experience, it's going to go just like this, doesn't make any sense intuitively, or any kind of, it doesn't click with me or resonate with me at all that would be that way. But I don't think you mean it that way, really.
No, I'm not saying that at all.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I think, my quick thoughts on free will. I think it's both. So free will does and doesn't exist in different ways, in different layers and contexts. So I'll just try to be as brief as I can. From let's just say the creator, just use that term. From that level of consciousness, it is nothing but free will, the most pure free will, because it just literally creates everything it wants on any level and can manifest that in all different ways. So that's ultimate free will. However, that consciousness exists eternally. So because it exists eternally, it's outside of time. It then had to create time, as it were, out of its free will to even have a thing we call time, and then to even create humans that are then experiencing time, and then even to the point where you get to where humans now have something like a free will. And so even though the whole thing is all created, so yes, I do think the future has already happened in consciousness. What I'm going to eat for lunch tomorrow, what you're going to do, it all exists eternally. However, in our lives here, we can have the experience of free will within it, because the creative ability has that capacity to do. So I can feel I'm going to get up right now and I'm going to go get a glass of water or whatever it is. I can feel it. And even if I walk halfway to get water, and then I just decide, never mind, I'm going to turn the other way. Whatever, that feels like free will to me. And it was the free will of the creator to create that. However, because that's happening in time, it has also already existed. And so therefore, in that sense, it's not actually free will. That already is what's written into the time field.
That takes away from the significance. I don't know if I understand what you're saying. It's almost like you're saying that we have the illusion of free will, but it's just as good as free will because we don't know the difference.
In a sense, it's like simulated free will, but the thing is, it's coming from the creator that is free will. So it's the creator's free will to create a thing in time that does all exist, but then it's replaying it through these time pieces and then having that authentic feeling. Well, it's kind of like the idea, okay, if the creator is singular, if there's one creator, then there's no others. So that's the thing too. Right now, you and I are talking.
We don't know that neither. It might have created other versions of gods. What if Zeus and all of those other pantheons of gods are real, and they know and follow what the original creator would be? It could have created other things.
You're breaking up.
Was second in power to God. It was very, very powerful entity. It wasn't just some thing like us. It was very, very powerful.
Right. I hear you on that.
You were God.
I guess just to finish the quick thing, all I was trying to say about the illusion thing, if the creator, I hear what you're saying there as well, but from the perspective that at the tippy top, whatever you want to call it, at the center of everything, that there is one creator, then that creator is singular. Therefore, it doesn't have another to be with. And so then the idea that it would then want to create the kind of simulation, if you want to call it that, of others through love relationships, humans, dogs, pets, animals, the whole thing. But it's only like
Gave us
it's like a
limit.
liminal experience. It's an experience to be had rather than, because in that perspective, like there isn't really another. It's almost like an illusion in that sense, but it feels real enough to satisfy that desire within the creator that is, I think, always trying to satisfy because it is singular and it wants to experience, othership.
Well, but don't you think that if you were God, like, wouldn't you want to just like be the force within everything that doesn't have like a pre-planned idea of what's going to happen, and that randomness would be the excitement that would continue on? That not knowing is better than knowing, and
That's why
more.
that's why it created us to experience the not knowing.
Well, but that's not if God is all knowing, then it wouldn't have any not knowing by even being within us, because there would still be the all knowing and all like future planning consciousness that he would be aware of, or it would be aware of, or whatever, that would be completely, beyond the illusion of free will. Because I just think it makes more sense that it would work organically in a certain way. Like there's a certain structure, that chaos and grace. It's got a certain like equilibrium that goes on. I just like to think of it like a brain. Like you have your brain and your thoughts, and we kind of think of like different parts of our brain are thinking and communicating with different parts of our brain, even though it's all one thing. We kind of all have that sense that we're sending a message to different parts of our brain from another part of our brain. And, it's kind of all working in this way that we can then move our bodies and be in existence that doesn't have any, like, this is going to happen and this is going to happen and then I'm going to die and that's all there is. But I'm going to pretend like it's just me choosing things. It doesn't make any sense. It makes more sense, to me at least, that it would be like, it has to have some kind of like, infinite possibilities that aren't necessarily thought out beforehand.
Sure. How could it? I mean, really, right now I'm playing a game called Valheim, okay? And I'm running around in the boom thing.
You're breaking up, man. We can't hear you.
Now, the creators of this... Pardon?
You're breaking up again.
Oh, shit.
It's better now. You just roboted for a while there.
Oh, okay. The creators of this game made the world to interact with and gave me the capability to make this character and to interact with the world, but they could never have guessed what I would do, especially because they're in a new
you're breaking up.
Went back to
world.
roboting.
I don't know why the creator decided to have your reception cut out during that part of your sentence that you thought
know
you were
every
free,
step.
that
I
you're,
didn't
like,
know.
your mind from free will, but that was actually planned, and this is why we're experiencing it, because it all led up to this point for the creator to know exactly what was going to happen. I don't know why, but let's figure it out.
Yeah, I mean,
No,
the
sorry,
movement.
I'm not trying to mock you.
Again, that makes God a liar, though.
What's that? We didn't get half of what you said. I'm sorry. I was kind of talking over you because you were robotic.
Well, I think about it. He
What
brought up
would
the
be
video
the
game.
point of
Yeah.
existence without free will?
What would be the point of existence without free will? Yeah.
Experience.
What would be the significance of anything if it's already pre-planned?
Well, it
What
has
would
to
your-
be because
what would
it
your
has to be
role-
because
how
the
would your
creator's
role be
outside of time. The creator's outside of time, so it has to have created. Like, if it's outside of time and then it decided to create time, then every single moment of that time is within the eternal at all times. It has to be. It's a necessity. It's like an antecedent for creation.
Well, that the part of your life, your
Mm.
birth and death are probably predetermined, but what you do during that time is free will, because if we're all pre-programmed, right, what would be the ant farm would be boring to watch, right? If every move was predetermined, what interest would that be?
Well, I'm
And
not
what's
saying
everybody-
that's the case, because I like I said, I think both are the case. Like, we can have the experience of free will, meaning like we can create, the creator can create the experience as 100% of whatever we consider free will, meaning I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, or whatever choices we make and all of that. But on a higher level of creation, in my viewpoint, that because the creator is outside of time, like I said, all of time is eternal because it is eternal. And so from that, in that sense, then I'm just saying from that higher, like deeper level of it, it is already in a sense, you could say predetermined, meaning whatever happens to me tomorrow or all of that, because it all exists like in the Akashic records as well, meaning that because in the Akashic records, like everything that has ever happened, past, present, and future, all are said to exist there in that sense. So it's like from those levels, it does all exist, but that doesn't mean that we can't have the experience of free will and be a soul that is going through life, making mistakes, having, what goes around comes around. That's all very real, which is why the creator creates that. It's like creating a game and then creating, the ability to play the game and then traverse through it.
Yeah, but you've also talked about, I'm not trying to point out a contradiction in what you've said, but I don't think that, I don't know if this is something you're like stuck with as far as like this is how it is. But you did say that it's antecedent to the whole creator, or the necessary requirement would be that it be outside of time, and then everything's all existing in this past, present, and future through Akashic records, which means that like whether you're going to go to heaven or hell, or if that even exists, or whether you're going to die a certain day or another day is already predetermined, which takes away from the organic process that would give the whole thing like its significance and the way I see it.
I hear you. I mean, if you feel that way for yourself,
I
that's
don't know.
what gives it meaning.
I just don't know.
To me, I guess I would say it's what you're saying, I don't disagree with. I think I would feel that way too. Like from the idea you're saying that it's like new and exciting, because I still think that's the case. Like, I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. Like my consciousness right here, I do not know exactly. Obviously I have a sense of what I'm going to do and what et cetera, but I don't know exactly. However, on the higher level, I do know it does exist. It already exists. So, I mean, I feel like I'm getting that feeling of excitement. Like what will tomorrow bring? I just don't think that's actually like the ultimate situation when you kind of zoom out to the.
Well, that's what I was going to say. You've talked before about like learning a lesson from this life and then going on to another life. That with those lessons kind of in your intuitive, being in your next life. So then you can move on to the next. What would be the point in learning something if it's something that was already predetermined for you to learn, and the next life is also predetermined for that lesson to be taken to that next existence? And
right.
what I'm saying, like, what would be like
play for God? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, like you put yourself on like autopilot, then you might as well just do that, right? I'm not trying to criticize what you're saying. It's just like I'm trying to grasp whether that's something you think that is necessary for it to be that way for a creator. I guess I just go back to the essence of intelligence. The essence of everything has that intelligence. The essence of everything.
Well, like from the perspective, like leaving like other realms and other dimensions out of it for the moment, let's just take just this earth realm to view it, let's say in a perspective where there's like a spirit world or a heaven, if you want to call it that, where human souls exist, as it were, whatever you view a soul as, or a soul, doesn't have to be a human soul, just a soul. And then that soul then like incarnates into a body. So like, as it were, kind of comes down to earth, as incarnates in that sense. And then if you view it through reincarnation, however one would view that, and then I've mentioned too, the idea that there's other dimensions as well. So like maybe we're learning lessons and going through things here, but then we can then go to after we die here, go in the human spirit world, and then even go from there to other spirit worlds and other realms and other places. So in that perspective, if it's like a grand process, in my viewpoint, that would be like that at the peak level of the creative, creative consciousness, it is like the Akashic records. It all is existing eternally, simultaneously. In that sense. So in that sense, you could say it's all any realm that has time. Yes, it is all already existing and exists eternally. However, if you were to then create a soul from yourself, so if that creator then can create a soul from itself, which is a limited part of itself, it's temporarily limited and made to be that way, to where it doesn't have the knowledge of all these realms and how they work and all of the information. And then that soul starts going through the realms and picking up knowledge, information, learning lessons, like a journey. And when it's going through those realms, again, it was created from the creator. It is part of the whole creation. However, it now doesn't know what's going on, but it's going through realms that the creator also created. So like the things that are right to do or wrong to do or whatever it may be, those are also the creator. But the being that it created that's separate, that is experiencing itself as separate, it doesn't necessarily know the rules of the game yet. So it's like the creator is the person that's separate, or the soul that's separate, and it's the game, and it's the whole physical world that is making the game. And well, like in terms of this world, how we call it physical in that way, it's all of those things playing out. And so it's real for the individual soul, as it were, but on a much higher level. Yes, the creator is creating the game. It already knows all the answers, but I think it's just creating different characters or beings, as it were, souls, in order to go through that. And then it seems to revel in that experience of the free will feeling and of the the experience of all those souls going through all of that. Like it loves and revels that so deeply that it wants to create it.
Do you think there might be a flaw in thinking that that there's some kind of individuality to our existence after we get out of this individual body that was made for us to experience the separateness that you're talking about? Because like we kind of want to still have this like separateness after your energy leaves your body, right? And then we still see it as like you're separate and you're going through these realms as an individual soul now, rather than part of the collective.
I can only speak for part of the collective, or are you saying you would be the creator at that point? Like, because you'd have to maybe you want to delineate that, but
like a drop in the ocean, that has a totally different, importance and significance that you would never realize in this individual existence we're living now.
I guess I could only speak for myself. I mean, the way I laid that out, does come from my perspective in that sense. So like my knowledge and understanding of myself, like my soul, if I were to call it that, is just that. Yeah. That I separated myself from myself in that sense, and then created myself. But like my soul has been, the experiencing separation from the whole. And yeah, I do think that the individual soul thing does exist beyond, like when we die. Yeah. Like, I don't think we go right back to being God, as it were, when we die, but the state of like the state of being in the human spirit world, I'll just use that term, is like much more expansive. It does have that eternalness to it. Like there's no time there. There's like just the now time, which is the always time. It's like the eternal time. So like there's not time in that sense, but there still is in my memories of it, my own journey, there still is the individualness. But I feel like I've been getting closer to the source, as it were, throughout this whole thing. So I do think it's like headed there. But yeah, in my viewpoint, there's still individuality when we die. But when we die, there's so much more. Like, because you have knowledge, you can access all of your other existences in your memory, as it were, in your mind. Like it doesn't even work like a human mind. It's way more expansive than that. So you have like much more full knowledge. Like it's not the human thing, is what I'm saying. It's not the same thing as being brought up a human and this whole like, where are we? Who are we? Like the whole thing humans have, like our souls don't have that. Like we at least know a lot of the answers to a lot of the fundamentals of like what's going on. Yeah.
But aren't you kind of describing the soul as having like a life in the same way that we have a life? Like there's a journey that you go on and it has different experiences. And
it is like that.
Soul is life.
That's how it is for me. Yeah, like when I'm not in a human
coalescing of different souls. Like, what about the combining of different consciousness? Like maybe there is a certain frequency to this energy that you have that's unique, and it also is coinciding with other ones, and that's what gives you the knowledge of these other existences that you may not have lived necessarily, but they're part of your consciousness now because it's combined with your consciousness, or you're part of the God realm is, what I'm saying? Like, it may not be a life you actually lived, but have you considered that? Because I'm not trying to take away from your knowledge of this, and I'd love to have that myself, have those experiences, and do the past life regressions that you've done, which is fascinating, and I'd love to know how to do it. But could it possibly be that you're just combining with something else that's also had an existence, and it's interpreted as actually having that existence rather than just combining with that consciousness? You know what I'm saying? Like the soup picks up, like if your soul goes through into the soup, then it also coalesces with other consciousnesses that have had lives. Doesn't mean that your soul had to go through that whole life, but because it's now one with that other existence that's in harmony with that frequency or whatever. I don't know. These are all just speculations, obviously, but and isn't the Akashic Records something that's mostly speculation, or is there something that's more proof of that than I know about? I mean, I like the idea, but it seems like something we talk about is like existing in a matter of fact way more so than I'm aware of.
Well, I mean, I can address the second part. I'll be honest, the first part I couldn't quite follow. So if you wanted to like reword
What
it,
if you
or
just were combining, like if your soul was combining with another soul that already had that other life, that didn't necessarily, your soul didn't have to go through the whole life, but because it's now one with that other consciousness that had that life, it's just like you had the life yourself because you've gained that knowledge.
yeah, well, yeah, that can occur. I would say that's when, like, if you're talking about in a human body, there can be more than one soul in a human body. So yeah, there can be other souls. Like a human can be the carrier of one soul or many. So there can be many. And I'm not just talking about like multiple personality disorder. I'm not necessarily, I mean, that can be a case of that. I'm not necessarily talking about that. I'm also just talking about, like, in my viewpoint, it's very, very common that actually people do have more than one soul at certain parts in their life. Like usually there's one soul that incarnates with the body that's like the genetically imprinted, as it were. But there can be other souls that come in and out through people's lives that have certain, in my viewpoint, that have certain, like, either lessons or processes.
Which one's you then? How do you know which one's you?
All right, how would you determine which is the individual soul and which is just a part of you now? If one body contains multiple souls, how do you distinguish between the souls?
Right. Yep. And that comes to the capacity to do that. And people have different journeys in which they're going through that. And even like possession states, like, get into that whole component as well. So that's where, depending on if it's, well, for some, it depends on also whether it's like a process they're going through that they're trying to heal from, or if there's like suffering involved, or whether it's just something that's not a problem, as it were, or not problematic. So yeah, there's different kind of expressions of it, but it takes the capacity. I mean, I suppose that, know thyself ultimately, and being able to decipher and delineate. And I think that's something that comes through one's like soul's ability to do beyond just what, one may have picked up in a human life.
Wow. But it's all predetermined still. And I'm hung up on that because it doesn't really go along with it sounds like you're describing something organic that could have, multiple possibilities, multiple souls, multiple variations of, the self in different states and different lives and things like that. But if it's all like planned out, if that's the way the creator was working it, so that it's all just something it decides to do in a very particular way, then that takes away from the way it would seem like it would work best. Like, it has to be that unpredictability factor for it to continue, in my mind, for some reason.
Well, like for that, like the analogy of like a movie, like where, there was a time, let's say, when a time, quote unquote, let's say there was a moment, as it were, when the movie didn't exist. And then obviously it was made, it was like created, all the characters were chosen and the scenes and all that. And then it was filmed. And after it's filmed, like after it's been created, as it were, it's like minted. Now it exists eternally from that point forward. Well, let's just say from that point forward, because I'm using an analogy of like a movie. And now it just exists. Granted that it's, as long as like there's not some great flood and every single DVD is lost or whatever from the perspective, but just from that general perspective. And then a bunch of other people who haven't seen that movie get to have that experience of the first viewing of it, like the experience of it, all the emotions and everything involved, and they've never seen it. But the movie's already been created. It already exists in that perspective. So you kind of using that analogy, like from the idea of the creator, like creating this realm, like let's say it could just like go poof, like with its consciousness, with its mind, just be like, boom, just manifest this entire thing. I'm saying the entire thing, every human that's ever lived, the history, every single event, every emotion, everything that's ever happened. If it was able to do that with that level of consciousness, like create that, it now exists eternally. And when I say now, see, that's the thing, everything's eternal. So there is no like before and after. That's the next part of it. That's the deeper part of it, is that there wasn't necessarily before and after even on that level. But just from the idea of it being created, in order to create that, it has to all exist in order to then plug into that and watch the movie.
Again, I hear what you're saying, but I can't personally subscribe to that. There's been many times when I've doubted free will because the seconds of my life led up to a very specific route, and I make sure that I was where I was supposed to be at the time that I was supposed to be at that place. Just the way things worked out. However, I also don't think that I don't want to readily accept that everything is scripted, or else that means that people are supposed to go to hell. We were created for hell, to go to hell. And that's something that isn't conducive to like something that wants to experience something good or to see something new or whatever. There would be no when you say that, oh well, it makes us unaware, and then we become part of that awareness when we return back to
You're cutting out, bro. You might want to
knows
reconnect,
what
though.
it's given us and created for us to experience.
But what's this
Okay.
even? What's the purpose of it? Just creating it for us to experience, rather than having it be something that is undetermined. You know, like I don't know. I think it also treats time kind of like as it being something that's more than just the conceptual separation of, you know, the process itself that we interpret, rather than something that actually exists in the way the ballers kind of do. Not to call any that idea a baller idea, but it treats time as like a thing of its own, in the same way like space time is kind of referred to.
Well, okay, so like let's I was just trying to think like how it could even be any other way. Like, okay, so if your idea that like, I mean, you'd have to describe what you think of a creator in that sense, because I'm like, if it's
Well, I don't know. I'm not saying I couldn't speculate or say that you might be right or any of that. I'm just saying, intuitively, if I had to guess, it would be something that wouldn't have like all of it existing in one thing, the past, present, and future, and it all being like just predetermined and created for us to have this experience that's already predetermined to be a certain way. It would be more like the essence of everything would be that intelligence that coincides with all the essence of everything else, and it has a harmony. You know, kind of like when they like that saying, like you know, history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes, right? So like history
yeah.
doesn't
So I
repeat,
mean,
but
well, that's a good
there's
point to bring up because I was at, I don't mean to interrupt you
yeah.
though if you weren't done.
No, go ahead. That's kind of what I was saying.
Well, because I was just gonna say, like, yeah, like just using the term astrology, and not we don't have to necessarily go into a whole deep thing on it, but because you were talking about the creation and all these different things, and I guess I'll just try to be as brief as I can. But it's like because like I've studied it in depth to the point where I've seen how this is functioning in the detail that it is. And like my understanding of it is that it's like a massive synchronistic system, like unbelievable levels of synchronicity. Like that idea of synchronicity where you meet the right person in the right place at the right time, or, you know, there's this serendipitous thing that happens, or just the amazing timing of things. There's all those kinds of synchronicities. Like, and we, you know, just that whole concept of synchronicities and how they can happen in the most unbelievable ways. So if you weren't, how would those be created if there wasn't an intelligence outside of time to sync those things up? Just synchronicities in general. But then when it also goes to the astrological part, just using that term for now, like the intricate position of all of the wandering stars, the sun, the moon, but also like, you know, Mercury, Venus, Mars, etc., all of what they call the planets. are all syncing up with such perfection, like to the degree potency and poignancy for the meanings of those principles and exactly what their meanings are and how those are being expressed. So like when someone at certain ages, you get certain transits, for example, and everybody goes through those transits at those ages, and they all have themes and symbolics and actual life events that correlate with the themes of those particular planets or luminaries that are lining up. So like for the creator to not know that would be impossible. Like it would have to know, like, you see what I'm saying? Like it has to line up like a 3-year period in your life where you're having like a Pluto moon transit, and that Pluto, the themes of Pluto and the moon are deeply ingrained and actually empirically observed to be at a peak of expression for that exact 3-year period. So like, let's say that's from when you're, age 30 to 33 or whatever, and take any 3 years. So like the creator has to, or the life has to be somehow planned that the particular like people we meet, all of the emotions we're going through, the life events on intricate detail are like intricately connected to the fact that all of these planets and luminaries are moving on their particular frequency. And they're just moving in their frequency. They're like gears in a machine, and they're all moving in their beautiful way. And somehow that all of those moving in their kind of, if you want to call it predetermined ways, because those are like gears in a system, are all synced up with our lives with such a poignant expression that to me, it's clear to me to see that there's no way to even correlate all of that without having some intelligence that would be completely outside of time and therefore able to time all that to a level in which it would have to be outside of it to sync that all up. And I don't see any way that it could just be doing that live without actually knowing that that's coming. And to do all the prerequisites, like the rhyming, like you said, like history, doesn't repeat, it rhymes. Well, that's exactly what these transits are doing. They're all rhyming, but it's like the events are so perfectly planned with like the people and all of those things that it's imbued with so much meaning in that sense that like there's no way that part could just be a random thing or like a free will thing that's just randomly synced up like that without having that intelligence outside of the whole thing to be able to even do that.
That's great.
So let's take into the question the idea of what you're saying is that it's all live planned, right? What if it's not? What if all of this was created as its own functioning system that doesn't need interacting with, like a child? You make a child and it doesn't.
Oh shit, you're breaking up again, bro. Yeah, you're breaking up, Salty. You're breaking up again, bro. We missed part of that. Like a child is where we left off with you. You said like a child.
Yeah, maybe see if you can reset your connection or something. Maybe drop out, come back. Maybe reset your modem or your router, reconnect, something.
Hey, Gio, I'm just surprised that you're saying that there's no way it could be any other way. Like that's not more like that. Like these are things that intuitively seem like most likely, it seemed like it could be that it's all knowing, even to the very detail of what events going to happen with certain people in a certain time. But,
yeah, like just as a quick example, like I went through. I mentioned Pluto moon. Well, I went through a Pluto moon. Not everyone gets a Pluto moon transit in their life. They're kind of rare because, well, everyone gets some Pluto moon transit, but we don't get all of them because it's like a very long cycle. Like 240 years. Cycle of Pluto. So it's like you're not going to get all of the different alignments even in one lifetime unless you live that long. But anyways, I had a Pluto moon transit, and I don't have to go into like all the details about all the components, but. And I even went through that, like, anyways, but I mean, it was like a multi-year period in which those, like I said, like those components that were going on, and the moon's related to the family, and Pluto tends to have there's multiple things that Pluto does, but it's like cathartic, transformative, kind of like upheaval and transformation are some of the general themes of Pluto. Anything that it contacts, it tends to like bring upheaval, but also can be catharsis. It's like that thing of like almost like digging your hand in the soil, going deep, kind of almost into the underworld, and kind of pulling your hand up through the soil and kind of regenerating it as it comes up. It's like connected to nature in that way. It's like the principle of Pluto. And then the moon is related to multiple things, but it is connected to the family, like one's roots, like your family and your roots. And it's like, those themes that I just described there were like being played out, you know, with my family system in the dynamics, everything that was going on in, you know, so what I'm saying is that for the creator to like, okay, like I'm trying to think any other way it even could be. Let's just say that it made all the cycles of the luminaries, you know, made the earth, made everything, made the human, did all that. But do you see what I'm saying? How like it would have to plan that from those ages in my life, there was going to be very specific things happening with my family system that had those qualities to it. And they were all involved in it as well, you know, but I was the one having the transit. So it was all with me, but they were also players in it. It was so intricately, you know,
But then, why
formulated.
doesn't that assume that it's like all planned around you rather than all planned around maybe any one of them, and everything's like syncing up for them in their own significant way, and then you would have to be a part of their plan, and then like that would mess up what your plan is because you're only a part of their plan instead of them being a part of yours.
Well, no, it's both. It's both. Yeah.
Right,
Like,
okay.
well, so they have their own birth chart. I have my birth chart. They have, and then each one of them, like any other human, but let's say with a family member, there's something called a biwheel. So meaning my chart layered on their chart. So we all have the actual term is called synastry, this type of analysis. So two people have their charts, which are overlaid over each other with those alignments. And I'm getting transits to my personal birth chart, and they're getting transits to their personal birth chart. And the whole world is getting the transits of whatever's in the sky. And all of that is synced up in order to play this out. It's beyond remarkable.
What about if it is like, okay, we know that there's a mechanical nature to the movement of the luminaries, and that does seem like it has an actual influence on our lives for sure. I can't say that seems undeniable at this point. But I think when you said it, like the lunar the transit tends to have a certain effect, right? And I think maybe that's where the possibility of it tending to, or having an influence rather than making it be like we're the cog in the machine and we're just mechanical things that are following along with the stars. They influence our lives, but then there could be different circumstances that are undetermined. Like maybe it was just a certain family member that wasn't included in what or it didn't have to be exactly those family members, but the whole thing happened in a similar way because that's what the tendency of the influence of the luminaries had on your life. It doesn't have to be exactly the way it happened necessarily, but because of the influence, it happened in a similar way to what you would expect because of that tendency that you're born into.
So what I wonder about some of these things is like, are you not like, catching all the hits and ignoring the misses? Is it correlation creates causation in this scenario?
Well, no, because you can look back on people's transits. Like, let's say they learn about this later in life and how to track their own and how to look at everything. After they actually learn how it's working, they can go back into their past and be like, oh, what were my transits when I was 18, when I was 12, when I was 25? And they can see that they were having those transits on those years that they had no knowledge of this whatsoever. They can now see.
What about when people are on Mars or on the moon? Are we going to have an astrology chart built for people that are born on different
Nobody's going to be
planets?
born on Mars or the moon. Let's not detract from what Gio was getting at.
Yeah, I don't believe.
No, I mean, it's going to be a thing, whether you want it or not.
It's not going to be a thing.
Well, I don't think
it's going to be a thing.
I don't think those are
Mars
You
baby.
have to be trolling. Nobody here thinks we're going to Mars or the moon. Come on.
Well, you're hearing it right now. We're going to Mars. It's legit. It's happening. I mean, we're going to the moon first. It's at like it's what's the next couple months? Was it?
All right, yeah. Back to what Gio was saying. I just muted him for a minute because he's totally trolling in the middle of the conversation and detracting from it. I don't know. He's not like that usually, but he's totally trolling. I know Demon Stride knows we're not believers in that, and it's just
he might be trying to derail. I'm going to unmute him if that's all right with you. He might be a little bit trying to derail, but let's try to see if we can stay in the combo. If that's all right.
Well, let me just get back. No, I was going to reply to what you were just saying before we get too off track with the Mars and Moon lives. Demon Stride, just give me a minute because I don't want to lose my train of thought on what Gio was just saying about the influence of these transits. What would you look for as when you look back in your past for these transits and the effect they had And like, what would the significance be of those things that they would find? Like, how would you recognize it? Like, what are you saying? When they had those transits, a certain type of thing happen, or a certain significant change in their lives happen, or what is it you're talking about more specifically?
Well, so I mean, in the briefest nutshell of it, each one of the wandering stars, the luminaries, the planets, they have like their own like archetypal nature, their own symbolic, and there's all the components. They're emotional. There's all the different components within them, and they represent like very specific like principles within consciousness. And so if somebody learns what they are and then also empirically and scientifically studies it for themselves, meaning not just believe what someone else said, but actually studying it themselves and seeing how the whole thing is functioning. But so then once they become aware of that, to then be able to look back at previous times in your life, an example of that, like the Pluto moon I was mentioning, but like another one is the Saturn return is a classic one. So Saturn's cycle is like 29 and a half years, its orbit, as it were. And so when you're born, Saturn's in a particular position. Well, when you're 29, it's a transit lasts for a period of time. So like generally it can be a broad period. It's like a broader period. I mean, the broadest period is about, for Saturn return, usually comes in around age 27, 28. And then it really peaks at 29, 30, and then usually, 31, 32, but it's pretty much over by 32. So call it like 4 to 5 year, because it's like a wave pattern. Like it comes in, peaks, and it goes out. So it's called the orb of the transit. But everybody goes through this. Everybody does. Meaning you have a Saturn return, meaning Saturn is back to where it was when you were born, when you're 30, roughly 29, 30. It makes one complete 360-degree cycle, which is why it's called a return. So what it is, it's a Saturn conjunct Saturn, meaning it's kind of like the new moon cycle of the sun and the moon when they're right next to each other, as it were. They're on the same place. It's when the Saturn's in the same place as it was when you were born. So it's a Saturn transit. And that is like a time where people, it's like generally like you're not okay, there's many components of that. I don't know whether I should. I'm trying not to be too long-winded.
No, I want to hear it. I'm trying to get where I'll keep going.
Well, your original thing is just looking back on a transit. Well, your original thing was looking back on a transit. Like if somebody learns about this when they're 50 years old and they want to go look back in their life, I was just bringing up the Saturn return as one of those, one of those transits, for example. That one.
So it would be a certain influence, like certain things that happened in your life. What you would recognize as when the transit was happening, and then there would be a way of distinguishing that influence.
Yeah. A way to distinguish it, so you know it's not causation and correlation.
Basically, what it would be is looking back at your life, looking at the events that you had memories of going through, the things that happened, the emotions, and a lot of these are like physical events, like actual physical things that happened, and that, validatable, provable, etc. Physical things that happen, and then looking at it through the lens of the archetypes and of the actual meanings of these, and then seeing how the combination, like the alchemical combination of those principles, was being potentized and expressed in that time in your life through the events, the emotions, and all of the particulars that one was going through.
But so it could be based on your interpretation that is looking for certain things that would be associated with the qualities that a Saturn transit is supposed to have. Maybe, right? I mean, you have to consider that as a possibility. Not to say that you're just looking for certain things and then associating it, correlating it, like Demon's Tribe is trying to add in. But that you have to at least accept that that's possible. That it's about like having a like kind of a predetermined idea of what you expect to find, and then finding what you expect.
No, it's not that. Like, okay, for example, like there's a Uranus return as well. Uranus is connected to the principle of rebellion, revolution. There's a lot of different components that's connected to Uranus. So it's a classic like midlife crisis transit. And when people have that, it's like, they want to, sometimes they want to, different things. Like there can be different components that people go, like maybe one example, like, maybe a man's life, he's married, children, whatever it may be, things are fairly stable in all those ways. He may have, and this is, he may have and then he has a Uranus transit. Uranus tends to like be, in some ways it can be destabilizing, kind of breaks things up. It usually has there's a deep need for change, for something new, kind of restlessness. Like it has that revolutionary, rebellious, but it also has like sometimes just a need for change, like that whole principle of like, I need a change kind of thing. So like one just example of that is maybe, like I said, a man and wife, they're married, kids, everything's cool. And then he goes through that transit and he just, like maybe he leaves a wife, he goes and gets a new sports car, now, he's with some new young woman. I'm just making some random example of that, where like that principle of the Uranus, that need for change and kind of, so like he could look back on his life and be like, oh, wow, like the way that Uranus transit came through for me, wow, it totally like, and that maybe he would be unaware of it too. Like in that case, it sounds like that's kind of destabilizing in whatever way that one would view that. And so, he might look back and, and maybe be like, oh, perhaps would have wished to have navigated that differently, but the energy was there. So it would just be like seeing how that Uranus transit came through in his actual life. And that for that couple year period, that extreme need for change, something new, whatever it may be, or some destabilizing component, they can see how that was like a deep underlying, theme or, foundational experiential reality that they went through that was deeply connected to the actual events in their life as well.
Yeah, I've had moments of synchronicity that do seem like that it couldn't have been any other way, or that it seems like it's what was supposed to happen. And I'm not saying that is just my interpretation that makes it significant in that way, but it does seem like that. It was almost like there's an orchestra playing, and you're an instrument in the orchestra, but it doesn't mean that you hit every single note exactly the way it was supposed to, or that you're part in the whole play, like a fish show that you go to, Gio. You're a part of that, and you're going throughout the crowd and dancing with different people, or just whatever it is that experience is. It's got a rhythm, and it's got a lot of synchronicities involved, but it's not necessarily just it doesn't seem like to make sense that it could only be one way that you experience that whole show, right? Like had to be some kind of like variations that could be one way or another, and that's part of the reason it works that way. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, couldn't it just be like the influence could have tendencies rather than causing it to be exactly a certain way? You know what I'm saying? Because are we making is it the interpretation that we're just mechanical parts of this machine that are predetermined to work a certain way, rather like the sky, more so than the sky just having an influence on the organic possibilities of it tending to be a certain way without it being so particular? I guess that's what I'm trying to get at. Actually, if you want, I'll unmute Demon Stride, and he's ready to come in and say correlation is not causation, and give you even harder time than I am.
Well, I mean, like the idea of an acausal connecting principle, like, is how I see this, like, which is what synchronicity is as well. Like, meaning that, like, for example, if there's a full moon and something like there's just something wild happens to you on that full moon, right? Let's say there's a full moon coming up in 2 weeks, and in 2 weeks there's a full moon, and you have a very like full moon-esque experience, that dynamic that, where things can be a little wild, a little unexpected. There's a certain component of the full moon, that tends to be the case. Like there's like more crime during full moons. Like there's actually certain things that are connected to full moons, like the way that it really kind of brings out certain energies. So like, let's just take that as a simple example. So let's say there's a full moon in 2 weeks, and you have a experience that's very connected to that. Would you say that the moon caused that? Or would you say that your life was in some way acausally connected? Meaning there wasn't really a cause involved, but they were synchronized, like synchronized swimming, like they're synced up.
Right. Yeah, well, I would say I'd see it more like there's a possibility of like all of these things happening with all the different circumstances that led up to that full moon in my life and in everyone else's life that weren't necessarily predetermined, but because of the influence of the moon, this happened, and it wasn't predetermined either. But the tendency of the moon's influence maybe had something to do with it, that that isn't necessarily like just like it has to be this way or that way. I guess that's why I'm just kind of confused, because it seems like you're taking the organic quality out of it, which is what makes the significance of it in a way. In my mind.
Is it okay to chime in, guys? Would it be right
Yeah,
if I?
absolutely. That's perfect. Hey, Gio, do you know our friend here, the Wizard?
I think he was on the stream one night. Yeah, welcome.
I invited him because I knew he'd have an awesome time talking with you. He didn't even know
He was
about
on the
this.
server like a week ago, and it looks like he's back on it.
I sent him an invite. I don't think it was about a week ago, maybe.
Yeah.
4 or 5 days.
I overheard a bit of conversation at the time, and I got a little bit put off, and I went away and spoke with Shane from the ADL server, and kind of got convinced to give it another chance. So, not to be put off by a couple of bad eggs.
Dude, it's challenging to moderate. It's challenging to moderate, man. There's a lot. We have it be an open platform, so yeah, dude, there can be different characters. We do our best to do the moderation, but yeah, if there's not mods around, sometimes things can go a little wild or whatever it may be. But so yeah.
The wizard. This is a wizard who's kind of like very skeptical of a lot of woo, which is interesting for a wizard to be anti-woo. But at the same time, he's very woo in that he's really deep into meditation, and I'll let him explain further.
Well, Adam, I totally want to hear what you're going to say, but let me just respond real quick just to the last thing, just to say, so new perspective. Yeah. So, okay, just to clarify my perspective, what I'm saying is that from the higher levels, everything has already happened. Like, because I think, eternal, you mentioned the Akashic records, which I wanted to comment on as well, but we can say that for another time, because I want to let Adam go, because I'm just trying to say this other thing, which is, so yes, so from that level, yes, I do think everything's all already happened in a sense. Like the creator, the Akashic records, the eternalness of the creator, because it's outside of time, it created all this. So yes, from that perspective, it's all happened. However, from our lives, it's all very fresh and new. Like experientially, it's as real as it can be, meaning that it feels very real that it hasn't happened. So in terms of how the transits work on the astrological level, if there's a transit coming up in the future, I don't necessarily think it's predetermined. Like, I don't think it's like, oh, you're just going to have this Pluto moon thing and you're just going to be ripping through it. And I don't necessarily see it that way. I see it as there actually is free will built into it. Because, for example, if you know that transit's coming, then there is some predeterminism, meaning that those two principles will be activated. So it's kind of like if you're going to go out, in a boat, in a sailboat, oh, there's 30 miles an hour wind coming from the east. That's a for sure. Like the 30-mile-an-hour wind is going to be there, kind of thing, like a weather report. So in that sense, like when the Saturn-Pluto alignment came in during the beginning of the whole pandemic, we all knew, all of us that know about this, we knew Saturn-Pluto was coming, and we know the past Saturn-Pluto periods, 9/11, World War I, World War II. So we knew there would be some type of crisis like this, of some sort that's connected to the themes of mass death, of isolation. There's a lot of different ways. My point is that we knew that Saturn-Pluto was coming, but we didn't know how it was going to come through. And what I'm saying is that, so it's like, the weather, the foundational principles that'll be there, but the way that you actually express it, or the way you navigate those waters, is where there can be free will. So like, because I think there's like positive ways that these things can be expressed, and there's negative. So maybe you're captivated by expressing it in a negative way, but if you had awareness of it, you could actually transform it. And so a lot of people use this practice as a way of like learning. Like if they have a certain transit, they're like, okay, what is there to learn from this? Or what is being brought up in my life that might be unpleasant, that I want to transform this principle, transform it from the negative expression of that into the positive expression of that. So it doesn't have to be the negative one. It could be the positive one. So there is free will in that, but the weather is still going to be there. Like the wind's going to be coming out of the west, or it's going to rain, or you know what I mean? Like the wind is still there.
Right. Like the influence is there. And then you could actually take advantage of knowing that the influence is going to be there. And like, and then it gets into the whole idea of like whether these tragedies or the things that happen in the,
yourself against
on the world stage. Hold on, wait. The world stage is kind of like being created by whoever they are, and they're also aware of these kind of transits and taking advantage of them. So how much of it is the transit causing it, or them knowing that they could take advantage of the influence the transit's having?
Yeah, I see what you mean. I want to let Adam get in too, though, because I want to respond to that. But yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah, Adam. What's up? He was trying to read it in there.
Yeah, it's an interesting topic. What we call subconscious awareness, I think, is far less subconscious and more conscious than we actually tend to realize. And some interesting phenomena that I've experienced that have helped to shape my perspective today were affirming to myself that I can wake up at a certain time, and waking up and looking at my clock and it being like on the minute of the time that I had programmed myself to wake up, and thinking about how did what aspect of me knew that, and how was I able to have that timing so precise.
Have you ever done it where before you fall asleep, anyone can try this. It works amazingly for so many people. Where before you go to sleep, just when you're lying there, just say to yourself, like, I want to wake up at 7:45. Wake up at 7:45. Literally say that, like, wake up 7:45. Wake up 7:45.
Programming myself or conditioning myself or affirming to myself to wake up at a specific time, right?
And it'll
then
work.
waking up and looking at my clock the moment that I wake up, just knowing even before, it's like as I'm coming back into this awareness, knowing that I'm going to look at the clock and it's going to be on the minute, you know? Now it's not something that I do all the time, but I have done it many, many times. Like,
even if you're like up late and you have to get up early, so you know that you're going to get less sleep than you maybe would have otherwise. If you program that, like, you actually still will wake up at the time you wanted to wake up, even if you are a little tired or whatever it may be. So it's like it even overrides, like, maybe you're extra tired, you want to sleep more or whatever. It's incredible. Yeah.
Well, it's like there's an aspect of what we call consciousness. There's aspects of consciousness that we're not so aware of because we tend to put our energy into one particular aspect of our consciousness, our awareness, and that is, it's like a small part of the lens. It's a sort of focused aspect, and the broader aspect is still conscious. It's still there, and has a much broader awareness of many different phenomena. And I wonder if, like, I'd heard some time ago the idea that free will and determinism run together simultaneously, that neither concept actually exists. You know, they're both ideas that people have created, and that the will of the universe is actually something far quirkier than either one of those concepts, and that these phenomena that we see in the stars, they can be not necessarily like triggers for events to occur within our lives, but that there could be that our consciousness is somehow aware of those phenomena, and we synchronize ourselves with those phenomena and trigger those events in our lives ourselves, like subconsciously.
My father called that a self-fulfilling prophecy. You believe something's going to happen, so subconsciously you're going to go out of your way to emotionally prepare yourself to make it happen. So then you can turn around and say, "Oh, look, see, I told you, I knew it was going to happen."
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, though. Not something that we're actually conscious of. It's like
the unconscious is connected to that
subconscious
happening
level of our
regardless of your
experience, you know. So, and like our subconscious awareness could be fully in tune with the planetary movements, even if we never look at the stars, right? Like, it's like, what I'm saying is, consciousness is so much bigger and so much more knowledgeable than we have trained ourselves, essentially, because it's what we've all done, trained ourselves to be aware of. Now, we could then argue that, yes, we were conditioned as children, our parents were conditioned as children, and we've inherited conditioning, but in essence, we still were and are always sovereign and our own masters. So we have kind of allowed that to happen to ourselves, even if it occurred at a point where we were ignorant of that conditioning occurring, but that doesn't mean that our broader consciousness is unaware of all of the phenomena of the universe in which we find ourselves. And it's not, what I'm saying is that there's, theoretically, these phenomena could be occurring like a giant clock, and our subconscious, what we call our subconscious awareness, is aware of those universal movements, and not like a self-fulfilling prophecy, because a self-fulfilling prophecy would be the idea that we're consciously aware of a particular thing, but subconsciously, that there's aspects occurring, there's thoughts occurring within the subconscious mind, or there's desires, there's wishes to be fulfilled there that manifest themselves. And kind of like when a person programs themselves to wake up at a certain time, in that sense there's a conscious affirmation for the person to wake up at a certain time. But how does that person, like, what aspect of consciousness knows that that's the exact time of the clock? Does that make sense?
Yep, absolutely. If you're asleep and you're not conscious, how does exactly. How does your, I mean, that's deep. There's different explanations. It could, someone could claim like a biological connected, different imprinting of the memory, of the cellular memory. There's different ideas. And we can continue on that. I also just want to say new perspective, like just real quick, what you were saying with the the astrological transits. There is the view that that just those energies are there, and they're just like I have like colleagues of mine within the grad school I went to, for example, like there are several of those individuals who, it's a globe Earth, heliocentric, planets out there, but the planets, they're saying, are synced up, the way they are in the solar system. And that there is a God, there is a creator who's creating it to be synced up with humans, but they also see it, some of them see it, that it is a free will thing, meaning that like whatever the alignments are not known yet what they're going to be, and the energies are there. So somehow like, then you'd have to have an explanation as to how like those things, kind of like he was saying about going to sleep, like the way Adam was saying, like, you go to sleep and you're like, well, it's a little bit of a different thing, but it's similar in the way that like, it's like you don't know exactly what's going to happen, but it's playing out that way. So like, what could the planets be like beaming some energy that's causing that? Or, what I'm saying? Like it's an acausal principle. Like there's something within our consciousness that has to somehow be synced up to know that, oh yeah, there's this transit that's coming in the future of Saturn and Pluto, whatever it may be. And there's certain like events that have to build up to the meaning of the things that happened during that time, being connected with those transits. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. There's just so much involved. Like there's so much imbued and meaning within being able to even sync that up. And it does kind of relate to the waking up at a certain time thing too. It's like a point in the future where something syncs up that you somehow knew was going to happen in the past in a way, but then it did actually sync up in that way. And then
possible for it to happen without it being like pre-thought out in this magnificent way that only a creator could do, and that it had to be that way, that certain way. And that's why we know there's a creator, rather than it being like there's a certain influence these things have on us, and there's a tendency for it to work out, in multiple ways, but more likely like these 10 million ways rather than the other 99 million ways that might have worked out because of the influence that transit had. But it doesn't mean it's only one way that could work out.
Yeah,
well,
like
dude,
the way
it's pretty intense. Dude. Think about this. Like, think about two parents, having sex and then making a child. Well, here's what's deep about that. Like, when it gets to that level, like the child is going to be born on a certain date. So let's say it's September 21st, whatever it is, right? And that whole child's life will be synced up with their birth chart. Like their whole birth chart is going to have the core foundational elements of their personality, their karma, all these different layers and levels within them. And it's a particular date. So like, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Like, did the parents happen to have sex and then the spirits from above thought, okay, we got an opening September 21st, what soul wants to do that? Okay, let's get this soul. Okay, let's plan your life. Would it happen that way? Or does it happen that the soul already kind of was meant to come into that life, and then the parents were somehow, ignited to have sex on that particular day? See, that's what I'm saying. It gets so deep to even think how that could all even be synced up the way that it is, to where there has to be an intelligence that's just manifesting the whole thing from some very high level to be able to sync it all up.
From a spiritual perspective, it's a trick of the mind to even think in terms of polarity, which would mean that beginnings and endings only occur within the imaginings of consciousness. So to take that away, and pure consciousness as it is without the polarity does not have beginnings and endings. And so it's kind of in the bigger sense that they don't exist. And so then it kind of it's a way of being able to say, if I stop thinking about it, do beginnings and endings even would there be a chicken and an egg, or was it just always just how it is?
Right, but then if it's always how it is, well, because we were talking about the astrology and these transits and how these things line up, but it kind of stemmed from a discussion on, free will and determinism, but also from the level of the creator, like Adam, I'll just ask you, because it's related to that, your future, what happens to you next week, the week after, the week after. Do you think that already exists somewhere in consciousness, God, the creator, etc.? Do you think that already exists, or has it not existed yet, and you are going to, and then the creator is going to create that for the first time the minute you get to next week? That was kind of what it stemmed from, that kind of question.
I know it might sound a little maybe I'm dodging the question, but it's not. It's a genuine response, and I think what if it's neither of those? What if it's something entirely different?
Yeah, and then if you decide when you think you know what it is, then you'll never know if it's something different because you've already expected what you think you know it is.
Yeah, in order to really answer that question, I kind of have to concede that I agree with the concept of time as it's kind of utilized to formulate either of those questions in some way. There's a lot of I don't want to say assumption, but there's a lot of consideration to give to many different concepts that needed to be formulated in order for you to be able to ask me those questions, because those two questions contain many different ideas and theories, right? So if I don't agree or conform to any of those types of theories, then it's very difficult to answer the question. And like I say, it can sound like a question dodge, but I'd really prefer to consider personally what if all of these ideas are part of a type of conditioning, and that by thinking in this way I'm actually playing into that conditioning, and that the way to liberate myself or to actually experience a greater aspect of reality is to somehow free myself of that conditioning, and therefore what process would I need to throw myself into in order to be able to experience that liberation? Where can I've got a link that I'd like to share, and I highly recommend that if you're interested in this particular topic, that you listen to this chapter from an audio book that I listened to it the other day, and I felt like it was just so on the point with what we're discussing right now that it's for me it wasn't like a deep revelation or so. It's just like a beautiful formulation of words put together to describe in a very, very deep philosophical sense the topics that we're talking about, but go into descriptions that were far beyond what I would have ever heard through any mainstream source, and I'd really love to share it with you.
Yeah, please do. Does he have perms to post stuff yet, Gio? No.
Yeah, I gave it to him.
Cool.
Would that be just in the live stream one text?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so you should see that come up. It's called "When the Mind Faces Itself, It is Swallowed by the Truth."
Hey, tell us real quick about how you ended up calling yourself a wizard again. Thought that was interesting. You
So,
reiterated.
sort of just a funny idea of through contemplation about what I wanted to be, and so I could say that I got into crypto a few years ago, made a little bit of money, felt a little bit sort of lost for direction for some time, and felt in the end that what I really wanted to commit myself to was to the study of wisdom itself as a body of knowledge. And the word wizard is essentially, as far as I've been able to determine through looking into its etymology, is an ardent student of wisdom. So I consider myself Adam, the ardent student of wisdom.
And then you do something that's a kind of a wizardly like in your life, or now as a kind of like a pseudo occupation. Wasn't that right?
Yeah, I tend to investigate myself, which is, as far as I'm concerned, the best way to tap into a higher source of wisdom. I give a lot of my energy to meditation, to self-observation, to contemplation, to meditation, and I enjoy to have philosophical discussions. As I said, I don't work, and I like to give myself to this, to learn about myself and to really observe things and to learn in the best way, to not make assumptions, to not take things on board as beliefs. I'm very big on not believing anything. Now, one may argue philosophically that is also a belief, and that my one belief is that I don't believe anything. But it's an argument that you can make with a lot of things.
Well, so
Yeah.
then, are you like knowing the Earth's not a globe, or?
I wouldn't say that I'm knowing it's not a globe, although it's a sort of a trick question in my opinion. What I do know is that when water is in a container, it always finds its level. And as far as I'm aware, we're in a container, and water would always retain a level surface. And to me, it makes sense that if that's the case, that the ocean must be level. Like that it. If somebody
he was
tells
saying
me
earlier tonight, the debate is kind of a waste of time because it's obviously what it seems to be. Then why would it be anything different? Something like
exactly,
that.
and anybody that tells me differently is only really making up a story to describe a phenomena that I can't really observe or see, and so I just completely disregard it because it's just irrelevant to the fact that water finds its level, and it must be within a container. It must be a level surface. So,
Right.
and anything outside of that is kind of beyond my ability to know anyway, and so it's not really relevant for me to argue it. And I can say the same for most others as well. But if people wish to do so with their time, then that's their choice. But I think we would be much better off if we were to come together and try to make a working model, because I'm of the opinion that that's what science has done with the globe model. The people that were considered the greatest minds in the field of science came together and formulated a way to make the globe model work in every sense. Now, I'm of the opinion that if the greatest minds came together to formulate a working model, that the working model could just about be any type of model. Now, I think we'd have a hard time making a square Earth model work or so, but like certain exceptions. But I think
when you say working model, what do you mean by working model? You mean a model that represents our reality accurately, or do you mean a model that works for the narrative they intend to influence us to have our reality?
Yeah, and I was going to say there's a lot of levels to that too. Like you were talking about discussing it. Well, that's the thing. I mean, a lot of the world is believing that they're on the outside of a sphere, that whole heliocentric model. And so in terms of it's not only like those of us that know to come up with something, which I think is good as well, of course, to do everything we can, but getting like the discussion carries the information forward, and even though right now it's not necessarily reaching as many people as it will in the future, just because the internet, the censorship, all the different things, but we're all like sharpening our swords moving forward. And I think like the discussion on that level, because the more the awareness and the discussion is out there, the more in the future there'll be, finances and groups and things to be able to be put towards it. And that all takes the information and the willingness to, be open-minded and kind of heroic in a sense in our nature of being able to let truth carry it and kind of work together in that sense. But we have to be able to have enough individuals that want to pursue that.
Yeah, the importance of it has to be that we're not allowing it just to be like defined for us. If it's not a working model, these things, there has to be a checks and balances, because we'll never get to the point where we come together in the way that you hope, and that we're also possibly hoping that at least some of us can come together and figure it out. We're not going to have us as like the greatest minds, the way that they maybe even hired these greatest minds to figure out how to reverse engineer it for a narrative, rather than actually have a real understanding of things. That's the problem. That's why it's important to discuss it, because we're now totally deconstructing all of those things that seem to have happened and gotten us into the situation of this fallacious idea that water isn't level, right? It curves.
Exactly. Yeah. And so like in that sense, I totally agree. But what I've observed is a lot of people arguing amongst themselves, and that is not, in my opinion, it's not helping people sharpen their arguing their ability to argue. It's people are as I observe it, playing into emotional conversations and being defensive and aggressive and arguing beyond their knowledge. So, and that's not a good display of wisdom, in my opinion. And if I'm to say that that's not a good display of wisdom, I'd say we're not making a good demonstration of our knowledge. And if other people hear us communicate in that way, the people that we would like to convince of, or to share the information with, and they just see us as a bunch of rambling lunatics, well, then we could do more harm than good in that sense.
Yeah, your criticism is accurate in some ways. I think if you were around for a lot of these long hours each day, since a lot of since 2015 or whenever, a lot of us became aware of this being a significant thing to have play out. It's a process, and you're going to have all those emotions are going to come out, because if you're trying to alter someone's paradigm, it's a very sensitive thing, and that's why people get emotional. It's expected. It's also emotional for someone that's trying to change the paradigm, because they realize that it doesn't work, and that they don't want to live the rest of their lives amongst them, not having enough people to relate to about this very, very off brand of cosmology that we've been given, right? So you're going to expect that, but on top of that, what you're saying is that it's not about convincing people. It's not about trying to convince people with anything. They have to realize it, right? Which I think you'd agree with.
Yeah, yeah, and also it's about us demonstrating to the best of our ability our knowledge, and to not falter when presented with ideas that go beyond what we can know. So to not get caught up in woo-woo arguments, rather to stick to what we know we can know, and to be able to argue adamantly anybody that tries to steer us away from what we know we can know, and to only stick with those arguments. And if we can argue that very, very well, then we can argue against anybody that tries to share information that we know is beyond knowing. And that's the perfect argument.
Yeah, I was making a comparison, like everything like the universal consciousness, that it seems to be that we're all sharing, even on unconscious level. It has to work itself out. Like when you have a problem, it's on your mind. You don't necessarily need to consciously be working on that problem in a way like that you're like, okay, this is what I have to do, and this is what. But you're kind of always in the background thinking about it, and it kind of works itself out with the different areas of your brain. And in the same way, we've got this idea of our reality now that's on the table, and we're all different parts of the mind trying to come to some kind of congruence with moving forward with how we think about things, because there is that majority there is that Overton window, right? At some point it's going to be like it becomes common knowledge that we're not on a spinning ball. In my opinion, I think that's soon to come.
Or at least it would become common knowledge that well, it's a tricky thing to say. I'd like part of me, the part of me that wants to go against what I know, and that's to not take on any beliefs, wants me to believe that could happen. Or at least I'm hopeful, like that would be a nice outcome. But there's another part of me as well that sees that a lot of people that I experience in my everyday life are very stubborn, and they don't care regardless. Even if it was shown to them, they just wouldn't care anyway.
Right. I'm not of the mindset that everyone has to know for it to be a paradigm shift. I would say the paradigm shift's already happened because enough of us are aware of it and talking it out in full detail to the point where there's no longer even a possibility in enough people's minds that it could have been what they were saying. And then Gio was making a point earlier that most people that have ever existed have lived their whole lives knowing it's not, or never believing in the ball. So it's a loss of a belief more than anything, like I always try to say.
Yeah, that's a nice way to formulate it.
Yeah, I was going to make a comment. You were talking about, some of the. I mean, I guess I was going to say before, because you were talking about some of the conversations you've heard. In a sense, there's kind of almost like three categories of types of exchanges. Like, one is where it's very peaceful and everyone's just sharing their mind, everyone's respectful, and there's that's like the highest level of productivity because we're able to bring our minds to the table like we are right now, where we're able to all hear each other out and all of that. Then there's a second level of it. Of course, with that first level, you can be able to share research, share ideas, learn from each other. And that's, in a sense, the most productive and ideal in that sense. Then there's like a second range where people are still sharing information. So there's like a second level where people are still sharing information. There's still, there's still information on the table, but there's it's more of like a fight energy, like their egos, or they want to crush the other one, or they want to beat, So not to where it's necessarily super toxic, but it could be a little bit like a little condescending, a little aggressive, whatever. And those can still be productive in a way, but they are a little bit different because it's almost like more of a fight, like a cat fight sometimes, rather than, like a meeting of the minds. And then there's like a third category, which, could be called the dumpster fire, the shit show, when it's just total chaos, interruptions galore and name calling and just total, to that degree. And it sounded like you were kind of indicating that, because I know you were new to the server here about a week ago, I think you said, and then there was something that you heard a conversation. So I guess you'd have to describe what that was. That was kind of whether it was kind of one of those more fight style ones or whatever. But my only thing to say to that, if you did feel like it was that way, I would say, try to moderate that, because it's not easy to do. That's the thing. And so when having it be an open platform and letting people discuss, it's already one thing that we moderate for, like the excessive, like name calling, interruption, and even trying to moderate for that is an ongoing effort. So I would just say, like, if I got what you were saying, I feel like I agree with you. Like in my perspective, there are certain times where it's a bit overly kind of aggressive or kind of grating to where it's not as kind of pleasurable to listen to as it could be, at least for me. But like, I don't really want to control other people. I can't, we can moderate the best we can, but it's like another level of moderation. Be like, hey guys, you guys are kind of being a little bit more fighty than ideal. Could you just love each other? It's hard to do that for is what I'm saying, and if you have an open platform that anyone can come, then that's going to be a factor. Now, if we had it be a closed thing where there's only certain people, or we're doing an event or a closed show or something, then yeah, you have your panel. And that's not the case. So I was just kind of letting you know, what we're in a sense kind of up against, in terms of all that.
Yeah, and that's what I picked up on. Look, I gave it another chance. I'm back here as well because I do know, like I've experienced. So what I feel is that there are a fair few people within these groups that are, a little bit above the standard of others, and they're the people that I'd like to connect with. And preferably, I'd like to be in more of the closed grouped environment because I like to stay on topic and talk about things that are helping me progress. Like I'm not just joining the service to come and make small talk with people. I'd like to be talking about ideas and having discussions that are going to help me sharpen my sword. And I'm a little bit disappointed sometimes listening to even some of the closed discussions where you'll have a person, I'm not going to say any names, but just like you'll have a person and they'll be making a lot of good points and sharing a lot of good information, but then they'll follow that up with a whole lot of assumption and opinion. And there's a pretty strong contrast there that sort of for me feels a little bit,
Yeah, if they don't designate it as
Yesterday's
speculation
opinion
and they
becomes
try to assert
tomorrow's
something.
fact.
Sorry, I didn't catch any of that.
Somebody else talked at the same time. Go ahead. Whoever that was.
Yesterday's opinion becomes tomorrow's fact. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, but I think what he's saying is like if we're trying to get to like what we can know for sure by ruling out things that we've assumed, but then we just replace it with more assumptions. That's not getting necessarily where we're getting to this objective agreement. It's just replacing it with more pseudo ideas.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah. Thanks, new perspective. Yeah, that's exactly right. Like, I would really like to find others that I can communicate with well enough that it's not going to turn into a slander parade if one of us makes a verbal mistake, that we can help to correct each other, have a little laugh about it, and continue the conversation, and just continually get better at conversing and communicating.
Well, anything you can do here to help in that. I mean, the thing is, like, we do have like people that are moderators, but we don't really do that much. Like, we don't do a lot of muting or we do hardly no banning at all. There's like very few bans, and we have a little we have to do like timeouts or whatever when people are really going wild, and being disruptive and doing all the excessive name calling and stuff. But I share the general spirit you're talking about. So I mean, like what I'm trying to say is that you don't really have to be a mod here to like support in that, So if there's a conversation where something like that's happening and you feel like you could jump in, and because I mean, like for example, if you read the welcome page on this server, the information is all there just in terms of the spirit of it. And, and it is more meant to be a discussion platform to bring our minds together, respect each other as much as possible, obviously, and be able to, respect each other's viewpoints, but also be able to bring information to the table, versus like, a type of thing where like a cult thing where people are just trying to force each other into beliefs, or versus something that's like overly controlled in that sense. So I'm just saying, I mean, anything like, that you could, if you want to be able to, speak up and say to kind of support, what you're saying is, would be welcome, because I mean,
like this fruitful discussion we're having right now, it wouldn't be, so if we didn't have the down times, we wouldn't appreciate the good times. Basically, like these are good discussions, right? So it's going to matter. It's depending on the time you get here and who's here, and you just don't ever assume it's going to be one way or another necessarily.
Sure, and it's a patience thing for me as well at times. Like I was talking, the Bosconium from Shane's group. So I was talking with Chad, his name is, and we were considering at some point perhaps starting another group that is for the people that like to have these deeper discussions, where we can come together in the closed group just to have those discussions, not as like a permanent hangout and disconnect ourselves from these groups, but just as if we want to meet up at certain times to have those discussions and whatnot.
Make sure to send me an invite if you do that. I mean, there's lots of different Discords too that already are branching out for sure, that I could give you other invites to.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. Like the video link that I sent you both, or that I shared in the chat, is something that I think would be very interesting to talk about, but we would all need to have at least a basic understanding of the topic before we were to engage in the conversation. So if you would, care to, continue further
by
with
next
this
time, right?
enlightening conversation, it would be nice. Yeah, like
We could
I'm
share
prepared
it
to
and
wait
watch
a
it if
week
you
or
wanted.
so.
How long is it?
Yeah, it's in 1 hour and 20 minutes. I'm pretty
Oh,
certain.
okay. Yeah. We don't really share
So
video too much here, but yeah, well, definitely for next time, I'll check it out tonight.
yeah, so have a listen through, and if you find it interesting and would like to talk about that type of information further, well, I had the idea that we could share interesting videos or audio files that we find with each other. We listen to those and then we discuss those topics.
Yeah. Actually, you've had ayahuasca experiences, from what I remember, right? I was gonna say Gio's like the man as far as like these herbal medicines go.
Hmm?
Haven't you had some ayahuasca DMT type experiences that you were relating before?
Yeah, sure. I've had many.
Yeah. So Gio's the man to talk to. You and Gio. That's why I was saying you got to go talk to Gio, because I'll just sit back and listen.
Yeah. Would you like me to sort of give just a short overview of my?
Sure. Yeah. I'm sure Gio would love to get the rundown before he relates to that for sure.
Okay. Well, so it was about 2010. I started to veer away from the norm, and through life circumstances decided to start investigating into psychedelics. And I'd tried LSD a couple of times earlier on, so I was about 28 at the time, and so in my early 20s I tried LSD a couple of times but never had any like strong psychedelic experiences. I smoked marijuana for many years, like from the age of 14, and was a heavy marijuana smoker. And then after I tried DMT, which really shook me and changed my. I had a massive shift of perception after my first DMT experience. I went and practiced astral projection or out of body experiences and lucid dreaming, and got into that very heavily for some months following my DMT experience, and was able to induce several out of body experiences. And then I decided to start exploring the psychedelic realms using LSD, and to date I've had a few hundred LSD experiences, and that was so in the last 10 years. And over that time I've also, in the last, what would that be, 5-6 years, I've had 2 ayahuasca experiences. One where I took the medicine, the second one where I went completely sober and just meditated and tried to hold the space with the group. And that was also very powerful. The reason why I didn't take the medicine the second time was because for me it's very appealing to take the medicine, and so I felt like it would be more beneficial for me to attend and to resist the urge, whereas so many other people I'd connected with that attended those types of ceremonies were sort of very nervous and whatnot about taking the medicine. And for me it was like, I don't know, I really enthralled and look forward to it. I've the majority of my LSD sessions I've had very strong doses, over 500 micrograms per dose, and have done it by myself, so that I can really I prefer to sit down, close my eyes, and explore in that dimension of the experience, rather than go walking around and be observing things in the external world all the time. And yeah, I started after I tried DMT the first time. I really changed my perspective towards psychedelics, and the reason why I got into astral projection after I tried DMT was because I was convinced that the experience that I'd had was not just a one-off drug-induced experience, that it was actually something that I'd been shown, like a gift, that was teaching me how to access those realms without the use of the psychedelics, which I was able to prove to myself after the initial experience through the practice of meditation. And I've also done several 10-day Vipassana retreats, and I've been meditating quite frequently for the last 10 years. Yeah,
Wow.
that's my background here.
Wow, thanks for that. Geo, please respond. You have to be listening still, I hope. Geo, you're still there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, man.
Okay,
Thanks for
cool.
sharing, dude. That's beautiful.
You're welcome. So, New Awakening was saying you've also had some experience. A New Perspective was saying, sorry, you've also had some experiences. Would you like to share a little of your background with me and the others?
Yeah, no, I mean, well, it was great to hear your outline of that. Well, yeah, I've been working with these medicines for many years, and within ceremonial contexts, and within different communities and different contexts. Yeah, I don't know, you know, how, I mean, how much information to go into, but just in terms of how in depth, like, we're going to go on all that or not right now, but yeah, I mean, in general, like,
sorry, I don't mean to put you on the spot or anything like that.
no, it's all good. I just, I'm just trying to kind of think in my head, like, whether it's worth going, kind of how to give a summation, or, because, I'm trying to think, like, the way that you posed it.
It's
Yeah,
because he has so much he could say if he starts in. I think that's how that's my interpretation, right? If he starts in, then it's going to be like, okay, now we're here, because there's so much to say. I think in response to what you said in my analysis at this point.
Yeah, and I'm just kind of,
It's hard for me to summarize my own experiences.
What's that?
I said it's hard for me to summarize my own experiences.
Yeah, but I mean, I would say in general, like, if I were just to give kind of a general outline the way you did as well, I mean, I would say, like, when I was like my late teens, early 20s, I basically, like the, high school into college and all that. So, had done, mushrooms and LSD, and also MDMA as well. So, but that was a little bit, it was kind of a little bit more of a recreational in a sense, rather than as spiritual at that point, meaning that, we would go to concerts, and there were times we would like go to like the botanical gardens and, take mushrooms, or, go out in nature, take mushrooms together with friends. But it was a little bit more, like you said, kind of outwardly oriented, if you want to call it recreational, but, in a sense. Now, even during that time, though, I still had like deep spiritual experiences. I mean, there were times where, I would take like 500 micrograms of LSD and just be by myself, as well. So, and go inwards in that sense. So it was kind of a blend in that way, although there was the more recreational side of it, meaning just, being out in the world or in nature or at a concert, playing music, all that kind of stuff. So worked with those for years at that time. And then, at a later period after I, became connected with more communities and friends and more of the like spiritual lineages and knowledge bases and communities in terms of like the shamanic traditions and so on. And then I ended up I went to a grad school in San Francisco that is very unique, and there's a lot of knowledge and wisdom around, shamanism and sacred medicine work. So connecting with that entire tribe and community was amazing, because through that community, there's, many, they even have like a psychedelic therapy program. They're a fully accredited college, and they are fully accredited by the same accreditation, of UC Berkeley and Harvard and Stanford. It's the same, the accreditation at that level. But it's kind of a unique grad school that kind of is able to blend enough with the mainstream to be accredited, but also, has a lot of sort of outside of the box, if you want to call it outside of the box, but more like ancient wisdom and ancient traditions and so on. And so through that community, there's the psychedelic therapy, was regularly being practiced and discussed, and the legality issues, people doing presentations, and they actually even have a training program right now, actually, that has came a little bit later after my time there, the actual program itself, but they have like certifications for it, and they have certain kind of a role to play in that. So, but through that community, I was able to connect with a lot of different people that were doing a lot of different ceremonial work. That wasn't the only place I connected with that, but it was a fertile ground for connecting with these traditions and so on. And so so I've worked with ayahuasca and peyote and iboga, and other medicines as well within that, within the shamanic traditions and the sacred medicine work.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, the friend that I was speaking of, Bosco, the Bosconian, he's also got an interesting psychedelic background, and a friend that I've made from another server as well that I hit it off with recently, from a Netherlands server called Poppencast. Apparently there was a debate there last week. I just found the link to the server and joined the server sometime after the debate had occurred, and got to talking with a couple of the people there. And yeah, one of the other guys, we hit it off very quickly, and it was a similar sort of a story, shamanic sort of a background. When I think of shamanic work, I'm generally thinking of a person that's a little bit more courageous to explore the psychedelic realms without needing a guide. Whereas other people tend to need somebody to help to facilitate that experience for them or with them, to help guide them. Yeah. I think is there some delay?
I'm hearing you. I'm just sitting back and listening. I'm sure you and Gio would have a lot to exchange.
Yeah, I will just let you know that I may need to leave the conversation soon. I'm expecting a call from my son this evening. I'm in Australia.
I was gonna ask you, yeah. When you jump off, no worries. But I was going to ask you, if you've worked with LSD at those high dosages like that, that's interesting, because it's more rare that individuals have been able to work with that at that level. Now, my question was because you said you would close your eyes and go inwards, and because LSD in particular can be very different. If you're out at a concert, it's very different than really going deep within. The experiences people can have, turning inwards. In some cases, there's people that have taken LSD hundreds of times, and they've really never had as much of an inner journey. Whereas once they actually do it, meaning maybe at concerts, they've always been out at a concert kind of thing. But once they actually do a session that's more inward oriented, where there's more of that intention, they can have very powerful experiences that they have never had before. So it's interesting that the intention and the focus. But I mean, the way you were referring to it, were you well, let me ask this. Are you familiar with Stanislav Grof? Do you know Stan Grof?
No.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah.
I'm just searching for it now. Stanislav. What was it that you wanted to refer to?
Well, I was just wondering, Albert Hoffman, invented LSD, and then, there was the research that was done with it before it was made illegal, in the psychiatry and psychology and so on. And Stan Grof, I could say a lot about him, but he basically was a Czechoslovakian, and he is a medical doctor, and he was a Freudian analyst. He was studying to become a Freudian analyst. And then their office got sent a box of vials of LSD from Sandoz, and it was at the time when they were sending it out to office, 2 facilities for free to people with a little note in it that said, this substance seems to have very powerful effects and, could give some insight into understanding, their patients perhaps in terms of the mind states the patients were in, and it could have some value and so on. And so Stan Grof then had an experience with it, completely changed his life, decided that this was his number one thing that he wanted to study and so on. And so Albert Hoffman refers to Stan Grof as, they call Albert Hoffman the father of LSD, and there's that whole kind of, he knows like what it unleashed in the world, obviously. So there's kind of this little bit double-edged sword, just because it was misused in some context. When it was releasing out there, people didn't quite know how to use it and so on. But Albert Hoffman, he calls Stan Grof the godfather of LSD, which is kind of interesting. Yeah. And it doesn't mean like anything from the movie in that sense. It's not that type of godfather. He just kind of refers to him as that, because Stan Grof kind of carried the torch in a way where he was like doing the very high integrity LSD psychotherapy work with it, and working with it in that context in a safe and controlled setting that was supported and so on. And, he ran thousands and thousands of sessions for people. And he's written many books that one of them on the LSD in particular is LSD Psychotherapy, is the name of that one, which is rich in so much content, because, he was giving LSD to people in these high dosages, while supporting them, to go through their experiences. So he was able to, navigate and document, thousands and thousands of people's experience. And he did so with integrity and he does seem to have like a shamanic spirit, a shamanic soul. Like it's like a modern day shaman in a sense, meaning he obviously is not a shaman, that grew up in the jungle of South America or something. He grew up in Czechoslovakia during, wartime and, so on. Yeah. But it's just incredible. He's lived an incredible life. And, anyways, I only brought him up because
he's the holotropic breathwork guy. Okay, I've heard of holotropic breathwork.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Yeah. I'm just reading some of the Wikipedia pages you were talking. I read a book 2 years ago after seeing the interview from Brian Murakescu on the Joe Rogan podcast, and he'd written a book called The Immortality Key, and he was brought on to the Joe Rogan show with Graham Hancock, because he was studying the ancient history of psychedelics in the European Western culture, and he'd alluded to the idea that Albert Hoffman and a group of others were looking into these ancient elixirs called, what was the name of the ancient elixir? I'm sorry, I'm a little bit tired at the moment. My mind's not firing as rapidly as it's able to. There was a drink that they would have in ancient Greece.
Eleusinian mysteries?
Yeah.
Illusion. It's also pronounced illusion.
Yeah. Illusive. My mind's not firing at the moment. My apologies.
The name of the drink is Kikayon.
Yeah. Yeah, the Kukion. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Sorry, apologies. That's my phone calling. I'll just quickly wrap up what I was saying, and then I'll take the call. So the Kukion was being investigated by one of Albert Hoffman's friends, and they were looking into the ingredients that went into the Kukion, and that was how Albert Hoffman started doing research on what's the name of the chemical? They call it the Mutterkorn in German. It's a fungus that grows on wheat, and the fungus, when it falls on the ground and becomes moist, grows a fungus on the fungus. The Mutterkorn is deadly, but I forget the name of the chemical that's what they synthesized LSD from originally. And
Geo,
so
come on, you know
that was
this.
apparently why he was looking into it. He was looking to recreate the Kukion, and it was talked about quite interestingly in this book called The Immortality Key by Brian C. Murescu. I thought it was a very interesting book. And was also going into the ancient history of psychedelics in the European culture. So looking at sort of a type of European shamanism, which has long been lost, and the only types of shamanism we have today seem to be from like South American cultures or Asian cultures, and there is good evidence to support that the Europeans also had their shamanic traditions, and they were using I wish I could think of the name. It's bothering me that I can't think of the name at the moment. Sorry, I'm a little bit distracted. But it was a very powerful extraction of LSD containing the full spectrum of the chemicals rather than just LSD 25. And
You talk about the morning glory seeds or the oliloquy seeds as well. There's several different seeds that contain lysergic acid.
no, it's not the seed. It's the name of the fungus that grows on ergot. There we go.
Oh yeah,
Got it.
ergo. Yeah.
So yeah, ergot was apparently what they were able to use to create the kukion by creating a simple alcoholic extraction. They were able to separate the ergot from the mutterkorn, because the mutterkorn's toxic. You don't want to drink that. So they could, and then the alcohol would act as a solvent. The water, so it would mix, and they'd have some mixture where the alcohol and water would separate, and then they could just take the alcohol layer off, and that would have the ergot in it. Drink that, and have a drink that would essentially destroy your ego, and you'd be reborn. And it seems to be very similar to a lot of the modern day psychedelic ceremonies and practices when people go into these experiences taking higher dosages. And like I've had experiences where I've had apparently a 500 microgram dose, but I'm certain that the dosage must have been off on the tabs that I ingested, and it was actually much stronger, and it wouldn't have mattered. Very similar to like a DMT experience, where if I have that really strong dosage and I am able to have the breakthrough experience that people talk about, it wouldn't matter if I had my eyes open or not on that dosage of LSD. It's like it's so strong, the high level visual experience is going to be induced regardless of what I'm doing, making it quite difficult to sort of do anything but go into the experience. But yeah, it's not the common type of experience that people tend to have these days. Most people I know experiment at much smaller doses and do it purely for social reasons. I was more interested in having those really, really strong dosages and getting completely out of body, or experiencing other dimensions of reality, experiencing things that are abstract to me, to really change my perspective of reality.
Yeah.
Change my sense of self-awareness.
Well, since you're it's like I said, it's rare for me to meet someone that's done, like you said, if you've done hundreds of high dose sessions and also closed your eyes and gone within. It's more rare that I meet someone who has that kind of has had that experience, because like you said, in the kind of mainstream, if you want to call it that, there's a lot of recreational type use and so on. And then of course there is a lot more of the actual therapeutic use and understandings happening. But yeah, it is more rare. I'm going to mention this person too. This is Christopher Beisch. He's that's his book. But he also has done hundreds upon hundreds of high dose sessions. And like he is connected with Stan Groff and the holotropic breathwork community and some of the different communities. And he's actually been an adjunct faculty at times at the graduate school I went to as well. But yeah, he has done hundreds and hundreds of very high dose sessions, with that intention, close the eyes, go within, have, that and so on. And yeah, I just wanted to mention him since, you've had your experiences as well. So be interesting at some point if we talk more. I'd be curious to hear, because like people who are studying transpersonal psychology, as it were. I was just thinking how, that word transpersonal, now the whole trans movement, when I say transpersonal, it's like, it's because like the word transpersonal
it's
has
got
nothing to do.
connotation and association now, right? Like it's
I
changed
know,
the
even
meaning
though
of it.
transpersonal psychology has nothing to do with transgender, but yeah, I know. It's just when I say that now, I'm like, it's got, people are gonna think like, if people, yeah. Anyways, but yeah, like within that, like I guess what I'm saying is this, like Chris Beisch studied Sandgroff's work and studied the work of many experiences and others who were going through, the whole sort of the realms of within transpersonal experiences, everything from past lives to archetypal to birth, the memory of birth and our own birth trauma, child, all these different layers and levels. So like Christopher Beisch has had many of these experiences, but they're kind of, in a sense, they're within that holotropic breath work. It doesn't only have to be the holotropic breath work, but they're kind of within that transpersonal psychology. So
how you doing there, Jared?
I guess all I'm trying to kind of say is that if you have not studied that, but also did high doses, I'm curious whether you had, experiences that overlap with those experiences, or whether you had, different, because, if you see where I'm kind of what I mean.
Yeah, I see where you're going. Yeah, but and it's interesting to bring that up, because that was something that influenced me earlier on, was that I didn't want to be exposed to information so as to have a particular influence over what I thought I might experience. I knew if I kept myself condition free that I might experience either similar types of things and then be able to look for concurrence afterwards, or experience things completely abstract to what other people had described, because I hadn't been influenced by their ideas of what's possible using the substances. Yeah.
What's like psilocybin?
What's up, Shabba?
Not much. I've got a prescription for marijuana. I've got oil and also flour now. So they're also doing it so that you can have psilocybin in July, and also MDMA in a clinical setting.
Yeah, I've heard about that. Yeah, it's interesting to see what's going to be possible in the next time. Hey, like, or I've even considered, is it something that is perhaps even planned?
Well, I mean, you'd have to say, take this 2 hours before you come in. So, okay, we have to make sure the person does, like, well, how do you know 2 hours before the, is the person, are they still going to be coming up, or, are they going to feel like shit, or, who knows, but, I don't know, it would be good for probably, but for some sort of psychology session, but, it's got to be a long psychology session that's actually proper. It's not just like, like your average thing of like just someone that just sits here and listens to you and then doesn't really, okay, and how did that make you feel? Yeah, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. It's for me, it's interesting for the fact that I have a very different perspective on what other people would label psychology, and understanding of how I work and the possibility of thought, and these ideas and concepts play into what we can experience within these astral realms or dream realms or psychedelic realms more than we tend to be aware of, which sort of goes back to what we were talking about in the beginning, guys, and this idea of our consciousness knowing or having access to knowledge beyond what we seem to perceive we know. And I think I'm going to leave it there for today. I'd be really grateful if the two of you were to check out that link that I shared, and we could perhaps get together again and talk more on the.
What link are you talking about?
I shared a link in the live chat from. It's an audiobook link. I'll just share it
In
again.
Livestream 1?
Yep, Livestream 1. I just shared it again. When the mind faces itself, 1 hour and 20 minutes. And yeah, look, if anybody's interested in that, and once more, I've got the PDF for the whole book. There's an actual audio series. If anybody wants to connect with me as friends and share information one-to-one, happy to connect, and I'm very grateful for the conversation that we've had.
Send it to my DMs. I just DM'd you something else too, so definitely thanks so
will
much.
do.
I'm so happy you and Gio got to connect on the level that I expected. So
yeah, cool. Yeah, thank you for that. And I'm actually looking forward to the follow-up conversation. I'll, next time, hopefully, maybe we could, maybe have a little bit more pre-planning going into the conversation, and I won't be rushed for time as I am today. But yeah, once again, thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, it was great to connect, and yeah, on this level as well. And yeah, I mean, we could do an event sometime. We could do that where it could just be like a more of a closed panel in a sense, or whether it's because I'd be very interested to hear more about your experience, any that you'd like to share about your experiences, and because I think when working with these, especially if you're working with it in a way that is with a sacred intention and with a integrity in that way, it is like a heroic journey to take on and to go deep within, and it's like going whether you view it out there or up there, in there, however one you view that, but it's like going out in a sense to gather information or to have something to bring back, which is so common that that there is some, whether it's a pocket of wisdom or an insight or whatever it may be. So I think there's so much value to that integration process, because like perhaps you connected with something that is unique, and or has various levels of value to others as well. So I think there's a lot of richness in that. So yeah, perhaps someday we could, because I'm just thinking like that would be a way to have a more, it's a way to have a more topic driven and focused type conversation, because if it's just an open room, then there's other people jump in, the topic changes, whatever it may be. So yeah, we could, if that's something that you'd ever be interested in, because I know for myself, I'd like to hear more about your experiences just in terms of that. Because like I said, I always have reverence for, especially if you've done that much work with it, and with the intention of closing your eyes and going within, I have a lot of reverence for that and appreciation. And, that's a beautiful thing, and to have collected those experiences as well. So I'd be curious, to discuss it more if that ever, if that comes together like that.
Awesome. Yeah, great. Yep, totally agreed. And I feel exactly the same. Would like to hear more of your experiences, and I'm interested to see if there's any congruence between our experiences. And it's not going to help if we share our information. It's not going to hurt to share information. I think it's only going to help me grow. And I think as well, I don't say this in an egotistical way, but the way that I've thought about these experiences and what I've considered possible seems to be at times outside of what other people imagine is possible. And if I can help to awaken other people or to help other people become more aware of possibilities within their own realm of imaginations, it's like I am increasing a person's or helping a person to increase their own awareness. And wow, it's a nice thing when people with broad awarenesses come together. So
and the reason that this server was created, I'm sure part of the intention on Gio's part was that exactly that.
Okay, cool. So this is the server you created, Gio.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, nice to meet you, good sir.
Yeah, nice to meet you as well.
Hey, Adam, not to keep you or have you go into this necessarily, but I think there was an experience that you related to how you ended up experimenting with psychedelics. Like you were kind of living a normal life, from what I remember, with a family, and then whatever that. I don't know if you want to go into any detail, but remember that for next time, or give us a brief rundown if you want.
Yeah, I'll hold on to it for next time, and happy to go into that. Like I said, we've got each other's details. So let's just make a date and we'll organise it. I don't even mind if we come together in an open chat if people want to jump in and ask questions and whatnot as we're talking. But either, it's all good. And as I said, looking forward to it.
You're the man. Thanks so much for coming in again.
Yeah, you boys are awesome as well. Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Talk soon, sure. Yep.
Yeah,
Bye bye.
Yep. Cheers.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was coming in on a sort of like an interview sort of thing. I don't even know what the conversation was. I'm
better than you.
Well, no, we were talking about the creator and what the free will and determinism, and we were deep in a lot of those topics. And then psychedelics got brought up. So then he was telling us about some of his experiences, and I shared a little bit of some of my life journey.
Yeah, that's when I would have just joined. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think it was like one of his first times on the live stream. I think he was on one other time, but yeah, he was kind of new to the server.
Yeah, we've got to warn Bev as well as B-Ball because they're both just as bad as each other. At billboard spamming stuff that we know they know already.
You like how I use that term, billboard spam? I know, since people just want to put their stuff as a billboard. I don't ever get the vibe that Bev spams, though. I've never really gotten that.
You watch closely. You watch closely, and his. Oh, hang on, dude. His nonsense about geometry, these memes with the words and the angles. Basically, it's just graphic design. What he's doing doesn't have a meaning to do with Earth or globe, flat Earth or globe. He will spam this 3 or 4 times, many more times than B-Ball will spam a GIF. And you can argue B-Ball's GIFs are actually related to blatant evidence that speaks about Earth, whereas Bev's are not. So you've got to not be biased here.
Hey, Dawn, try thinking. Try thinking, Dawn. Hey, Dawn, why don't you try thinking?
I'm not saying, I don't know. I mean, I don't watch every single thing that happens in the chat, and whether Bev does post some things you think more than comment or something. I'm just saying, like, I've known Bev for a long time. He's been on the server for a long time. Spamming has never been something that there's never been like a flag in my mind like that Bev's spamming. So that's all I'm saying. Like, whereas B-Ball is a chronic spammer. So
yeah, he is a chronic spammer. But if spamming is sharing a GIF that we already know about for no reason, that's what Bev's guilty of as well. Sharing memes we already know about for no reason.
Well, why are you assuming that there's no reason, and why are you assuming they're meant for you?
Well, why is Gio assuming
Yeah, not everybody has seen what you've seen.
Why is Gio assuming that with B-Ball?
it's not an assumption. B-Ball he's a chronic spammer. I mean,
For me, it's not an assumption. Bev is a chronic liar with horrible memes that clog the chat over and over again on repeat.
What would you even post about if you weren't replying to Bev?
Do you mean that you can't not look or care?
Well, can Gio not look or care about some obstruction GIF?
His job is not to police everybody and what they post and don't post. If it's something that's like abusive, not something you're annoyed with.
Calling it out because he just put his policeman hat on. So I'm saying, when you've got that hat on, can you look at both sides, please? That's all I'm saying.
Well, yeah, but we do. I mean, that is a thing, dude. Like,
you're telling me Gio's fine. You're telling me Bev's fine. Not a problem.
Well, here's the thing.
Here's
Here's
like
how
a little kid running to the lunch lady and saying, "This kid just did this. Will you come monitor my table for us, please?"
Well, here's how I would address that, Don. For like a server like this, there's somebody doing something that's like on the extreme level, like chronic or really, disruptive to a way that's like whatever it may be, repeat, all the rest of that. And anyways, this guy this guy, this Yaroslav guy, I guess Jerry said Tim Osmond. Oh my God. And now he is actually doxed.
Maybe that is
guy, dude. Hold on. There's this little thing going on with this Yaroslav guy. He's saying Tim Osmond. which is this guy doesn't even know what Tim Osmond is, and then this guy actually keeps doxing Bev's name, which he just did. So I don't know. This guy's just there's something wrong here. Anyways, what I was trying to say though, Don, is he's trying to say that Jerry's like doxing him for saying Tim Osmond, but we all know Tim Osmond's a fabricated name from a Globe Troll guy. So maybe Jerry thinks that is, but he's obviously not doxing. Anyways, it's just a mess. That's what I'm saying, Don. But look at what we have to deal with. All right. Anyways,
don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just
moving
on
on,
the road. Doesn't matter.
Yeah. My main point is just this. All I'm saying, Don, is that there's something on the chronic level, severe level that is disruptive. It's repeat, whatever, that is actually problematic to the flow of the server. And then there's a bunch of stuff in the middle, on the line, gray areas, whatever. And we're not going to do some kind of like perfect modding where every single thing, that's not even really appropriate. Like we're adults. Like that's not my style to mod that way. If another mod wants to be more strict, they can do that. But my style is not to be a police thing and run around and do every little thing. I basically mod for the most disruptive things. So that's fine.
I think you're trying to be moral, but I'm just pointing out that your bias is leaning towards flat Earth and telling me none of the flat Earthers matter. What they do is fine. But Globers, oh my God, they are pests, spam, insulters.
Mind-controlled demons.
Yeah. So you're slightly biased, yeah, that we can move on.
But you are, though.
Dude. I mean, I don't really... It's not biased. I don't really want to like get into all of this now. Like we could talk offline or whatever it may be. But dude, if you want to say between quote unquote flat Earth or globe Earth, it's not the case, dude. I gave a warning to Rakia just today, or just what was it yesterday when he was interrupting. There's been quote unquote flat Earth people that have been given warnings or mutes or whatever because they were disrupting, and they get mad, they leave the server. So it is fair. And I would even say the audit logs prove that. If we were to go through the audit logs and actually see, so that claim is just false.
Okay. Are you saying
that people should be getting warnings for having spelling mistakes and stuff like that, and be really strict on everybody in every way possible? But then, you post pictures of your asshole or something, and that's okay.
I'm saying if Gio's going to notice people, gifts are getting repeated.
Yeah, you think that it's okay to just spam in here or to just troll consistently?
Bev is getting repetitive too. That's all I was asking.
You used to have very repetitive topics. You used to drone on about the same thing every day, the same thing.
Why are you turning it on me? I'm talking about people spamming in text.
Yeah, you spamming.
Oh, what you're considering spamming is just someone posting so that they can see it. Is he posting it over and over and over and over again?
Repeat spamming memes.
What's repeat spamming? What do you consider spamming?
When you spam something over and over again for your own enjoyment.
As in, like yesterday, he posted the same thing he posted yesterday, or did he post it 10 times
like
today?
Like you're doing in voice right now?
Shut up, Shopper.
Is that what you're doing?
Well, the quality of conversation has just degraded to the point where I have to go. I'm for a little bit. Thanks, Don.
Yeah, the conversation turned into spam.
Cry a river. What an idiot. Come to a flat Earth server and then cry that there's flat Earthers. Well, no shit, buddy.
Oh, that's not what you're wondering if Yaroslav is Timmy Osmond because there's a YouTube channel called Anti-Globe.
I know who that is.
I'm talking. Shut up, you rude bastard.
I don't care about the text chat. Dude, talk about the text chat on the text chat. The voice chat is for the voice chat. We're just
talking to Gio about what
let's talk about it. Move on. Move the conversation on. Come on, let's get it working.
What is wrong
let's
with
get it
you?
working. Let's get it going on here. Come on. Move along.
Let him talk, man. Don't interrupt him. I mean, if you want to pick up another topic, we can. But, well, dude, I mean, whether or not that's Tim Osmond, I don't know. Tim Osmond has an account called Invoker, and I saw him jump into the VC on this server one day. So he could just use that Invoker account. Now, if this is one of his accounts, so be it. But I mean, he hasn't caused any conflict on this server. So
I was going to tell you about a YouTube channel who watches this server and enjoys it and then critiques it.
He does that?
We think it's Timmy Osmond, who owns the YouTube channel called Anti-Globe. So he's made loads of videos about Witsit, this server, and me, calling me a paedophile in his video titles. I think it's Timmy Osmond because I could tell by his voice smoking the vape. But anyway, me and Jay had this idea that he must be in here to watch, to get all the content for his little YouTube channel, Vape Rants. So we wondered if it was Yaroslav. Anyway, none of it matters. It's just that's why Jerry jokes about it.
All right. Well, I mean, that's helpful that you share the information. Like I hear what you're saying, I guess.
Jimmy the fam.
I just went to that. I went to that channel. He looks like he has about 5 views per video. So I don't know.
But whether it's Yaroslav or not, it doesn't matter.
Well, if it is, it would. I mean, I haven't heard him talk. I haven't even seen him type. So I would know who he is. I know that guy. I used to catch him hundreds of times on the 24/7. So I would know.
Me and you, we go way back. I was a mod.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, for sure.
You know, they kicked me out because I was being lenient with people and unbanning people that didn't have a reason written in for their ban.
Yeah, no, I remember. Yeah, I remember they went after you as well. What was that time when? You were unbanning people that they wanted banned. Yeah, and then they.
Well, Kosho, Zanuck, I was unbanning them, but what I was doing is I was giving them a role that made it so they couldn't go in the live stream areas, but they could go everywhere else.
I wanted to join a normal conversation. Just happened that came up first because I wasn't even wanting to white knight people. I hate people spam.
This is AI art.
I also spam. That's all I wanted to say. Pepper, do you want to have a normal conversation now?
I'm faster than you are. I'm stronger than you are. I'm taller than you.
What?
Heavier than you are.
Yeah, he likes to say these things. Unprovable.
No, these things are provable.
You think you're bigger.
He's just a fatty.
Is my connection still bad, or am I coming in a little more clear now?
No, I'm still better than you are.
Sounds good right now.
Okay, great. So to get back on what I was saying before, what we were talking about before was about the impossibility of the globe means that there would be a god or some sort of creator, I mean. And I hear what you're saying. That is a interesting twist on how you could see it, but at the same version, when does it just become not feasible or not the truth? Instead of now saying that the impossibility of the globe, which in your own mind is admittedly an impossibility now, right? As evidence of some sort of creator now. I'm sorry, is that same guy still in here?
Me?
Who's that?
No, the person I was talking to about that with, who's saying that the impossibility of the globe proves that there's a creator, as opposed to flat Earth proving a creator of some sort just on its own merit. He was conflating that the impossibility of the globe would also prove that
You must be talking
that
about
there
Saint
was a
God.
creator.
You mean?
Yeah, this
I
was a
thought you
topic
were
from
talking
earlier. No, it was a topic from earlier. It is good.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
since
sorry, I was
there's
asleep.
since there's new people in the room, do you want to catch them up on where it is and then continue from that? Because yeah, that was an interesting.
Well, I wanted to hear more of his take on it because I wanted to find out whether he was just like joking around or spam, like, you know, if he was just like trying to bounce an idea back and forth, or if he was actually just like saying that, well, you know, you could dismiss that idea of a flat Earth with a domed enclosure being happening by accident because of the impossibility of the globe proving a creator somehow. I wasn't really following. I got what he was saying, but it didn't really make a lot of sense to me. Because it doesn't, like I said before, it doesn't work both ways. It's a one-way street. And even when I challenged him and asked him, how could a domed, motionless plane happen by accident? He didn't. Well, I don't know. Yeah, right. Exactly. Like none of us do. Like that's kind of the point. You couldn't have something so obviously crafted. It would be like finding a fish tank out in the woods and going, no one built that. That is a product of nature, clearly, this glass thing.
Where's the dome? Where's the dome?
That's not really the question and topic here.
Oh, so it's just a hypothetical?
No. Well, no. The object was that he was saying that. Oh, right. Okay, so yeah, you're right. Let's catch whoever was talking before. You were right. Let's catch everybody up. He was talking about. There was a man in here talking about how the control systems of flat Earth could just potentially only be political and financial. And I said, and I brought forth the idea that what if it was religious? And he asked, wouldn't that, isn't that just preaching at this point? And I said, no, it's not about what I believe, it's what they believe. You know, so I'm not trying to preach any sort of religion to you. I'm trying to expose what they believe and what they subscribe to, which is not the same as preaching my own belief structure to you, or lack of. He brought forth, I told him that a dome would have to be crafted by something. And then he brought forth the idea that it was a moot point because the impossibility of the globe would prove some sort of creator as well, if that's what we were going by. And I said that wasn't correct because there's no in the heliocentric model, there's two versions of existence that it came about, whether accidental, non-intelligently designed, or intelligently designed, crafted on purpose. But in the flat Earth model, there is no second option. There is no other accident. There's no feasible accident that could happen that would craft a dome with all of these perfect clock-like structures that would be believable. It wouldn't be a believable thing to say this happened by accident.
Hey, what about storming a teacup? You know, that sort of thing. You can still be storming a teacup, but we're on the bottom of it. I like to say to people, you know, the universe is infinite. We're just standing on the floor of it. That's all.
Yeah, but infinite implies that there would be no floor at all.
Well,
Could you tell me what the shape of
it be
the
until you think about, you know, let people dream until you get information, and because the known, you know, at least people don't, but you know, think that these fantasies are real.
Yeah, but it is a problem because it's subjugating the mentality of all the rest of future generations of humanity with nonsense instead of what actually is. So I think people have been asleep for quite long enough, for enough generations of us.
What actually is then? What actually is?
Well, again, we certainly know that it's not a. We certainly know that it's not a globe. You know, we know that this what they call a planet is a fantasy. It's science fiction.
Well,
Outside of that, I really couldn't tell you the dimensions of this plane.
There are many planeta. There are many planeta. The planeta in the sky are the wandering stars, the stars that move differently to the others. They move of their own accord. Those planets, but we're not on a planet. How do we think we're on a planet? That's fucking. It's like we're saying you're on a light globe.
Well, that's making a lot of presumptions there. That's saying that the wandering stars are planets in the first place. Why would they be considered wandering stars at all? Why wouldn't they have always been considered planets instead of wandering stars? It's a contradiction in itself.
No.
That you didn't catch on.
That's where the root word comes from. The root word comes from this observation of wandering stars. So the thing that we have to get around is, when the hell did they think that we are living on a planeta? Why do we think that we live on one of these light things we see out in the sky?
Well, this is a fabric. Well, again, that's the whole idea where the religious aspect comes into it.
From out there or something.
That's kind of what I was getting at with the whole religious aspect of it, where if you have a purpose in designing something that is the exact opposite of what's true, or what a certain religious or most religious texts at the time have said this reality is like, there would be a designer of that too. It would be crafted for a purpose. It wouldn't just be discovery. Like we didn't just discover the globe, we crafted it. We made it so that people would see it on purpose to guide them away from what is potentially real. So the whole globe design, in my mind, was a crafted, fabricated reality, and which is why most of us call it a lie. You know, if it wasn't a lie, like for instance, if it was truly a scientific pursuit and the globe was discovered, then it would be considered a mistake, not a lie. But the very fact that they're claiming to go to space, while space is not scientifically even feasible, it shows that there's some sort of bad intentions behind this quote unquote mistake, which makes it a lie. And they continued with the lie. Or with the mistake, which makes it a lie regardless. So I can see that it's not on accident.
It's a continental ballistic testing missile testing program. They get to launch a few rockets, but that's all it is. These International Space Station is like this Roscosmos thing in Russia. This city, this little town that's it's fucking.
I'm sorry, I'm having great difficulty understanding what you're saying. I would like to respond. I don't know what you're saying. I'm sorry. I'm having great difficulty understanding what you're saying.
It's an industry of lies.
What is?
The whole space industry, like the ISS.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, of course. I mean, that's part of the lie. I mean, people ask. That's where the guy was talking about where it would be. How is it not just political and financial? But from an aspect of an atheist, of course, that would seem like the most important control structures. But a religious, if he didn't believe in, let's say, some sort of evil entity behind these things, then that would mean a religious pursuit or a religious aspect to it would seem beyond the realm of even entertaining to a person like that. You know what I mean? So that's another reason why it's a separation of. In fact, to go off on a completely different tangent here, I think that there was one religion, and that they divided that up. They divided that one religion up and gave each part of the separated religions a piece of truth, so that people could recognize truth and feel truth in what was being said, but that a lot of it was lies and bullshit, so that when people subscribe to this, they get in the mentality of me versus you. It's the strongest version of control there is me versus you. My side versus your side is the multiples version, the plural version of me versus you. So when you have my side versus your side, it divides by groups, politics, religions, all these things. But what if there really was, I mean, there must be one true religion, one true faith that would, or one truth, actually. I wouldn't really call it a religion. I mean, it's just knowing the truth. But there must be one truth that has divided among itself among the religions on purpose, so that it's always a me versus you paradigm. My truth is better than your truth, and they don't know that both truths are true, and they're fighting over the lies instead of coming together about the truths that they both share. You know what I mean? Like the same as a false flag, only creating a whole entire religion around it instead of making it just one event, to making a long-term institutional structure like a government or a religion. But it's a false flag religion. It's a false flag government. It's a false flag science. You know, like these things can happen so casually, and people, I don't even think they're ready for that kind of idea, quite honestly. Most people have a hard time believing something like 9/11 or that, you know, just obvious basic things. And, you know, how could they ever believe anything ridiculous or question or imagine something beyond that if that's difficult to, you know, the government, you hear it all the time. The government's evil. The government's evil. The government's evil. But we should trust the government when they put out the news, and we should trust the government when they put out the quote-unquote medicines, and we should trust the government when they say to do stuff. Why don't you trust the government? Well, aren't you the ones screaming the government's so bad all the time? How could you have such hypocrisy in your mouth and not recognize it? Doesn't it taste horrible? But most people can't even see that. They're not ready for, I don't know, they're not ready to challenge their own, what they've been told is real. They want to believe it. I've seen people get violent over it, man. To question something,
abusing people's lack of intelligence. Just to put it bluntly, I'm like not being this is truth. I myself at times lack intelligence.
Well, see, I wouldn't say it's a lack of intelligence. People are smart, but they also have it's a lack of imagination. You know, they don't have imagination.
Ability at the time, you know, might be too drunk or something. Can't quite. Oh, a bit slow at the moment, not following you. You know, but you let him off like that a couple of times. But you see, most people, they have to come up with a reasonable and cohesive, argument that is, intelligible, and you can comprehend it, and that's all you need. And then you can have a conversation about it. No argument, just like a calm debate. Just a conversation.
Yeah, I agree that conversations go much further than debates ever could.
Can I put a study in the chat somewhere in Livestream 1? This should be our front page news. Everyone should already know about this. This should have already been in your lexicon.
Yeah, we can't talk about that here. You know what these places are like.
Well, the thing about it is that it's devastating to think that neurological damage could be possible of everybody who got V'd.
Yeah,
And then and not even the people that didn't. Even me, as unvaccinated, my father's got lots of this mucus from this immune escape, antigen escape, and so I've been getting those exosomes, and so I also have a lot of mucus. and you know that I can't get him to take my medicine because he doesn't want to. But I found I have to take NAC, which is the COVID cure, gets rid of spike protein, flushes it out. Yeah, N-acetylcysteine. But the thing is that it gets into the skull, it gets into the brain, and it causes neurological problems. And that's for everyone, even me as unvaccinated. I have to worry about this spike protein getting into to my brain and doing neurological damage.
Talk about these things, so move it on. Sorry, bro. Just Discord and YouTube for us.
I don't care. I don't care
Well,
what
you
you say.
should care, man. Your personal opinion, even though I agree with you, I can't say that because it's going to remove everybody else's talking space. So you should care.
Yeah, sure. Whoever's going to do I'll get rid of it then. I'm bigger than you. I'm better than you are.
That's okay. You're allowed to believe that. Everybody makes mistakes, man.
I'll put it on Element anyway. We can talk freely over there about whatever we want and post whatever we want. So I have put it over there. Thanks, Jepper.
Yeah, over an Element. What a fucking joke YouTube has become. I know. Even tabs that I was looking at a couple of weeks ago, I'm looking at, click on that tab that I didn't have loaded for a little while. Oh, it's there's nothing here. It violated the thing. What? And you're looking at this is like very, very common. Like you look at all my old favorites and like, it's the numbers halved what it used to be in my favorites.
Yeah, it's very sad, man. It's very sad what's happened. We're not allowed to talk on these platforms, and people don't recognize that right there should be a big signal. Anything you're not allowed to talk about in earnest, you should know that that's probably something that you should be talking about, quite honestly. You should be investigating it on your own personal time.
I know, but thing is, this affects everybody. This doesn't. Oh, it's not something that just affects me or something that I'm thinking of.
I know.
This is something that affects absolutely every single one of us right here.
Yeah.
Brain
Oh yeah,
damage.
I can relate, man. I understand. Believe me. That's why I'm into the topics and the things that I'm into, and into talking about the things that I'm into. But again, we have to be very careful because limited access to all of the people that are on YouTube is better. YouTube should be considered as a siphon, some place to siphon resources off of, like a mine. Instead of getting iron, you get mines and eyeballs. You get people to hear instead of metal.
Remember when it used to be conspiracy, shadow banning?
Yeah.
For talking about the C or the V? You're crazy. And now it's like public knowledge. But at one point, it was conspiracy. Oh, they're not censoring you. Are you crazy? Why would they censor you?
They're saying that cultural Marxism's a conspiracy. You know what I mean? It's like, what? The guy who wrote it, his name was Antonio Gramsci. Do you know what I mean? But the problem is they know that people are not going to invest any time. They're going to hear the talking points. They're going to repeat things. They're going to parrot things. And that's that.
Well, sure, because that's why it's difficult. That's why it's very, very important to say what, I'm relate to what this man is saying. It's very important to find people that are willing to go to places to hear things that they're not, quote unquote, supposed to hear, It's very, very important because once those people hear that, they can decide for themselves whether or not this is something they want to continue pursuing or not. And that's really, it should be the basic right of every human. That I think classification of any knowledge is a sin against humanity. I think there should be no such thing as classified information. I don't think that any of that should exist. Secrets, government secrets, especially from the people that pay for it. I can't even believe that people went along with that.
Yeah, and they're just moving people to smaller and smaller groups. We used to be on Facebook freely talking, and then those groups of 35,000 got shut down, and then we found Discord, and now this is getting shut down, and that's why I promote Element, just because, it's a space where you can't get deleted at the moment. It may come in, but there's no overlords. It's end-to-end encryption, and I recommend everyone get an account there just to keep in contact if these other ones go down.
I normally hang out when on Rumble when I go to want to look for things now. At first it was very difficult, but more and more people are using it, so it's becoming a lot easier to find things, and
I think
more
Rumble
people
got
use it.
sold. I think it got sold.
Yeah. To who? Do you know who Rumble was sold to?
I don't. I heard recently that they got sold, and they might actually change. So they might start censoring, or that they just started noticing censoring. I don't know if it's BitChute or Rumble, but one of them. I forget.
Well, BitChute, you can say whatever you want, and so the shills and the government trolls have taken advantage of that. They go on there and just spam every terrible thing that you could ever want to see being said there, and it's a problem because it muddies up what's being said there. So these shills and paid operatives go in there and they spam the N-word and they spam
Nazi stuff.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Now, like, I go on Telegram or on BitChute, and I'll see like literally like straight up propaganda. Like, I think they do it on purpose to try to get people not to go on BitChute, because it's like literally like neo-Nazi propaganda and like hate and racism and stuff. Like, wow, like, or anti-Semitic stuff.
Well, it's also a means for them to point at something as well. That also gives them something to point at. Look, see what would happen if we let you fucking plebeians talk freely? Look at what would happen.
Yeah,
And
pattern
so-
recognition. That's not allowed. You're not allowed to figure things out through looking at patterns. That's racist now, by the way. There was an article saying that pattern recognition is racist.
That's incredible. Well, I mean, moreover, it's giving them the excuse that they need. They're making their own problem, a Hegelian dialectic and all that. They're making their own problem so that they can fix it. And saying, oh, look at the problem it is. But what I see as a bigger problem, the biggest problem, is that somehow it's been turned into normal that you're not allowed to like someone. You're not allowed to like or to dislike them. You're not allowed to dislike what they say. You're not allowed to offend them. You're not allowed to hurt their feelings. And it's called protected class. And it makes me wonder, if some are protected classes, what would be considered an unprotected class of people? Is there such a thing as an unprotected class of people?
This is one of the best breakdowns of where a lot of these ideas are stemming from the useless idiots. And it's a really good breakdown. And it just, really highlights in great detail exactly where these goofy ideas are coming from and why they're being promulgated. So you only have to watch about 20 minutes of it. You don't have to watch the entire thing if you haven't got time, but it exposes the thinking and the reasoning behind a lot of these things. And the only reason they try to steer people away from things like nationalism is because they want the one world order. And you can't have the one world order if we have diversity of, cultures and nations and all of that. So they have to get rid of cultures and races and nations in order to bring everybody under the same big tent.
Again, I have to ask though, what if there is a religious aspect behind that? Not that it just with diversity and whatnot. What if there's a religious aspect to that? For instance, everybody knows the story of the Tower of Babel, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, in that instance, God removed the one people and divided them, supposedly among race and language and all this other stuff, right? And that would mean that a unified world would be against that wish of the Creator. If we go by biblical terms, if it is the Bible that happens to be right, then that would be against what the Creator wants. Which also ties in with many of the things that we see as the religious aspect, and a religious aspect or reasoning behind these things.
So
religion
before the flood, there was probably a unified culture and a unified world with one language before the flood. That world got destroyed. right?
Right.
Initially, after the cataclysm, the first thing people did was rebuild, right? And reestablish themselves. That's where you end up with Nimrod and that one world government again, right? But it was only that part of the world because the whole world was basically obliterated, right? But that part of the world became one unified culture, one unified nation, and it was known as Babylon. Now that world got destroyed and split up into 70 nations, and ever since then, human beings have been, tribal and fighting and conflict, and they're again trying to unify all the nations into one world government, one world cashless society, and one world leader like Nimrod. They're trying to reunite that. The Masons, the Rosicrucians, all the sects, they're all trying to unite that however way possible. And I think cryptocurrency will make that happen with AI. They already got apps, bro. They got an app literally called Babel that basically you can talk into, and it translates everything in real time.
Any language. Yeah,
any language.
No, I saw that. Pretty wild. But again, most people have been dissuaded from looking at things from a religious aspect. And I'm not talking about being a religious person yourself as the individual. I'm talking about looking at it from a religious motivation. Like, it's easy to say when a church talks about God, they're pushing their agenda. They want people to know about their God. But when you talk about government, most people can't imagine a religious aspect behind that. Like, the reason for that particular government, or style of governance. Most people can't see a religious aspect behind that. They just see a group of people that's trying to govern or whatever, or has been elected to govern or whatever.
Well, religion is a vehicle of control. If you obviously it's in the words as usual, right? So it's about anchoring you to a place and a position mentally, so that you can't grow and you can't learn and discern. So a lot of these things act like that. Mind prisons. This is where the reading system came into place to create left brain prisoners, right? Which is why they can believe absurdities, because they have no abstract abilities. The right brain is where you get pattern recognition. It's where you have disparate pieces of the puzzle, but using your brain, you can connect the dots. You can build the bridges.
Right.
But if you don't have the right brain, which what schools do not teach, then you're basically a slave to the left brain. Ian McGillichrist talks about this in The Divided Mind. And so they have the latest one today would be scientism. That's the latest religion. Believe a man in a white coat said it, must be true. Shut up, don't think, sit down. And you've got to remember that the vast majority of people, they don't have interest in these things. And that's ultimately what a lot of this comes down to, because you're not going to put thousands of hours into something if you're not interested. Like Olympians, they put thousands of hours into swimming or running fast, right? But there's no way you and I would do anything like that. It's crazy, right? So the thing is, I think that comes into play. Psychology, survival, people's interest, and I think that plays a greater factor in a lot of these things than anything else.
I mean, I sort of agree with you, but the only thing is that there seems to be a balance between a free for all, right? Like complete, total free for all. Do it.
You broke up, dude.
You got to do what thou wilt, right? Do whatever you want. Or like an anarchist society or libertarianism, right? Where it's like, as long as you don't hurt me, do whatever you want. As long as you're not hurting somebody else, do whatever you want. That actually leads to bondage. So like not having some sort of order and structure based on a moral foundation leads to bondage. Hedonism.
Right, because they can guide what morals become in that society. Since there are no morals, they can instill what morals are.
Yeah, there aren't enough Ubermensch. Basically, there are very few that are able to control themselves and basically build themselves up to certain things. The vast majority, following the Pareto principle and these other concepts, they need structure. Basically, they need a totalitarian dictatorship to tell them what to do, how to think, and everything else because they don't have that good of an ability in themselves to do that, sadly.
Well, you don't need government. You don't need a fascist government, right, to tell you what to do. That's not what I'm saying. You're making a leap right there. But you need a structure, whether you can call it religion or moral structure, to teach your children and so on, so that people don't end up completely hedonistic and you're in bondage. You don't realize it, but you're in bondage to the flesh and the carnal mind that leads, you're basically pulled wherever the carnal flesh leads you. That's bondage. It might not seem it, but it's an illusion, but you are in bondage. And that's what the scriptures teach.
Separates the Untermensch from the Übermensch, right? The underman from the overman. Okay, the overman is somebody that strives to be better every day because they just want to be that. But there is also a massive amount of infantilization and then the natural order being out of balance today and being promoted to be out of order. So that plays into why these younger generations are like they are, which, again, they are like children. As soon as you say no, they're not used to saying no fathers, so they have tantrums and they act like little babies. Even at 30 and 40 years old, sometimes I'm like, wow, and they think like a big thing in their life is not having their phone for a day. That's suffering to them. They don't understand real suffering and real understanding of like what it took to get the societies that we have. They have no appreciation for what's come before, the heritage, the ancestry, and the cultures that built what they have. They were born into it, so they don't appreciate it. It's like, with children, if you just give them something, it's never appreciated. But if you make them earn half the money for it, then they're like, oh, this has value, this is effort, this is merit now, right? So, yeah, there's a lot of factors.
Sure. I mean, how could someone that's overly fed their whole life know how to empathize or even sympathize with someone that's hungry all the time? How could they really sympathize with no food?
Yeah, it's something you learn as these pieces of the puzzle, bits of information where you're trying to make sense of things, you're trying to understand, and you're not saying what's right and what's true because that's out of the reach. We're not going to be omniscient, right? And anybody claiming this or this, to me, it's arrogant. It's claiming you know enough or whatever, and to me, the amount of times I've gotten things wrong multiple times because of the level of information that I had as I discovered more information or people pointing me towards it or whatever. It's like, oh, I have to shift position now, but a lot of people, they can't do that, and that's the problem. But you might have to do that 10, 15, 20 times, and that's where people really start to like not understand what's going on here.
Right, and I think that's what really the biggest problem with flat Earth is, or whatever, true Earth, or whatever you want to call it, is that when you undermine something that deep in someone's mind, it shows the unraveling of all the other things that they thought they knew. So it's not just the one topic, when people, like, I try to have a great deal of patience with people when I'm talking with them about flat Earth, because I remember how I felt about it when I first heard it. All of us thought it was ridiculous until we took the time to hear it, and then, or had someone close to us that we trusted say, hey, look into this. When something is created as the exact opposite, it's supposed to sound ridiculous when you hear the truth. It's supposed to sound ridiculous when you hear this other model, because it's the exact opposite of what you know, and I've always known. And this means this, and that means that, and this means that, and that means this. But if you take away that initial reasoning, all of these and that's fall apart with it. So it's like a chain of cascading failure on their end. And a lot of people have the ego that they can't accept that. They don't want to accept that.
No, it's a story. Jordan Peterson talked about this with archetype and the brain. And he said if we deleted all religions, myths, legends, books, and stories, and everyone got amnesia, we'd only start up new stories and myths around the campfire that night. There's some need within us psychologically Like we have to have these guiding lights outside of ourselves, whatever they are. You know, it could be Superman, it could be Spider-Man, right? In the modern day, that's as close as the nihilistic and apathetic lot are kind of getting to. But there is a need for that. And so, yeah, they hijack that system and they give you that story. So it used to be the religious story, whichever flavor of religion, but now it's the scientism story, the Big Bang, which is essentially like Yahweh, right? So again, they've just reworded it slightly, changed it slightly, and fed it back to people.
You know,
yeah, it's incredible.
The laws in the scriptures are regarded as freedom. That might sound like a paradox. How can laws, which are supposed to be like restrictive, be considered freedom? And it's pretty profound. You know, you got in the Psalms, King David 119, 145 says, I will walk about in freedom, for I have sought out your precepts, for I delight in your commandments because I love them. David considered his commandments, the commandments of Yah, he likened it to freedom and life, you know. And James, Jacob in the New Testament says the same thing. He says, but the one who looks into the perfect law, the law of liberty, and perseveres, being not a hearer who forgets, but a doer who acts, he will be blessed in his doing. See, because the law, it keeps you protected. Like if you are a guardian of your children, right? You have boundaries, you have hedges of protection around your children, right? To protect them from the evil one, right? So you might have a cliff, right, on one side, and a chasm on the other side, and you set a boundary there so that your child doesn't go beyond that boundary. If he goes beyond that boundary, he might fall into a cliff, he might fall into a chasm, he might get burned, he might get hurt. So the Father, because he loves us, he's given us these commandments so that we will be protected. But a lot of us, we look at it like bondage, like chains, like, you know, being like the word religion.
They present it now. I mean, that's why they've removed from the father from the household, because he represents discipline and order, because the feminine represents chaos. The masculine is order. Right?
Exactly. And masculinity, a good father is going to set boundaries for his wife and for his children. But nowadays, even setting boundaries for your wife, you're considered a male chauvinist, right?
Well,
you're considered
again,
a sexist.
If you watch the video that I placed a little bit earlier, that is all explained what's going on with this, right? And again, it's always these subversive tactics that these Maoists and, you know, Marxists have used, but they've just changed the parameters. So it used to be, you know, rich versus poor, right? Now they didn't ask how did they get rich, because not every rich person has actually done over the poor people. They probably worked 100 hours a week. They probably started out as a poor person, a lot of them, right? So through their effort, they were able to gain, and then they have a business and they employ thousands of people. So at the end of the day, they give back in that sense, right? But obviously, if you've got a business and you've got thousands of people, then you're going to have more. But you don't have more because you're doing anybody over, right? So they take people who are simplistic and don't have experience, you know, and they manipulate them like this. So now that one is no longer applicable. So now it's victim versus oppressor. So now they've changed the goalpost.
Right.
And basically everything is an oppressor until they own it. Once they own it, it's no longer oppressive. So again, This is the totalitarian tiptoe. This is what they use these things as stepping stones to power. Once they get power, you're in the gulags. That's how it works. That's how they've always operated. And they've been doing this since Roman times. This isn't like a new thing. They did it Roman times. They did it throughout most of the wars, the great wars. You know, Russia, you can see the same techniques, the same manipulations, where you have a small group brainwashing people basically to overthrow the rulers within those nations. And then once they take over, you then get mass slaughters and genocide.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. A lot of people can't see that the end result of certain governance styles leads to the slaughter of the people that paid and enabled the government to become so quote unquote powerful.
Yeah, and the thing is once you start to pick up these techniques, you can then look and see where else over throughout time they're applicable, and you're like, that's the same technique being used 1800 and something, 1500 and something, and so you can kind of pick up the rhythm, so to speak, of this group and what they're doing, how they've been able to do it. And sadly, it's the same techniques because people are pretty much the same. I mean, if Rome gave us bread and circuses, that tells us they knew psychology. Whatever label or word they used at the time, they understood how to control the masses. The few controlled the many, and they were exceptionally good at it. They still use that identical method today, bread and circuses. So the simple fact is they've had 2,000 years of practice. They've gotten extremely good at it, and they understand that the vast majority, because of the Pareto principle, the 80-20 rule, 80% is kind of the vestigial appendage, and the 20% is the engine, the movers and shakers, which really push things forward, no matter the size of the community, whether it's 1,000 or 10 billion. So these things, they play in together, and once you start piecing it together, it becomes pretty clear. But to understand it, you can't give that wisdom to people. They have to put in thousands of hours it takes to sift and to listen and to understand without prejudice and bias and ego. That's a big one, because I can't do anything about anybody else's ego. I've got to fix my own, So it's like, unless somebody comes to us without bias and ego and belief, we can't help them.
Right. Well, see, the idea is that what you're saying is true about people not realizing it unless they spend thousands of hours. And that's in a normal, regular society. Like, if you try to tell people, that's why people struggled and fought against the New World Order so hard, or the idea of the New World Order so hard in the 90s when I was talking to people about this. They couldn't even grasp it. They said, no, you're crazy. Look at things. It's not, So then what you're saying is true at that point. But now, when the attack is apparent and it's being more felt every day, less and less time has to be put in it. And when you start explaining it to people, they can hear it more readily because it makes more sense than, oh, it's just mere corruption. It's just mere corruption. Mere corruption only happens when a politician takes money or resources or whatever. It's not subjecting to the people to worse and worse and worse conditions over time and more, and to see how much you can, give them before they fight back. And that's what we're seeing right now. It's a stress test.
And that's how they weaponize these things within us. They understand, men have these egos. They want to be the best, and that they are corrupt when they're not competent, right? So again, this is something they weaponize. They weaponize our compassion. They weaponize our emotions because they want people to become emotional rather than logical. Why? Because they can manipulate you without any facts. Oh, here's a story, blah, 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 sob story, cry, cry, cry. Everyone's sucking it up, listening to it, but they haven't provided any facts or evidence. And you're not looking for facts and evidence because you think, wow, they can't be lying about this. It must be true because it's so terrible and awful. Nobody can make up something like this.
Right.
So,
sure. The writers in Hollywood that have wrote tragedies for decades and decades could never come up with anything that would a minor tragedy that would apply to real life.
Yeah.
Of course not. That's beyond the realm of imagination. And that's the problem, is that most people can't even grasp that simple concept, even though they go around screaming how it's all evil, it's all bad. Okay, well, here's how it's bad. No. That's not. No. Come on, man. That's a conspiracy theory. Okay.
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
They don't understand that these labels, whether it's a ism, phobe, or the conspiracy one, is just about closing down discussion and argument. It's not allowing people to entertain ideas without agreeing to them. And again, that's right brain, that's abstract, that's imagination. So if you can't like envisage these things, then you know you're basically out of balance. You know, that's where this dichotomy comes in with the left and right brain.
This might seem controversial, but you know, the idea that we should start a revolution or go, you know, oppose the government or kill Biden, you know, assassinate Biden or assassinate whoever, right? King Charles, that's supposed to be coronated, or he just got coronated. These ideas that people have to try to bring down the establishment or bring down the government, right, is actually contrary to the Creator's will. Because there's a lot of things that we're not looking at the bigger picture. We're looking at this like from the micro scale or from ours, you know, from our perspective up the chain. But if you look at it from the other way around, down the chain, if you believe there is a creator and he's sovereign over all things, this might seem very controversial, but in the scriptures, it's very clear that he appoints kings, right? So even if it's a tyrannical king, he appoints tyrannical kings to do his bidding, because a lot of times who you have for leadership is a direct reflection of the population, and it's exactly who the population deserves. So if for whatever reason the population receives a tyrannical king, it's because that's who the population deserves.
The other thing is, it doesn't really matter because we know they're all puppets, right? They're like the front of the stage, and at the end of the day,
assassinating anybody in the public eye would only serve as a warning to the people that have kept themselves out of vision.
They would just get replaced instantly. It doesn't matter.
Bingo.
So
Right.
Exactly.
Ultimately,
So,
if people if people had actual faith, then it doesn't matter about these things. And that's not just like your religious sort, but you know, whichever sort. Because you understand there's bigger things at play here. There's a longer plan at play here. And people look at the minutiae, like you said, and they're looking at one or two moves. They're not thinking 1,000 or which the agenda, as I term them, because they've been at this for thousands of years. They've got the next 50,000 moves planned out, and they've put people in place with their secret groups and secret societies to bring in young blood to continue this agenda throughout time. And that's the thing. So, you know, that's something to consider as well.
Right. The people that you see that are doing bad are not the actual people that need to be removed from power. That's all, like I said, it's a warning bell that these people, like you were saying, Biden is a canary in the coal mine, so to speak. You know, it would be a warning system.
If you were to,
I mean,
if you were to
used to pretend, right? And when they had their puppets, they were fairly competent, right? But the latest one, I mean, I'm not being rude, but you know, we all know Joe Cena. Okay, nobody would argue that he's not a potato. And the simple fact is, it's so obvious and it's so overt. Yet the American public have been so beaten down. They don't know what it is to be American because they're not being taught anymore. So they don't fall back on the republic because they keep saying a democracy when it's obviously a constitutional republic. So again, the younger ones are just completely finished, but the older ones should take a stance because they know better, and they need to say, look, this guy is clearly not medically fit. You know, he needs to be moved out of the way, and they need to be doing these through the legal recourses. But the problem is the whole system from top to bottom is rotten. So wherever you go and try to get these things done, even through the legal methods, it's all against her. So, I mean, for me personally, make your own little tribal communities, you know, self-sufficient communities. I think that's the best way to do it. You know, I think stop worrying about trying to change things in government, because I think it's a way to just waste your time. I think you can spend your time better, buy some land, get self-sufficient, and, you know, bring the children up within that environment. And that way you're building something to work against it. But I just don't see how...
I think that removal of corrupted influences behind our government is the most important thing that we could ever do, because we've already built this place. That's the whole point. is that America was just settlements and little houses and people believing what they believe, and it became this giant system. Okay? To start all the way over again isn't, I hear what you're saying, and it is, it is appealing, but we already have this all established. And that's the whole point. That's why people are running here. They tell us that America is the most racist place in the world, yet all these brown people keep running here. Well, how does that make sense?
Well, it makes sense because 70+% of the time they vote Democrat. It makes sense because
that's what they say. I don't think that's true neither. None of the construction workers I've ever worked with ever did, and most of them have been Spanish people. They don't believe that. They have strong family ties. They believe in God. They're mostly Catholics. Like they're inviting people that don't believe in what they say.
Well, the thing is that they're going to work against the host population. That's part of the plan, to create enclaves, because that way you can't get the nation pulling together and say, right, everybody, let's go fix this and put 360 million people to the task, right? So if you keep breaking people down into these little enclaves, then everyone's trying to get their little bit of the, bit of the puzzle, bit of the food table. So that's the problem today. It's very difficult for people to work together because of these victim narratives that are being spoon-fed to everybody. And unfortunately, there are enough suckers falling for it.
So, like, whatever's going on with politics, right, and voting being rigged, and the whole, it's no longer a free economy, and we actually don't have a choice in who becomes president. They give us the illusion of choice. At the end of it all, what I'm trying to say is that Biden, right, is who we deserve as a leader. This is what we have as a nation come to, as a guy who's 2 steps away from finger painting with his shit. Like, the dude is a vegetable, dude. He can't really function. And yet that's who we deserve as a leader. That's a direct reflection of who we are as a people. And this how Yah works, right? He's a buffoon. The whole world is laughing at us because this is who we have as a leader. We're supposed to be the standard for the world, and this is what we've become, a shadow of our previous selves.
Kind of surplus to requirements, like, when the British Empire had their time, they were done away with to build up the American Empire to serve this New World Order agenda. And this is why these empires are allowed to exist, because they're basically the yappy attack dog of the New World Order. And now you're being done away with because they're either figuring out a new one or they're going to bring everybody under the same big tent.
Well, I believe that you're correct in that, but I also believe the reason why is because it's easier to take over a government than it is the actual people of the land. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, and yeah, sadly that these again, these things are so basic, they're so easy to figure out, but people have to actually care about it and have to put it in the time. And these places, really, the only value they serve is for people that have done the homework and the studying and sharing that information with one another. Sharing our homework and sort of helping one another along through the spiritual journey, through the, whichever journey. So that's really the only use of these places, because talking to normies, you can't get anywhere with a normie. It comes from lack of interest more than anything.
There you can. I've gotten through to plenty of people, man, especially if I'm patient.
Well done.
I mean, I have to tell you, the reason why I can get through to people is because I say what I need to say, and I don't pressure them to believe it or investigate it or anything like that. I drop links to them, I say what I say, and I let them mull it over. Whether it takes years. I've had people come back 10 years later and say, hey, man, I remember you talking about this shit in high school. Yeah. How did you know this? Where did you find this out? How did you know? Well, I started listening to these quote-unquote conspiracy theories, and I started dismissing what I didn't want to believe and what I did want to believe, and I started pouring through the information to see what was true and what was real, what's documented evidence, what's conjecture. These things are important. Now, at the end of every conspiracy theory, of course, will be speculation, which is why it's a conspiracy theory instead of a prosecutorial or a prosecutable conspiracy, But I always have patience with people. because they're not people aren't built for it. They're not ready for that. They've been conditioned to a life that keeps them busy thinking about themselves. My work, my family, my phone bill, my house bill, my insurance, my. They don't think about our or we. They're not conditioned for it. So it's very difficult when I start talking to them about a bigger picture of us, you know? And that's why they're trying to also attack the idea of a country. Borderless countries. We should have. That's no country at all. That's not a country. That's just. I don't know. That's a victim, a thing waiting to be taken over. But
yeah, there's a reason you've got a front door on your house, and
right,
you know,
sure, you know.
But you have to bring it down to the small scale for them because they can't understand at this level yet. You know, I mean. Again,
that's a great way to put it, man. I really like that, dude. I'm going to use that. You have a front door on your house. Why? If you truly believe in these borderless societies, why do you have a front door on your house? Why not just a screen door to keep the bugs out?
Yeah, I mean, it's so simple, you know. But that's the thing. Like, you think that most people would understand, like, oh, you need a border, but they don't. There's a reason you have got a front door, a fence, and all of these things. And sadly, though, people see it as some sort of racism, and that little thing will actually explain why, because of the twisting that they're doing in people's brains. And it's like, yeah, you do have the freedom to associate with whoever you want, but we're being told we must associate with this group of people, or else you're an ism or phobe. And it's like, yeah, that's not
You're
how
not
it works.
allowed to dislike certain people. That's right.
Yeah, well, you got to get to a certain place where you just tell them to F off and just tell them to F you, because the thing is, you don't argue when people are saying nonsense like that. You know, because again, in their mind, it is what it is. There's nothing you can say or do. They've got it all figured out. And at the end of the day, they're just stupid. They're being manipulated.
With those kind of people that have a sure grasp of what they believe they're talking about, I usually, with people like you guys, I go at length because, you know, I feel like going at length helps. But with people like that, I keep it nice and short and simple. And normally I don't try to present facts or things to them because that's something for them to contend with. Normally I go with questions. I'll ask them a question or two, and then I'll just leave it at that. And no matter what their response is, well, what about this? And what about that? And let them go off on their tangent. And just say, well, you know, I'm just posing the question to you. And then leave it at that. Just end the conversation with that. Yeah. And then later on, they're going to think about it for themselves. And that's when true realization comes in. That's when the true curiosity creeps in. Is when they think about it, when they come to their own realization. You can't convince anybody of anything. They have to realize it for themselves in all things.
Right.
So that question is much more important than a so-called fact or a statement. You know, it's a spark for themselves. It leads them to come to their own conclusion because a question demands an answer, you know. And if you didn't provide the answer, they must provide the answer. And so they'll sit and think about that later on and come up with their own answer. Whether right or wrong, at least they thought about it. Then, when they come to you and present it later, then you can try to guide them into the proper answer because now you know, hey, they were receptive. They thought about it. They went and calmed down. They weren't just me versus you and came after me because they heard something they didn't like. They considered it, and they came up with something on their own. So then when you hear what they have to say, you can start challenging that and show them like, hey, well, what about this or what about that? And I try to keep it in the form of short, simple questions until they're ready to hear the long form version of what I have to say. It really helps a lot. I've been all over this country, and I've lived in like 5-6 different states and talked to many people at bars in public. I'm not just on the internet talking to people. I'm in bars talking to people, you know, and there's a certain way you have to approach each conversation with each person, you know.
It's always funny when you get the Pavlovian responses from people, you know, because when I got into nationalism back in 2005, you know, and you would say, yeah, we can't take this many immigrants, they would all say racist. And you would say, what race is immigrant? Right? Because that's the most simple question you can come up with. And they didn't know. But you think to yourself, well, hold on, why are you using that word for that word, and it's Pavlovian conditioning. They've got no idea what they're saying or doing. They just think to be moral or whatever, they need to use this word when you say we have too many immigrants. And the other one that I used to say is, no, I'm a realist. You know, I would use either one of those two. But I knew I had to have a response, you see, because the thing is, and I've explained this to people, if they're allowed to make je accuse, right, which is what's going on here, the mere accusation means they win. So if you don't have a retort, it stands in the air, and oh, you must be that thing because he said it and you didn't counter it, so he must be right. And the thing is that especially with white people, they're so frightened of these labels and these words, they crumble because they know what that is. That's literally, this is how weaponized words work. So they've created the word, they've defined it, redefined it, redefined it, redefined it, and now it is so amorphous that basically anybody fits the bill. But what they did, they made people fear that word. They made it seem like the worst thing possible, and then they just fired it and shot it at anybody that disagreed with them, either ideologically, politically, or whatever, so that they could get power and shut people down. And that's what they're doing with the ist, ism, and phobe words. It's weaponized words.
Right.
And
Oh yeah, of course, it's all a weapon.
Up on it.
Have you ever heard of a thing called the Willie Lynch speeches? Do you know what that is?
Vaguely, but remind me.
Willie Lynch was a slave owner back in the day, and the slave owners of America, namely the Democrat Confederacy, was having trouble keeping control of their slaves, which goes against the narrative of everything told. But let's just roll with it. They had trouble keeping control of their slaves. So they brought in this foreign guy named Willie Lynch. And Willie Lynch told them how to better control their slaves. And when you read the control systems that this man was telling them, I mean, you and I, everyone in the world falls under this category. Separate them by everything, by dick size, color, height, weight, skinny, fat, everything. You just separate them from everything, and they'll never trust anybody of that sort. So when you read the Willie Lynch speech, it's difficult, to get through it without feeling offended or upset, but if you can rationally just read it objectively and see that this is a method being used against the entire world and not just a particular group of people anymore, they didn't end slavery. They upped the game to a worldwide scale.
One another that they don't see the actual things, and that's when you move into that third level of thinking, And again, like, it's so difficult to bring people together, and the lack of community, the lack of effort. You can see all of these little things, how they've been done in stages. Like in the UK, we have these Soviet-style blocks of flats, these big square monoliths, right? Grey, horrible things. And they're tiny little boxes. They're like prison cells in a sense, right? And like, yeah, you're free to do whatever you want, but you don't have enough money to go anywhere. You can't go out to the cinema. You can't go out to the pub. So you're basically in your cell, inverted commas, in front of the box, in front of the boob tube. So again, you can see how they've isolated people because, again, they don't want people coming together. Like, we used to know who our neighbours were. We used to talk to one another. But you walk down the street and you say hello to people, or you smile and they look at you like, oh, what's your problem, weirdo? And you're like, oh, I'm just being friendly. And, you get grief off of people. And it mainly happens in cities. Smaller villages, small communities, they're still very friendly and uphold those ideals. But, yeah, in the big cities, it's very rare that you'll get anywhere for people. And there was one place on the estate where I live, there was a little cafe. It was run by Assembly of God Church. And somebody was paying the rent for him. But because it was a community good, you would have thought the council that owned the place, the local authority, would have actually waived any rent, because it was better to have it as a community good than it would be to make a few bucks off of it. Obviously that didn't happen, but I remember when it existed, this little place, the old people coming down and just sitting outside having a cup of tea. And it was nice for them because otherwise they would never have gotten out. They'd have just been stuck indoors all the time. And they've also now had to go back to that because there's nothing else. That whole row of shops that used to service the entire estate of about 1,100 people, apart from one of the shops, they've all closed up because they can't compete with the big boys. And it's really sad. But
that's a shame.
You say to people like, oh, buy local. But the problem is, you go to the local shops, it's sometimes 5 times more expensive than the big corporation shops. So it's like...
Right, because they can't afford to buy in bulk, so they have to get it at a higher price, and therefore they have to sell it at a higher price. Yeah,
So like, you know that you need to shop locally, but then with the prices, you're like, I'm paying 2, 3, 5 times as much. So then and then you're forced to go to the corporations, and then you've got no local stores. So there's no way in which you can win a lot of these things, and that's why, getting back to what we were discussing earlier, that's why I like things like Ubuntu contributionism and Arania, to build our own places, our own little tribes, you know. And those are 2 examples right now in existence, working really well, and you can either, you know, use elements from one or the other, or reject it entirely, but it does show that these places are possible, you know, and I think that's realistically the only thing of use, because we can still do this, we can still come in here, we can still talk to people, we can still try and do this, but wouldn't it be better from a position of security, from a position of self-sufficiency? Why would that not be the goal, really? And obviously, the idea would be to buy enough land and build enough mud huts to bring, you know, people together, voluntarism, you know, people of our ilk, so we can sit around the campfire and talk. So when they shut down all of this stuff, possibly, you know what I mean? It doesn't matter.
Not possibly. They're gonna. When the war comes to America, it's not going to be no power or internet or means of communication where we can tell the world what's going on.
I like to be open about things, but yeah, I'd rather be around my own tribe, my own ilk, you know, and I think that's where people should sort of focus their goals, really. Once they have that, you know, like the younger ones, I say use the system to escape the system, you know, and I think that's an important thing. Like, forget about all of this stuff for the moment. Get yourself secure, you know, and so yeah, use the system to escape the system.
Well, see, that's the problem, though, with that kind of... I mean, 30 years ago, that would be a viable solution. But as of now, they've made it impossible to get established. It's a constant chase, like a heroin addict. It's a constant chase for the bills. There is no end to it. I mean, I've watched all the men in my life tell me strong, you know, work hard and, you know, keep your head down and stuff. And now I look at them, and when I was younger, 20 years ago, it was fine. But now... I'm almost 40, and I look, and I'm like, all of you have empty wallets and broken backs. Why would your method did not work? You know, that didn't work. No one's ever going to take pity on you like that at the end. Now it's not. It's a different world now. You must there must be some sort of change now. And even if the people that know how to keep their head down and work hard and all that do that, guess what? It's still a much more difficult time. And if they're having difficulties with it, and they're trying to instill those values, which don't really exist anymore, into somebody, imagine how hard it is for the people that are spoiled and don't know the value of what hard work is because they've never been rewarded for it. I can personally say, even though I was born in the 80s, I have never really been truly rewarded for hard work. And I've been a roofer. I've done construction most of my life. I've built homes for families all over the country. And yet I can't afford one for my own. I can't afford a home for myself.
And that's another big part of this that people miss, especially with the immigration, is that back in the 1970s, it didn't matter if you was a janitor, because your wages, you could buy a house, have 15 children, and have a new car every year and go on holiday. The wages in the economy were that you could do those sorts of things. But now, obviously, where you've got, let's say, 15 million people for the janitor's job, Well, they don't have to pay very well, because they've got too many people. So there's that big problem. I mean, obviously it's happened here in the UK as well. I still talk
Well,
to
not just that, they're going to be replacing all these menial tasks with robots anyway.
robots are coming in, and according to Jacques Fresco, they could have done that since the 1930s. But
So therefore, humanity is going to have to come to an era where it realizes that working is not, it's not going to be a thing. A job is not going to be a thing anymore. Currency is not going to be a thing anymore. And we've reached the technological stage where we see that being implemented now. And that's a big problem with them, is that's why they want the control vectors on every aspect of people's lives, because if they set people free, truly free, you just wake up and there is no concern for home, food, and, for shelter and whatnot, and you're just able to go out in this high technology society and do whatever you want, that's a scary prospect, especially for the people in control.
Well, this is because I saw this from my foster dad. Basically, he made work his life, and when he wasn't able to work, he had no hobby. And so he used to just clean the kitchen 3 times a day because he didn't know what to do with himself. And the thing is again, in those days, you could actually work as a blue collar worker, stacking shelves or flipping burgers, whatever, and have enough to be able to buy these things. But I mean, he had to do a bit of shenanigans even to get on the ladder, because as a blue collar worker back then, you weren't allowed a mortgage and things, right? So, but the thing is when you talk to elderly people, and this is again is why they've broken up the family unit, because you learn things when you talk to oldies, and you realise how it used to be and how bad it is now. And so, once you start to put these pieces together, you can see why the old generation have that mentality. They don't understand it doesn't pay to work today. Not really, not unless you've got some sort of skill. If you have a skill, a plumber, an electrician, a tradesman, a computer coder type thing, then you may actually earn enough in order to be comfortable, right? So that's the thing.
Yeah, somewhat. I mean, not really. I like I said, I've been a construction worker most of my life, and I don't have any sort of, I don't have any of the things that I can build with my own hands and my tools. I don't have any of that because I can't afford it. It mostly goes right to the bills. I would need a roommate or a girlfriend to have a job, and then the both of us can get by. But just on your own as an individual, it's very, very difficult to stand up and have enough money without having some sort of lucky job. Like one of these big conglomerations or whatever.
Yeah, it's almost gone back full circle to what it was like in the Victorian era, where you had the mum and dad and they had 16 children and they were out working at 4 years old because they were so poor. The jobs that they could do and the payment they had was so terrible, and it's almost back round to that. This is why, again, you've got the man and woman working and they don't earn enough, and it's like, well, hold on, we got 2 wages here. One wage, the man's wage, used to pay everything, but now we've got 2 wages. You've got people working 100 hours a week between them, and they've not got enough.
Still not enough. Right.
Yeah, you can, and again, that's because they want to put
Which is the whole design. Any centralized banking is always going to have that. When they see that people have an excess of money, that was the solution, okay? Well, I'm not making enough, so I'll put the wife to work. The wife will go to work. Okay, now the wife goes to work. What happens when you have a 2-person income household? That means that they know you've got extra money. So malls blew up. Entertainment value blew up, right? That was the big thing back in the 90s, was going to the mall and going to the movies and spending your extra money on
frivolity,
on basically entertainment, frivolities, yeah. So, but now they realized, they said, oh, well, wait a minute. If all these people have so much money for entertainment, that's more money that can go to us instead of the business owner's pocket. So we'll up the taxes, we'll up this, we'll up the cost of things, and slowly but surely, malls have been dying all over everywhere because people don't have that excess money to go enjoy themselves anymore. And that's another thing by design.
And that's the other the other element to this is once you have both parents working, then the child is given over to the state to be brainwashed, and just become another factor. And the pressure that this creates on people, if you are under this much pressure to work, mortgage, taxes, X, Y, Z, you're not going to try to put time into learning the things that we're discussing, right? So again, this is part of this control mechanism, because after you've worked hard all day, you come home, you want to relax, you want to just, chill out. So again, if you have self-sufficient communities, you've now got 18 hours in your day to start educating yourself, right? So you can start reading, you can start watching, and you can then build up your hobby, whatever that is, photography or, painting. And so you can start to develop yourself and become, the best you can be type thing. But yeah, so these, because I sort of say it jokingly, but you need to go and live in a cave for 10 years. And what I mean by that is you need to extricate yourself from not only the five sensuality, but all relationships too. Because a lot of the time, people hold themselves because of relationships. Like, oh, what will my mum think? What will my dad think? So they go along to get along, right? And until you cast all of that off, you can't develop yourself, So
yeah,
there's
it's
not
very,
many
very
people.
important.
Yeah, there's not many people that are going to want to do that or have the opportunity to do that, and that's why these places, if people can put something in and try to do something, then it will give people a greater chance to figure these other things out,
Yeah, I totally hear what you're saying. I knew a guy that was terrified of being alone. He was with a woman that he hated, and she hated him, but he was, I can say that I'm a codependent person. When I have a girl in the bed next to me, I wake up and I look at her and go, oh shit, she's looking at me, get the fuck up and go do what you need to do. When I'm by myself, it's easier to dismiss the things because it's whatever. It's whatever, I can do without, so I will do without. It's no problem. But when shit, I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, I knew this guy that was terrified of being alone. I mean, like, ever. Even for like 10, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, he was just terrified of being alone. And I confronted him about it, and I said, dude, I've been alone for years. I haven't had a girlfriend for years. I haven't had many friends for years. I don't really go and seek the approval of people. I've been alone for years. And it's done some damage to me on a social aspect, but the benefits that I gained from it are much, much more. Like, I can go anywhere in the world or country, as far as the country, I know this, at least, I can go anywhere in the country and know that I can get food. I know where to get food from. I know how to get food. I know how to get these things for myself. I don't need anybody else. So it is important, although it is lonely, and you do see the benefits of having a social circle, or having a lack of a social circle over a long period of time will make you a weird person to the other people, because what I consider hobby and fun, they don't. They don't even they consider it something strange and foreign, and it's like, I'm just thinking, like with something like the flat Earth, I considered it a hobby. And I was like, oh well, this is cool, and nothing, it's not a career. What would it be classified as? An intellectual pursuit. That's all. It's just something to talk about. It's fun. So, challenge yourself. Well, I go to try to talk to people about it when I first started, and it was huge backlash, and I was like, whoa, this is not good for me in the town, and having people spread this around about me. This is a bad thing. But so it really damaged a lot of social circles I had, which I'm actually grateful for now, because I don't want a bunch of fake fucks around me, quite honestly.
Yeah.
But it's very, very beneficial to have time by yourself. It's very, very beneficial to have time with no one else to influence your thoughts, because then you gain confidence in your thoughts and you see what works and what doesn't work for you and through nobody else.
Interesting.
Negator, how's it going? You're back.
I am. I'd go eat, do some errands and stuff.
Nice.
I always often wondered why people value approval so much. Why do you want approval so much?
Yeah,
You know, what does it do for you? Like, wouldn't you rather have the knowledge that you know works instead of the approval of someone who's never walked in those shoes? Like, what does their approval mean to you, truly? And it always bothered me that people sought approval from other people to the degree that they do, you know, seeking your father's approval or your mother's approval or your peers, your direct people around you. I get it, but there's some people like the old term was hipster. I don't know what the current term version of hipster is, but the old version of a hipster was someone that would constantly do and say anything and never make any enemies or say anything controversial. They would always try to win somebody's approval. Everyone's approval, not just somebody, everybody's approval. They wanted to be friends with the nerds and the jocks and the goths and the dorks and the everyone. They wanted to gain everyone's approval. And that always seemed like a very weak mentality to me. Like someone that was wanting, like it was almost like submissive behavior to me. That you would want to seek approval for someone because you didn't know to just approve of yourself. You know? Whitney Houston sang it a long time ago. The greatest love of all is happening to me. It's learning to love yourself is the greatest love of all. And she tried to tell everybody about that, and it was true. And it was even more true when she started dating that Bobby Brown guy and she got addicted to all that crap. It really showed true because his love was a poison, wasn't it? A toxin. Someone else's love turned out to be a poison. Her own love was when she was at the height of her career.
Yeah. No, it's true.
Deep
You've
stuff.
got to tune into what's going on. Negator is going to tell us some crazy stuff now.
Okay.
Come on, Negator, tell us.
Oh.
I'm all about the crazy stuff.
Come on.
What are you going to talk about?
Tell us about
something crazy. Are you paying attention? Jeez.
Give us the craziest thing you got.
Oh no, I can't even say that. You have to get the whole fucking platform deep. I can't even say all that.
Now we want to know even more.
Yeah, I'm sure. Go look up a documentary called Europa and Communism by the Back Door. That's about the only thing that I can say.
I don't know. I guess we could just like the old school flat Earth stuff. How do you feel about that sort of conversation, Salty?
About what? I'm sorry, repeat it.
Like just practical things you can do to determine shape of the Earth, and then.
Oh,
like
sure.
why
Yeah, we got to get back to flat Earth. Right. Okay. Sure.
Yeah.
Well, again, like I said earlier, I've been trying to put this idea out where people are, like Witsit has a good idea with the infrared light comparison. I like that comparison. I came in mid conversation, so I didn't get to hear all of it. So when someone explained it to me later, it was actually good. But most of these laser experiments is never going to work because the Globers will say that light bends, so therefore the laser will bend as well. It'll always look as though it's horizontal because that's what refraction does. It's a constant. So those experiments to me are null and void. I want something of a physical monument. A physical monument. And what I told everybody was, like, for instance, we have all this money for foreign wars and foreign aid, but people are wondering about the shape of the Earth, and there doesn't seem to be a lot of funding in any of that.
Well, to be fair, I
wanted to
don't think people are wondering that, but
Yeah, sure, a lot of us are. That's why this room exists.
Oh.
A lot of it's becoming. Most people are just very ashamed to even try to say or talk about it because, of course, the notion of being a crazy person comes along with it. And like I said, these things can affect your social standing in society.
yeah, but I don't think has anybody told you that? Like,
Negator
I talked to
likes to
lots
get
of people over the
crazy.
years, and I've never heard anybody think correct like that.
What do you mean?
Well,
How
be
would you know?
ashamed to worry about it.
Sure, of course. What? That's the whole stigma of being a flat earther. No one wants to be a flat earther. I still currently don't want to be a flat earther. But
You don't have to be. You just go do some measurements. And you won't be.
yeah, you have to. No, you have to especially when you do those measurements.
Oh,
Um,
like what? What sort of measurement?
Well, again, we've already shown just basic principles of reality, but these things don't seem to resonate with people that believe in the globe as much as they do with us.
Okay.
Like,
Just a
for
measurement.
instance, all pressure requires a container. That's
Okay,
a
but that's not a
principle of life.
measurement of it's not a measurement of flat Earth, is it?
I get you. I understand. I don't. I'm not trying to be railroaded.
Oh, measurement
Okay.
at all, unfortunately.
Right.
All pressure requires a container.
This is
All
not
water
true.
finds its standing level. These things are regular, are obvious, blatant proofs. You can zoom
Well,
in on stars way too close. These things are observations that we can see that go against what the observations being told to us are.
I would rather not like you preach and then I preach and you preach, right?
Right.
Like I'd
Well,
rather
it's
have
not
a back and
preaching,
forth
those are facts.
conversation, you know?
I told you scientific facts. It's not preaching.
Well, no, you at first you implied that we could measure the Earth to be flat, and then you backtracked to other topics. And you said
Well,
something
sure.
like
Okay, fine.
pressure requires containment or physical container, which is also not true.
You want a measurement. Okay.
Mhm.
The best measurement that I can think of goes back to this physical monument I was talking about. Okay, which would become a monument. It would be a measurement, which would become a monument to humanity. Which is why it would need to be physical and somewhat permanent. It's easy, but it would be a lot of money. You know, it would be quite a bit of money.
Hypothetical again.
Huh?
I think he was wondering if you'd actually done one, because you said you'd done one.
Oh no, I didn't say that I had done them. I'd said that we can do them, but it doesn't. There's not a lot of interest or funding in those, so that many of them haven't really been done. Because whenever we do these measurements, there's always the contestation of like a theodolite. People say, "Hey, that shows that it's level." Flat earthers say, "Well, it's level," and then ball earthers say, "Well, level is actually curved." Okay, well
but
now we need to test what level is.
Now we need to slow down. I didn't ask if you had done one. It would be cool if you had, but I try to stay away from, you know, holding everybody to having done every single thing possible. But when you say that you've brought up this situation with a theodolite and then arguing about what level is, why is this relevant to measuring?
Well, because of course, because the theodolite is based off of level. So whether level is truly horizontal or whether level follows a curve is vastly important to the tool that uses it.
Okay, but how would this produce a different measurement based off of curve or a flat?
Well, it wouldn't. It would just show that level is truly level or whether level follows a curve.
Okay, so how do you think you can use a theodolite to measure a curve? Because we're not just measuring level. That's not the argument.
No, I know. No one has ever measured level, which is the problem.
Okay, that was a very strange response to what I just said. It sounds like you're saying we can't measure
keep
level.
doing this weird. Well, look, man. To be quite honest, I don't like your disingenuous attitude about things. You keep throwing in a question, and then you say something afterward. And when I respond to the thing that's afterward, which is what I feel is the core mistake of what your perception of things is, you're saying, "Oh, you didn't answer my question."
Because
So
does
if you're
anybody
going to ask me a
in
question,
the room think you
just
answered
ask the
my question?
If you can just ask the question and then leave it as the question, that would be fine. But throwing in a little tidbit afterward leaves room to be responded to, don't you think?
Oh yeah, I agree. The problem is that when you answered, it was either because I didn't ask my question precisely enough, or you misunderstood it, or you don't understand the
It's
premise
because of the
behind it.
tidbit you asked. It's because of, see, that's what I'm talking about. This is disingenuous. You are focusing on and not the tidbit you added after it. My was to the tidbit afterward.
I think when you answered, you didn't answer directly. You sort of jumped to other ideas and evidences that you have.
Excuse me. Hi, can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi. Good morning, everybody. Hi, Gio. Are you still there? I'm trying to reach Gio.
He's here somewhere.
I think he's in the chat. I think he's in the text chat.
Okay. Well, anyway, whenever I didn't want to interrupt y'all. I just been trying to reach Geo about a complaint. I got a complaint about.
Thought you were gonna say his extended warranty.
It's nothing to do about y'all. I didn't want to interrupt y'all. Sorry.
Well, okay. So I
How's the
think
joke?
he's in
Sorry.
the thing. And if not, regardless, you can message him about that personally.
That's all right. I like to confront this in front of everybody. Well, not about y'all, about somebody else.
Right. So anyway, again, let's start it over, okay? I don't want to get too lost in the weeds here, okay? Let's start it over. Please ask again. What question do you really want answered?
Well, I'd like to know how to measure the Earth to be flat.
Okay. In this, I would tell you again that we have to determine what level is. That's the first primary test that needs to be done in order for all the other measurements that can be taken to be relevant.
Okay, and we as humanity have the tools to do so. So what's the next step?
The next step, well, we have for a long time, actually. The next step is to just dig a ditch. Dig a level ditch for, let's say, 3 miles. And then you pour concrete or glass or metal or whatever, right, inside of that ditch. And let it dry. Something that'll harden. Epoxy resin, whatever. Once it dries, to dig underneath the product, the dried product. Now keep in mind the ditch was level. So now it's following Earth. Whether it's truly horizontally level or whether it's curved with the Earth, we'll know. Because the thing that comes out of the ditch will be curved or it'll be perfectly flat, perfectly level. So after you dig underneath this thing, you just attach a bead line underneath it from end to end. And if there's 72 inches in the middle, then that would show that the Earth is curved the way they say it is. Because there would be space in between the middle of the arch and the string line.
Okay, so we have structures similar to this already. But to be
sure, but we don't. It's not been built for the purpose of testing what level is.
No, but they're built parallel to the surface of water. And
but what does that matter, though? If the water's curved on a ball, what does that matter? How do you determine whether level is truly level horizontally or whether it's a curved level?
Well, and let me finish my thought. To be a little bit pedantic, but there's a point to it. What I asked was how to measure it. What you gave me an experiment to observe it. I want to know, how do I go and I measure a change in degrees and drop or rise? Is that possible?
Well, this basically casting mold of the Earth would be the surface of the Earth on a level ground would show exactly what you're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
You would be able to take those measurements off of it, wouldn't you?
Can I do that off the ground that currently exists?
I guess, what?
Let me put it like this. Why? Because we were talking about it earlier. Why are reciprocal zenith angles not an indication of curvature and a measurement of change in angle?
I couldn't understand you. You spoke way too fast. Say it again.
So if you asked me how to measure the globe, I'd say you can measure change in angle by measuring reciprocal zenith angles or by measuring drop from horizontal. Right, two things are at the same elevation. Over distance, one will drop if Earth is a globe. It won't drop if Earth is flat.
Oh, that's been done. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those things have been done, and they show a curve.
No, they don't.
Measure. Oh, really?
Well, I can show you. I mean, whatever experiment you may have that may show that, but I can show you experiment that shows that there is no difference between the. There's no difference in the tilt in between buildings.
I would like to see that. I'd like very much to see that.
Your
And
disingenuous mocking laugh shows me otherwise.
that wasn't me laughing. It
That was me. Sorry. You said things don't drop. The test's been done, but you've got a different test that shows buildings divert. It's like you've completely just walked over the point of everything hidden because Earth's a globe. You just you threw that in the bin and then you said your own thing.
Maybe he misspoke, or
if you're not listening to or taking in the main point of what someone says, and then you diverge to your own other point, that's not really a conversation.
oh, did I mishear him? Did he just said it all backwards? Is that what happened? Maybe I'm confused.
So, how do I go into the
Just
chat
the
here?
live stream text.
Okay. Now, this isn't something that you're going to be able to watch right at this moment, but that's there's a more than one experiment that shows flat Earth from a scientific institution.
Okay. So I'm going to scroll through this looking for the measurement that shows no drop from horizontal or no tilt, I guess.
No, you're not supposed to scroll through anything. You're supposed to watch the evidence presented in its entirety.
Oh, well, thing is, I asked a specific question. And does this whole hour and a half long video answer that specific question?
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know what you're asking. It seems like you're one of those people that's not really going to be satisfied with any answer besides the one you want to hear.
Well, no, because I asked a specific question about a specific topic, and you said, yes, Negator, I can show that to you. And now you're showing me a 90-minute video where it doesn't answer
that shows multiple
question?
experiments. It shows multiple experiments that result in a flat Earth.
All right. Remember,
It's distance testing.
the things that you specifically said were that objects don't drop from horizontal at the same elevation.
Well, ocularly they would.
Okay, well, that's a very different answer than what you gave earlier. See how
No,
this
it's not.
is difficult for folks to follow?
I can openly say that when you say things would drop, that it's not actually dropping. Therefore, that is the right answer, that it's not dropping. Visually or ocularly is a different topic altogether, isn't it? I tried to stay within the confines of what you were asking. I didn't try to diverge. Like I said, if I answer what you say, and it's not the thing you want to hear, you say I'm dodging the question because it's not what you wanted to hear. But then when I stuck to what you wanted me to say, now you're saying I didn't give the complete answer. Which one is it, man?
That's not at all what happened.
That's
what you
exactly
said,
what happened.
What you said was that things don't drop from horizontal. What you did not say was a differentiation between optically and physically, whatever that means. Okay?
Why would I need to? They're not dropping horizontally.
So if I see something dropping horizontally, and I explained what I told to somebody else,
it really is dropping horizontally.
That could be true, but that's not a very reasonable thing to say to people. Right? If I see a red elephant in my front yard, I would then describe what's in my front yard as a red elephant, right? I wouldn't say it's a blue cheetah.
I didn't say it was a blue cheetah, did I?
That's but when you don't differentiate, when you're like, yeah, it drops or it doesn't drop, but it actually does.
You asked me a very direct question, and I gave you a very direct answer. That's all.
Okay, so how do I measure it to not drop?
I don't know. I just gave you that evidence. If you're interested in it, perhaps you should go watch that.
Okay, where in this video is there evidence of it not dropping?
That's up to you to find, isn't it? I gave you an entire video worth of multiple experiments to go see. If you're not willing to look at the evidence that you're asking for, what are you doing here?
Come on, Flat Earthers, y'all gotta help me out with this.
What are you talking for? Why ask if you're not willing to go over the evidence that's presented? I don't need to cherry pick my own fucking presented video here so that you can pick it apart. Go watch it. It's only like 90, you just said it was 90 minutes. Great. Take an hour and a half out of your day someday and go find it. Go look at it. It's not that difficult. You watch Marvel movies, don't you?
So there let me just to be clear. There might be evidence to back you up in this video, but there also might not be. Is that right?
Yeah, sure. Whatever you need to tell yourself, man.
Well, no, because again, I asked. It's like if I asked you
did.
how.
You asked for the thing. You asked for the thing, and I gave it to you.
No, you didn't give it to me.
Okay. Well, there's your prerogative.
Where in this video is the answer to my question, or rather, the evidence that backs up your position? Like, if the answer is ever, well, it's in there somewhere, I think, you just have to go look for it.
No, I didn't say that it's in there, I think. I never said that. You need to stop putting words into my mouth.
All right, so where in here is it then?
I'll give you salty. That documentary does probably include some type of vague method for working out Earth's flat.
Yeah.
We can't watch 90 minutes now. We've probably already both watched it, or I've watched it.
Mm-hmm. Now, technically, I asked for no drop from horizontal.
Yeah, that might be somewhere in there.
Could be.
Oh, okay. Well, here's the little trick now. Okay, so now, what? Whether it's ocular or anything? Because then, of course, there would be ocularly. So does that mean that you can sit here falsely claiming that that everything drops because as things get further away, it gets smaller to the eye?
And now that's a different argument, and we can have that argument, right? And then we can table the idea that you have evidence
It's not
that
an
it doesn't.
argument. It's you being disingenuous is what it is.
Well, no, that's not true at all.
It is. It's very, very true.
Tell me, if something is getting smaller with distance, right? What part of it's dropping? Visually, we'll leave it at that. Which part of the object is dropping from horizontal visually?
Well, the entire object is shrinking, so it would be safe to say that the entire object is shrinking. But as far as you say is dropping, I assume that you mean the top is going to look shorter than something that's closer to you, right?
Oh no, I mean, if you're standing at the corner of a brick building and you look down the length of bricks, and you can look between the bricks all the way into the distance, right? That line's going to be straight. What you're suggesting is that line will eventually start dropping. The bricks will start dropping?
Yeah.
Do all the bricks drop?
Well, no. The ones that are below your center of vision will rise up to meet the center of your vision in the distance, and the bricks that are on top of your center of vision will fall down until they meet the center of your vision the further you look away.
Mm-hmm. And what about the line that is at your center of vision? Is that dropping or rising?
It actually really shouldn't. It would appear to possibly drop way in the future, but as we know, that wouldn't really be a thing. It would look straight, like you said. It would look parallel.
Okay, great. So the thing that I'm interested in is the exact center of vision, and it's neither dropping nor rising, and we're both in agreement. Yeah?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know? It's a strange thing to not know, considering
It depends on the refractive. It depends on the refractive conditions of the Atmos plane.
Oh, you don't get to say
You've seen the Skunk Bay footage where the horizon literally is wavering. So you could cherry pick and try to pick one that's at a lower level of horizontal and try to say that's an Earth curve. But minutes later, hours later, on a different day and a different time, that will be sometimes higher. Sky Free just did a recent video where they showed in a fish tank, put salt, sugar in this case, in a fish tank, and replicated those exact same effects, showing the wavering of the horizon. It also shows bottom-up obstruction as well.
Mm-hmm. So, Salty, if I were to measure this, how would I go about measuring it?
I wouldn't know, man.
Okay. Do you think we could do it with the theodolite?
No.
Why not?
Dude, I just told you the horizon wavers. It wavers due to refraction, man. You're not going to be able to measure the shape of the Earth that way. Sorry, it's just an invalid way to do it because it wavers.
But I'm not really talking about the horizon, am I?
That's what it would take, isn't it?
No.
How can you measure curvature prior to the horizon?
Why not? Is the Earth
What do you
flat
mean
and
why
little
not?
short
How would
sections?
you? How would you do that?
Do you think we claim the Earth is flat and little sections, but curved overall?
Yes, it must be because entire cities are leveled.
Okay, that wasn't really an answer to what I just said.
It is a fucking answer to what you said, moron. Don't you get it? Look how wide New York or Manhattan or any of the giant cities in the world. Look how many miles across they are. That entire platform that the city is on is leveled. Every piece of land was leveled prior, leveled. All buildings are set on on level platforms. So it is an answer. It's just not the answer you wanted to hear.
Can you even recite to me what my question was? You're sure this is the answer, but you don't know what the question was to start with.
You want to optically measure a drop from horizontal to validate the shape of the Earth because you're not too sure it's a globe and you want to see if it's flat. So that was your question.
Hey, there we go.
Hey,
It's got nothing to do with the city stuff.
I got something I'd like to say, but I feel bad. I don't want to interrupt y'all's conversation. Hey, listen, Gio, you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, listen, man. I like to hang out here. It's very entertaining. I'm often on other servers, but they're more active in the evening. But I really like this place. But I just wanted to, I feel bad. I feel really bad to do this, but I want to complain about a character that this character, this individual keeps harassing me. Where look, listen, I know there's some suspicious people here. Like we're like, who are these people? Are they getting paid? I don't even know. But
It's
there's
me.
this one.
I admit
There's
it.
this, not you. It's not you. There's
Oh,
this
sorry.
one dude on here that I don't even know what his cosmology is. I think he might say he's a flat earther, but everything he does is a personal ad hominem emotional attack. And I just watch him. And his name is Tim. And I've had enough. This is what I'm doing is I'm complaining to the server owner of the character Tim. I think he should be asked to leave and disconnected if he doesn't leave because he doesn't contribute anything. He says I don't know if he's a moderator, but he says he deletes all my flat earth memes. And so he told me this on April
Now you're
29th
lying, bro.
at around 11:30 on April 29th. He said he's deleting all my memes. I don't know if he's whatever. But the thing is, I speak of memes as a way is to say 1,000 words it illustrates something. Now there are people that disagree with me on their cosmology, and we have conversations about it. Tim, he just ridicules people for having a belief system or a religion, and then he just attacks everyone on an emotional negative vibe. He just pushes out negative. I've had enough, and this is
Welcome to the
all I have
internet.
to say.
Maybe provide some evidence, bro.
This is all I have to say.
Because I'm right here and I'm saying you're lying.
Hey, I've had enough of talking with Tim, so that's why I'm complaining to the server owner, and that's all I have to say.
Let's clarify some things. I never said that I was a mod. I never said that I deleted memes. What I said was back then, because you were spamming like 8 memes in a row several times. So I said, please back off because that is annoying. You are interrupting the ongoing conversations. That is not an ad hominem attack. That is me. Why are you talking? Well, I'm responding to your ramble.
Have you ever
Hey man, go take your fucking girlfriend and fight somewhere else, man. Go take your shit somewhere else, the both of you. Shut up, the both of you. Go somewhere else.
Yeah, hold up. Hold up, guys. Hold on, Smurf, just real quick, bro. The live stream is not really the place for this. We could address it in another channel or offline. I would recommend there's a block feature. If you want to block him, just do block. Otherwise, I mean, we will moderate the server as as moving forward. So that's kind of all we can address right on the live stream right now, though.
I just wanted to share that. That's all. I'm sorry to interrupt. That's all. I felt bad that I had to do that. He pushed me to this. Didn't want to do that. I'm sorry. That's all I have to say. Yeah.
All right. Cool. Tim, you're a bad man.
Obvious.
Well, back to me and Salty talking past each other.
Oh, you can talk to somebody else.
Oh. Well, so you know that Rumble video won't load for me. So
I posted a YouTube version of it because and
Another one.
a link to to a web page that is allegedly the information behind it, but there is no real data. Locus says that the original web page for that documentary has been taken down. It's let me see. 38 after the hour, I posted a YouTube version of it.
Not very scientific at all, and it has a very controversial title.
Yeah, one of the best they did. They hired these surveys to do a geodetic survey between Torres and Natal, which is about 3,000 kilometers, and they found these two buildings that were the same altitude and the same elevation, and they measured the bottom of them and the tops of them, and they were equidistant, top and bottom, which obviously shouldn't be what you would find.
for sure. Be curious to find out what method they employed to measure that.
Yeah, unfortunately,
Curious enough to watch it.
I have got a screenshot somewhere. Once I get my M.2 up and running, I can grab it. I had a computer malfunction. But I'll post it as soon as my stuff gets up and running. That was one of the best pieces of evidence I've come across. Because they were hired, by this team. They went out and did it, and that's what they found. There were a few other things they did as well within the documentary, but for me, that was one of the best ones. I think it's 1 degree per 69.7 or 8 miles. So there should have been 30 odd degrees of difference at the top.
On a mountain.
No, there was two buildings, Torres and Natal, and they measured the bottom and the tops of the buildings. And obviously, if you think about it like a 12 o'clock position on a clock face and a 1 o'clock position, those were the distances of the buildings almost. And you could see how much angle of lean there should have been. So the top of the building should have been a greater distance than the bottom of the building. But according to these surveys that did this geodetic survey, they were equidistant.
Are you okay? It's just according to a survey. It's not from like a photograph.
No, it's not a photograph. It was a geodetic survey. Yeah, I'll post the image when I get my stuff up.
You think it should be 30 degrees? How far is that?
Well, according 3,000 odd kilometers, because the globe model stipulates one angle of degree per 69.7
How do you think a surveyor is sighting a building 3,000 miles? Did you say?
I think it was 3,000 kilometers.
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't sound. You can't survey that. Like
That
that's
seems really far.
I know. What if
Again, this is why I wanted you to just go watch it, because it's
I'm
30 miles. It's not fucking 30 kilometers or whatever the fuck. They're 3,000 kilometers. It's way too far for any surveyor to actually see.
Zero wrong. All right.
I'm watching it now. There is a shot in there that says 3,000 kilometers.
Yeah, it's a geodetic survey using satellite.
I'll try and scroll through.
So all they did was use GPS to determine distance?
That's the directed sound.
They were
That's the
looking at
directed sound experiment.
They were looking at the top and the bottom of the building.
Yeah, but GPS is going to return.
And according to the globe model, it should be one angle of degree every 69.7 or 0.8 miles.
Okay,
so it means the top of the buildings should be further than the bottoms of the building. And they were equidistant.
This is from some flat earthers in the world.
No, they're not flat earthers.
Sounds.
They hired these surveyors to do the survey for them. They hired professionals to get the measurements and the survey.
Earthers they've hired professionals to bounce sounds off buildings.
There's no sounds that he made that
There
part
you go.
up.
There you go.
Okay, there's no sounds. How are they seeing
No.
the buildings?
I don't know. Why don't you go and watch the fucking video, bro?
I'm watching it right now, and I'm telling you
I
what they're
wasn't talking
doing.
to you. I wasn't talking to you. I was
Awesome.
talking to the dude who's trying to mock this shit, even though he doesn't want to watch it.
Because listen, it's worth mocking, and I'll tell you why. They're using GPS to determine location on Earth, and then using the GPS distances to say, well, the top should be further apart than the
Yeah,
bottom.
for sure. I mean, you totally know that because you watched it in its entirety. It's
I'm
so
watching
easy.
it.
This is why I don't
I'm
like
watching
talking
it.
to people like you, man.
There's only a short
I don't like
section
talking to
about
people
this.
like you because you'll actually sit here and ask for something, and then you'll sit and just judge it without ever actually watching it.
Bro, I'm watching it right fucking now. There's like a 10-minute section. I've scrolled
So
through
what?
it. Okay.
Right, and you've been
It doesn't
yakking
have-
through most of it. How attentive are you?
It doesn't have anything to do with sound. They're not measuring anything. They're simply taking GPS coordinates and determining a distance from GPS. Do you get that?
Right, there you go. Well, I mean, hey, you know what, man? Your scientific research consists of what? Watching 3 minutes of a 90-minute video and all the rest of it's bunk because you didn't see it? Great. Good for you, man. Show everybody where you're at.
The entirety of the 90-minute video is not about this particular experiment. Okay?
Correct.
There's, like I said,
Correct, and you can't even get through that one experiment
there's
without hearing what it has to say.
I heard it, and I'm telling you why it doesn't apply. Okay?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Would you like us to stream it? Should I stream it and talk through it as they're playing or as they're going through the video?
Oh,
Should I
I'm
do
sure
that?
you'll talk all through it. That's the problem, is that you'll talk all through it.
Well, if you've seen the video and you have a different interpretation, I'm
Yeah.
open to listening.
Why would I talk to you about it? Why did you ask for it if you're not willing to go look at the evidence presented? Why do you want me
just looked at it.
to say it?
Yeah, I
You can
looked
sit here
at
and
it.
argue with me a bit. I don't want
It's-
to argue with you, man.
I don't know what you want, man. I just watched it. It's not what you think it is. End of story.
You didn't watch it. There's no fucking way you can watch that entire experiment in the couple of minutes that you're lying, and you've been yakking through most of it. So
Okay.
if you really expect people to believe that you watched it in earnest, you're blatantly, openly lying to everybody here.
Absolutely not. And anybody else in
Absolutely
this
not.
video,
I
anybody
can-
else here
I
can
can
watch
dial
this
it
video
fine.
and see that I'm correct.
Yeah.
I challenge any of you to do the same. You can crucify me in front of the entire audience here.
No, see, unlike you, that's not what I'm about. I'm not about that. I don't care about you or what you think or none of that. I don't care about none of that. I don't care about proving you wrong. That's not my interest in being here. That's why I don't really want to talk with you anymore. You came up and asked me questions and diverted it into some ramble that you wanted to say beforehand. So just say your ramble, man. You don't need to pick a target and set them up to ask them questions and then totally duck and judge their answers and everything. If you don't like it, it's too bad. It's what it is.
No, I don't like it because the answers are disingenuous and dishonest. And you should have a problem with that.
Sure.
You should opt to not be disingenuous and dishonest.
No, I've got a problem with you. Because you're a liar. You're a blatant,
Okay.
blatant
what
liar,
am I
man.
lying
You've been
about?
bullshitting. You've been trying to bullshit this entire time.
Pick one thing.
I
Tell
don't
me
know
what I
if you know
bullshit
this,
about.
but again, this is all, I'm sure this is all recorded. People can hear it. All they have to do is go back and listen to you again and hear multiple contradictions. That's my setup. I don't care whether you're right or wrong.
name a
I'm showing
contradiction.
people who you are.
Name a contradiction.
I don't need to. It's already
you don't have
recorded,
one.
man. I don't need to. I don't need to go over it and over it and over it.
You haven't gone over a single one. You're not making a good case for flat Earth or anti-negator. This is not good, man.
I don't care. I don't care. I'm not here to make a case for either of any of that.
So wait, you not here to make a
Yeah,
case.
shocking. Wow, I know, right? It's amazing. My motivations aren't mimicking your own. Holy shit.
What you did do is attempt to provide evidence for your position. It sounds very much like trying to make a case, right? That's why you linked me the video.
I did not. No,
Oh.
I did not. You asked me for something and I gave you the thing. That's all that happened. I didn't post the fucking video saying, "Oh, look at my evidence. This is what I did." I didn't. You asked for it, so there it is. If you're not willing to watch, or you want to watch 3 minutes talking in the V, imagine that people are going to sit here and be stupid enough to believe that earnestly attentive watched evidence. Sorry, that's on you, dude. I don't really have to say too much more.
Salty, God, you're stupid. Oh my God.
Hey, Salt. Hey, which one?
Yeah, tell you what,
Salty.
I'll talk to loggers
And there
about
you
it
go.
since he
Therefore,
wants to
I
be.
win, right?
Salty.
I win because you couldn't, right? All you could do is to throw an ad hom in there, so that means that I win, right?
Salty, you called me a moron earlier, and I figured me calling you stupid was well within my rights. Is that okay?
Salty. Your voice is like garbled every time you're trying to make a point. They're garbling all your,
I just want to make this
your
point
whole
to
speech
Negator.
is garbled, and they're just. I mean, it's such hideous behavior. It happens to me all the time. When you're making
Negator,
sense,
I've just grabbed
when you're
this
making
off
sense,
of-
your words on there are garbled, dude. You like you're roboting.
Okay, let's get back to the convo.
Yeah,
So-
hey, Salty. So just go back through what you just said again. Let's see if they garble it again.
Nobody is garbling him, okay?
Negator.
Looky here.
Go ahead, Loggers. I got you, man.
So I just grabbed this screenshot. This is the tool that they're using, the Trimble R6, right? To
Sure, yeah.
create the GPS measurement.
Mhm.
Right, so I've posted a link to it so that you can get info about this tool that they're using.
Mm-hmm.
So
Now, what
that-
do you? If the experiment is GPS at the bottom and GPS at the top, and then a GPS based distance, why would GPS produce a greater value at the top?
Well, hold on, I don't know that they did that at the top and the bottom. I'm still watching the video.
Oh.
I'm just grabbing bits for people to
You
explore.
don't even go to the second building, I don't think.
Yeah, I'm not even sure they did that, since it doesn't say that they did it.
The
Yeah.
thought experiment set up as a skit.
Yeah, I feel like this video is people taking the piss on flat earthers.
It's absolutely.
No, it's not. You're just disingenuous and want to sit and lie about it. It's funny coming from a bunch of globe earthers.
Convex, like a globe. Yeah, flat Earths are not convex, are they? So why is it called that?
I don't know, man. That's it's incredible how you want to pick apart the video before you ever watch it. I know that's a very weird thing.
I'm watching it right now. Okay, just relax.
Yeah, for sure. Of course you are.
Expect these clowns to do? They've been doing this for fucking 8 years. These clowns.
How did I know the distance was 3,000 kilometers, Salty? It's because I'm watching the video, man. Come on.
What a joke. You people are ridiculous. The most insane people I've ever fucking had to deal with. You're aggravating as hell.
Well,
Beg for evidence, and then when it's given, you don't even look at it. You just want to pick it apart before you ever do it, and that's a common tactic.
I'm looking at it right now, and there's no evidence in it. You have no idea what's in this video, Salty. You have no personal
Really?
idea.
Don't I?
Okay, then
Well,
explain.
that's amazing. That's great.
Explain this GPS measurement between two buildings that are 3,000 kilometers apart. No? Can't? Because remember, you linked this video originally to show me how to measure no drop from horizontal. Yeah, Loggers is linking screenshots from the video. The question, though, is why would GPS depict a greater distance at the top? Because for there to be a greater distance, there would have to be a different location from above, right?
What it showed was that the top of the building was equidistant and not further away. So the GPS, if it's a precise measurement, and if the buildings would have been leaning away by 30 degrees, it would have shown that difference, right? So because the measurement from the top and the bottom of the buildings was equidistant, it means there is no lean. I think that's the idea maybe that they're getting at.
Well, that's That's why I think they're taking the piss. Consider this, loggers. Why would change in vertical position adjust your horizontal position?
Well, if they're measuring the GPS coordinate at the top of each building, and they're not further away, which they should be according to the globe, shouldn't they not?
Because that's not how GPS measures. It's not like flinging out a tape measure.
Well, maybe you'd find that answer if you actually watched the experiment instead of fucking jibber-jabbering about it, like reading the subcontext and thinking that you know the entire experiment. The very fact that you're telling people that it was just GPS measurement shows that you don't know what you're talking about, haven't watched the video, and have no interest in
Then
watching
how
the
did they
video.
measure the distance, Salty? How do they measure the distance?
I don't know. Why don't you watch the evidence that I gave you?
They said they used GPS.
Yes, they. Oh my god, bro.
You just said, I don't know how they did it. I already said they used GPS. So which is it? Do I know how they did it, or do I not know how they did it?
No, you don't, clearly.
I don't. Okay. So they did not use GPS to measure the distance. Is that what you're claiming now?
They showed the GPS to determine where the buildings were and how far apart they were. Well, it's whatever. Like I said, you go ahead and
That's not
figure it out.
whatever. No. You're not.
Figure it out.
You're not walking away from this. It's not whatever. Explain yourself.
Figure it out.
Figure what out?
You're a fucking piece of shit like you.
What should I figure out? You haven't given me anything to figure out.
should
You
figure
told me
out how
I
to
didn't know what it is.
Use your eyeballs.
I did. It's GPS.
And is that it exclusively? Is it exclusively GPS?
Well, Salty, given that the buildings are on two different continents, how else would you suggest they measure the distance between the two?
Is it exclusively GPS?
According
Is that
to their
the
video,
only?
it
Is
is.
that the only means of detection that they use? Experiment? Do they use? There's just
What-
GPS, right?
What other means of determining distance would they have
You
used?
should know that. You watched the video, right?
They used GPS. You
Right,
suggested
and-
they may have used something
And what else? What
You
else
tell
did they
me.
use?
You
What
tell
else
me.
did they use? Right. So you're a liar. You just proved yourself a liar.
They didn't use anything else. They used GPS to confirm the distance. That's all.
Amazing.
Then how else would they have measured?
Now, for everybody else that's actually interested in seeing what's going on and who's talking right now, trying to preach to everybody, you go and actually watch the video and see what they did. And tell me whether or not this dude has any sort of right or reason to sit here and preach about who's stupid and not. Or who's disingenuous or not.
I don't know who you're talking to. Loggers is taking screenshots.
I'm talking to everybody besides you.
And everybody
that can hear
besides
your
me is
voice
wondering
that
why
decides
you're
to go and
saying the
watch.
things that you're saying.
Yeah, I'm saying go watch the video for yourself and see whether or not it matches up with what this dude is telling you. That's all I'm
No.
saying.
You're telling
Yeah,
me
that's exactly
that
what I'm saying. Don't fucking tell me what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying.
you first told me that I didn't know how they measured a distance, even
No,
though I
I
said
just
it
didn't
was
want to
GPS.
converse with you, man.
Oh, now we're changing the story again.
But if they were at the top of the building and they did the measurement from the top of the building versus the bottom of the buildings, wouldn't they be different?
Why would they
Shush,
be
man.
different? Not with
You don't have to
GPS.
give it away, man. Don't give this man something to fucking talk about. Let him keep bullshitting the fucking people that are listening to him, and they can go and look and see whether it matches up to what he said or not. Simple as that.
I think you just are arguing to argue, Salty. Anything I say, you saying something contrary to, regardless of its legitimacy. So
yeah, well, you say a lot of bullshit, don't you?
So yeah, there's another example of that. So loggers, think about it. Why would GPS
prove a globe?
Show
Does
my
that prove that
position
it's a
on
globe?
Earth as a more
Does that prove
west?
that it's a globe?
Why would GPS? Do you both you guys? Do you have to be rude like this?
Well, the way that I would understand
when you keep monologuing and we can't get a chance to speak.
Because I'm talking to loggers. All right.
Yeah,
Sorry,
well,
go
this
ahead.
isn't
Go
your
ahead,
room
loggers.
to designate who talks and doesn't because you're trying to talk to someone. Everybody else is here
You
too, man.
told me that you didn't want to talk to me, Salty.
Hold on.
Ask me a question. Does it prove the globe? Does it prove the globe that they use GPS?
Do you? It does. No, I didn't make the claim that it proves the globe. All right.
Then why are you arguing about it? Aren't you here to argue your side of the globe or what? Let's talk about what.
I'd really,
what
I'd really just like to have
what
a
time zone?
conversation with
What
bloggers.
time zone was the buildings measured in GPS? What time zone were those in?
I'd really just like to hear Logger's response, since he was actually
I'll
talking.
bet
Yeah,
you
of
would.
course, because everybody else knows that you're
I'll
bullshitting.
bet you would, Negator.
No, because he's not being a disrespectful prick. That's all.
Oh no, just you.
Do you want to talk to me, Salty, or don't you?
No, I don't want to talk to you about anything regarding this because I know that you're a disingenuous piece of
I
crap.
do. I want
You
to
just
talk
wanna
about
argue.
time zones. Can you tell me what a genius you are about time zones?